Crystal Clear, a contemporary small-town interracial Christmas romance. Romance in the Rockies, Book 5. Written by Rose Fresquez. Narrated by Carmen Shantz. Copyright 2022 by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright by Rose Fresquez. Chapter 1. Ena Chinen sat in the back of the taxi, fiddling with the fabric on the front passenger seat. Beyond the window, the darkening sky lent just enough light to illuminate the white, snow-covered ground. It had been that kind of day for Ena, the kind one needed to walk by faith rather than sight. She had no idea where her destination was, though thankfully she had remembered the name to tell the cab driver. Megan, a dark-skinned, kind man, had taken the chance to drive her, even if the fate of his payment depended on them finding Warren, her new boyfriend, she had to assume. She tried to listen to Mele Kalikimaka on the radio, a common Christmas song they played at the resort back home. But images of Mom, Dad, and her brother Akira flashed in her mind. She checked the dashboard. 5:45. So 1:45 on the island, and the busiest time for Akira when guests filed into the dining room for lunch. Although he was the resort manager, as a perfectionist, Akira exhausted himself while overseeing each department to ensure the job they did met his standards. As Megan drove further, they passed expansive open fields with shadowed figures of animals, horses or cows probably. With a road so desolate, surely they were lost. She cleared her throat and unbuckled herself before leaning forward and peeking her head between the two front seats. Next to the clock, another digital screen on the dashboard flashed numbers in red. She spoke over the music. "Why is this road so quiet?" "If you haven't noticed, there's mostly ranches on this highway," Megan spoke without taking his focus off the road, where the headlights guided their path. "The only cars you'll find at night are people driving into Iran, or those escaping traffic on I-25. Phew! At least they weren't lost. Relaxing, since he knew the side road's traffic patterns, she sat back and strapped on her seat belt, then leaned her head on the headrest. This Colorado trip had been about proving to her parents she was an adult who could travel alone to an accounting conference thousands of miles away from home. Most 27-year-olds did things like that all the time. Not her. She still lived with her parents near the resort. "Sorry, ma'am. I'm going to drop you off at the restaurant." Megan's deep voice interrupted her thoughts. When she lifted her chin to look at him in the dark car, he was peering at one dark side of the road. He then gazed at the opposite side. Was he changing his mind about getting her to her destination? "Is the restaurant in Iran?" "Close enough." Doubt etched in his voice. "Someone will help you from there." As long as he didn't leave her on the secluded road, she would manage. The quiet road into town had given her the impression Iran was a small town, like her island. She had tried 3 taxi drivers before him. The previous cab drivers didn't believe her when she had promised to pay them once they got her to Iran. Now she could only hope that whoever waited at the restaurant knew Warren or where he lived. Megan had agreed to get her into town and stay with her until she found Warren. "How am I going to pay you if you don't get me there?" He snorted. "I can't guarantee the person who took your purse will be there waiting when I drop you off." He blew out a frustrated grunt. "The taxi meter says I'm losing money already, and I'm way out of the zone." She intended to pay him twice his original price. It was still early, but the dark sky made it look much later. "If you help me find Warren, I'll pay you." "Nope," he cut her off as he swerved and turned left on the bumpy road. He then parked and turned on the overhead light. She winced at the brightness before he twisted his neck to look at her. "If you knew where you were going, I'd take that chance and drive you there." "Are we close to Iran?" She needed that to be clear. He cocked his head toward the road. Lights shone from a lone structure in the distance. The town starts here. That light over there is the restaurant. And someone should be able to help you. Fair enough. But not paying him didn't sit well. If you give me your address or Venmo, I can send you your money. He stifled a chuckle and scratched the shiny spot on his shaved head. You give your address to strangers? She had never been in a position where a stranger asked for her address. If necessary. No wonder someone took your purse. Didn't he remember anything she had told him before she got into the taxi? He's my boyfriend. No kidding. Megan's brows lifted. He then jerked his head, indicating she make her exit. People can be deceiving during the holidays. Be careful. She unlatched the door. Merry Christmas. While Christmas was still a little over 2 weeks away, no one set a designated day to start the holiday wishes. Thanks again for driving me. She stepped out of the car. Despite her insistence he give her his Venmo or address, he dismissed her by asking her to close the door, and as soon as she did, he drove off. The cool air whipped at her cheeks, seeping through the black cardigan she had worn over a white button-down blouse, tucked into a pencil skirt. Her last day at the conference hadn't prepared her to be caught in a secluded town and walking past shadowy skeletons of deciduous trees. The restaurant light lit her path, and although it didn't appear far, she was panting, despite having worn flat shoes that should make the walk less strenuous. She inhaled the crisp air as her mind worked to think of anything good that could come out of this situation. At her family's silent resort, they modeled gratitude and required every guest take a few hours of quiet time to reflect on gratitude rather than focus on their bad experiences. It's not snowing, so thank you, God, for that. Warren borrowing her rental car hadn't been a bad situation until now. He had left at noon when he dropped her off to use a bathroom at a Walmart and promised to be back in less than 10 minutes. 10 minutes had given her the impression Iran was 2 miles away. She wouldn't have come chasing after him if she hadn't left her purse and laptop in the rental car, which she could call and extend a few days if needed. And she had had no idea where Iran was until she had borrowed a phone and called the familiar number for a taxi to get her there. She had heard of Uber, but never once used one and had no idea how to call them. So she had opted for the taxi service she had seen one of the few times she had cruised with Warren. The cab's phone number written on their car was easy to remember, with the same number repeating for 7 of the 10 digits. Warren might have lied to her, but why would he? What if he ran into car trouble? Unease tightened her chest. She had met him 5 days ago on Monday, the first day of the conference, when they sat together. She had been late, but he had shared his notes with her. Charismatic and confident, he seemed to be in control. That had played a great role when he helped her pick out a rental car so she could check out the town, instead of being cooped up in a hotel all week. Things would be easier if she had memorized his number rather than just shoving his business card in her wallet. By the time she arrived at the restaurant parking lot, her toes felt numb, and she could barely feel her feet. She wiggled her toes against the thin nylon tights covering them. Those tights did nothing to shield her feet or legs from the cold, so she scurried through the lot with snow dusting the 3 cars parked there. Besides the glass covering half of the small building, it looked like a house nestled in the woods. Christmas lights sparkled across the tin roof where green floodlights splashed over a red neon sign proclaiming the place Jack's Diner. She climbed the brick stairs one at a time to the glass door. A lit reindeer, fun and inviting, pranced above the "We're Open" sign. A red bow with bells jingled when she turned the knob and pushed open the door. The warm air soothed her as if welcoming her home, and jingle bells rocked in the background, matching the bells on the door. Speaking of home, her stomach felt like she had come home too when it rumbled as she closed the door and whiffed scents of fried food. Although different from her usual stir-fried meats, rice, and soups, The delicious scents reminded her of the last meal she had had that morning, green tea, toast, and oatmeal from the hotel. She rubbed her hands together as she took in the empty, high-backed wooden booths and the low lamps hanging over them. 3 on each side cozied up to the rustic log walls or pushed up against the glass windows. A middle-aged couple played a card game in the booth closest to the door, and an old man shook a bottle of ketchup before dousing his fries and hamburger with the condiment in the middle booth on the opposite side. "Hello!" A husky man emerged from a side door and slid behind the counter. Her mouth curled into a smile, and she lifted a hand to wave before she scooted down the green-carpeted aisle to meet him at the counter. Her toes tingled back to life as, standing beside a stool, she rested her numb fingers on the wooden counter not far from the man's beefy hands. "Hi, I'm Ena." "Name's Jack." As if aware she wasn't here to eat, he asked, "How can I help you?" What were the odds the first person she met would know Warren? "I'm looking for someone." Jack stood straighter and adjusted the red apron over his round stomach. His gray hair was glossy in the dimmed lighting above the counter. "Who are you looking for?" "Warren." He frowned, scratching his jaw. "Last name?" It was her turn to frown and shake her head while staring at the football posters on the wall behind him. She hadn't felt it necessary to ask Warren's last name. Instead of admitting she didn't know the name, she described his lean physique and the dimples he flashed when he smiled. She even added his charming personality, which was hard to miss if Jack had seen him. "He's easy to talk to and very handsome." Jack chuckled. "There's so many tall and handsome men in town, if we go by that." He then slapped the counter. "I don't know any Warren in town, though." He leaned forward and rested his elbows on the counter, then cupped his hands to his mouth and called to someone in the seating area. "Richie!" The old man lifted his head. "Do you know a Warren?" Richie squinted his gray brows and wiped food remnants from his mouth with the back of his hand. "Never heard of a Warren." "Stan!" Jack called again, and the man and woman in the other booth glanced toward them. "Do you know a Warren in town?" The couple seemed to be talking about it before they told Jack he'd be better off asking someone who worked or lived closer to Main Street. "Sorry." Jack spread his hands and eyed her with sympathy. Appreciating his effort, she thanked him. "This is Iran, right?" Jack winked. "Not much to it at a glance, but no doubt about it, this is Iran, and we're mighty proud of it." A young woman emerged with a tray of food. Ena's stomach growled when she whiffed the wafting aroma of fried food. Jack must have noticed her salivating because he asked if he could get her anything else. She was starving, but without her handbag she couldn't keep asking for free things. However, she could ask for one tiny thing. "Do you give out free water?" Sure." He cocked his head at her, questions drawing his overgrown brows together. Was her face a mess? Why was he looking at her like that? "I'm going to use the bathroom first." She needed a quick assessment of her appearance. "Down the hall." He pointed to the hallway opposite the counter. As she headed down the hall, she tried not to panic or worry about tonight. No one at the restaurant knew Warren. What was she going to do? She needed to find him, if not for pursuing their new love life, then for her purse and the computer with her family business's cash flows and security information. A resort she and her brother would run someday. She could only hope Warren didn't misplace the computer and expose the company's passwords to the wrong person. Okay, Mom and Dad believed there were many wrong people out there. But in her 27 years, Ena had only encountered one devious person, her ex. One wasn't enough to prove the world was full of bad people. Chapter 2. Noah Buzz set the screwdriver in the toolbox before reaching for the drill and fitting it in there too. With the recessed lights pouring into the boutiques downstairs, he knelt on the hardwood floor to look for any loose screws he might have dropped. Nothing. Good. Leaving no remnants from his work, he stood and studied the shelf he had hung after long nights of crafting it in his workshop. The rustic look matched the Victorian building and suited the downstairs where they displayed mostly men's clothing. He nodded, satisfied. Then he reached for the ladder, folded it, and walked through the aisle between racks of flannels and vests that brushed against his own flannel. Shaking his head over how tightly they had packed the racks, he made his way to the utility closet. With the store empty, female voices upstairs made up for the silence that could drown the Victorian building after the boutique closed. He didn't have to see the women laughing to know that one of them was Chloe Love, now Chloe Eron, the store owner, and the other was her associate, Jules. They must be waiting for him and ready to lock up for the day. After putting away the ladder, he eased out of his work gloves and tucked them in the toolbox. On his way upstairs, he flipped the switch out of habit to turn off the lights. The airy scent of vanilla and new fabric filled the room upstairs. "Noah?" Chloe called in her sing-song voice. "How did it go?" He walked toward the counter where she was removing necklaces from velvet displays and setting them in the glass case. Her flawless skin, brown like his, almost glowed when cast in that light. "I turned off the light, but if you want to go and look at it, I trust you." The diamond on her ring finger danced under the light when she pointed it to the shelves throughout the room. Unlike the rustic feel downstairs, everything on the main level, from the black wall shelves to the black leather chairs and sofa beyond the counter, had a posh, modern look. "I've never been disappointed with the shelves you built in here." His heart swelled. Her wavy dark hair danced over her silky yellow top. She was always the most beautiful girl he had ever met. But they were better suited for friendship than a couple. Chloe was married to Zach, the love of her life, and one of the neatest guys to become Noah's friend. Still, that didn't stop him from feeling small and awkward around her. Talking to her with someone else around was easier. Where did Jules go? "I'm wrapping up our online inventory," the voice sounded from the back room. "Whatever you want from me, Chloe will have to help." "You need to pay him." Chloe craned her neck to the open door behind her. "Let's get—" "I'm good." He said the same thing he said whenever he did projects for her. She tilted her neck to the side. "Noah, you can't keep—" "My mom and sister will want more clothes for the winter anyway." They loved Chloe's fashions and her boutique. As he scanned the room full of clothing, he was sure they'd find more than they needed whenever they came shopping. Although Chloe designed most of the clothes she sold in her store, she still stocked the more affordable retail clothes for the locals. "I can see you've been busy." He slid the toolbox to his other hand. She shrugged. "I'd have more clothes made, but the kids keep me busy lately." A fondness lilted her voice when she talked about her kids and her husband, who had gotten off early that day to hang out with their kids. Sadness and loss tugged at Noah, and his gaze flitted to the Christmas tree next to the seating area. Melancholy swept over him whenever he saw Chloe. "Thanks again," she said genuinely, then paused, necklaces dangling between her fingers as she met his gaze. "Make sure your mom and sister to get their shopping done in return for your work." His hands felt moist, and he switched the toolbox to his other hand again. "If you don't need anything else from me, I'll get going." While Chloe thanked him again, Jules shouted her thanks from the back room. With that, he saw himself out of the door. Garlands of Christmas lights lit up the row of Victorian buildings. Regardless of the season, Christmas lights stayed lit all year round on Main Street. The town was less crowded now, with shops being closed for the day. He waved to the occasional shop owners, pulling their doors to close, while others hung "We're closed" signs. With the air crisp, he felt chilled, despite the flannel he had worn over his sturdy Dickies pants. Since he kept his hair trimmed, his ears and the side of his head got the best of the frigid breeze. He had just gotten off work from the hospital where he was working with subcontractors to add a new wing. He had then driven to Love's boutique to install the shelf. It hadn't been as cold then, or he would have parked behind the boutique to avoid the long walk to Theta's ice cream and coffee shop where he had left his truck. As he passed the country store, he was tempted to duck in and pick up milk for tomorrow's cereal. But even being hungry, he didn't feel like shopping. When he arrived at Theta's shop, the cinnamon and vanilla scents wafting out invited him to stop for a hot chocolate. But he kept his focus on his red truck parked out front. He could walk a few blocks down and get a sandwich at the deli, but his downcast mood screamed for him to get far from Main Street. Seeing Chloe made him happy because she was easy to talk to, but it also made him want to leave town and not be reminded of what he had lost. He opened the tailgate of his truck and slid in the toolbox. He didn't need the Buzz Building and Construction sticker anymore, but he kept it on his F-250 out of habit. When he got in the cab and started the engine, he flexed his fingers on the steering wheel while he ran through his dinner options. One restaurant always came to mind on evenings like this when he saw Chloe, the diner at the end of town. He should have one of his foremen help Chloe with her projects, but she preferred Noah. Plus, she had always been so good to him and raved about his work while sending him clients. As busy as he was being the town's only contractor, he didn't need more clients, but he had helped Chloe for as long as he could remember. With them growing up next door to each other, it had been automatic to help shovel hers and her grandma's driveway or mow their lawn. So he wasn't about to stop just because she had chosen Zach over him. Noah had always thought she was the love of his life, but she hadn't felt the same. His hands tightened on the steering wheel as he turned to the side road. His headlights flashed toward the expanse of farmland off to the right. He was happy for Chloe and Zach, and he had given them his blessing. He loved her enough to want her to be happy, as long as he didn't let his mind wander to almost 3 years ago when he had thought she would be his. Rejection stung, and being in a small town where most people knew about his dilemma made things even worse. At 32, Noah didn't lack suitors, but he wasn't ready to move on, if he ever would move on. He judged everyone by the standard Chloe set. She was godly, kind, loving, polite, and selfless. Okay, he had met other women with all those things, but being attracted to them was a requirement. He wasn't searching, after all. What was the point of putting himself out there and having his heart crushed? No, thank you. Although he couldn't see the open space he drove past, he knew his surroundings, and during the daytime he'd see cows and horses wandering in the field. Dim light through the trees to the left indicated he was near his destination. After a few minutes he turned left into the diner's parking lot and veered into a space well away from the other 3 vehicles. Just the perfect place to unwind his day. He doubted he'd encounter any usual locals, especially social media lovers. The last thing he needed was his picture taken and posted to the town's Facebook page, confirming his single status since he was seen eating out alone. Inside, he welcomed the heat and the savory smell of bacon, onion, and fries. "Noah!" Jack, the diner's owner, greeted from the counter as he paused from jotting something in a notebook. "Hey there, Jack." He needed to wash his hands before he sat down to order his dinner. He waved a greeting to the couple seated closest to the entrance. While he didn't recognize them, he might have been more attuned to the waffles the woman was pouring syrup over, or the breakfast scramble her partner was forking. As he made his way toward the front, he stopped at the booth to greet Old Man Ritchie, then asked if he was still happy with the new bathtub Noah helped install a month ago. Noah had met him in the hardware store rummaging through DIY magazines when Noah offered to help with his project. I owe you big." Richie tossed a napkin to his half-eaten plate of fries. Noah's mouth started watering at the sight of Richie's half-eaten hamburger. "You don't owe me anything. I'm happy to help." Coming up beside him, Jack asked what Noah wanted, but he needed a moment to decide between waffles and a hamburger. "I should know by the time I'm done washing my hands." He walked toward the bathroom and took in the familiar posters of the July 4th and Fall Fest throughout the restaurant and to the dimly lit bathroom hallway. As he walked into the open door to the men's bathroom, he stopped in his tracks. A woman jumped and dropped the paper towel on the linoleum floor. The surprise in her wide brown eyes reflected how he felt too. She put a hand on her heart. "Are you in the women's bathroom, or am I in the men's?" He had been at the diner enough to know he was in the correct bathroom. He bent to pick up the tissue, then tossed it in the trash can below the tissue dispenser. "I'm sure this is the men's restroom." She frowned, walked past him, and stopped at the door. Guileless brown eyes blinked as she peeked out into the hallway to the left. Her dark hair slithered over her white blouse when she peered to the hallway's right side. Instead of minding his business and washing his hands like he was supposed to do, he froze, watching her squint to study the sign on the wall outside. "Oopsies!" She spun around to face him, her hand flying to her mouth, and spoke with muffled words. "I can't believe I didn't read the sign." Noah shrugged. "The place isn't crowded. No one will know you used the wrong bathroom. But you know—" She swept her hair back from her shoulders, her words coming in a rushed panic, and her brows furrowing. Noah lifted 2 fingers as if she would understand the scout oath. "I won't tell anyone if that's what you're worried about." She stood there, her rosebud lips opening, then closing. The white blouse tucked into a black pencil skirt, and the black cardigan over it screamed office worker. Jack might have hired her to audit his restaurant, or she could just be passing through town, but auditing came to mind, since Noah could use an accountant before tax season after the holidays. His accountant had moved last fall, and his secretary, now in charge of handling spreadsheets and payroll, constantly reminded him how she hated number spreadsheets and had no clue what she was doing. With her seeming lost in thought as she fixed her gaze on the mirror, Noah wished her a good day, and without waiting for her to respond, walked into one of the 2 stalls and closed the door. He might need to use the bathroom after all. By the time he was out of the stall to wash his hands, she had left. Or at least he had thought so until he walked back to the dining room. Now she was sitting in the booth closest to the counter and sipping water. "All right, Noah." Jack clapped his hands when Noah approached the counter. "Where would you like to sit today?" Without permission from his brain, his gaze flitted to the booth the petite woman was sitting in. Something about her demanded a second look. She seemed simple with her crisp attire and clear makeup-free face, but he couldn't figure her out in just 5 minutes. As if aware of his perusal, she met his gaze. That innocent look made his mouth dry, and he swallowed, then looked away to respond to Jack's question. "Anywhere is fine." "Perfect." Jack gestured to the booth the woman was sitting in. "Maybe you can sit with our guest in town and help her solve a mystery." Raising a brow, Noah turned to ask the guest in question, "What mystery?" She shrugged. "I don't think it's a mystery." She was the mystery just by the nature of her outfit in the winter. He didn't see a handbag or a jacket draped anywhere on her side of the booth, and somehow his feet led him to her. He sat on the padded green vinyl bench across from her, curious to find out a thing or two about her. "Hi again," she smiled, just the softest curving of those sweet lips before she wrapped both hands around her glass. Since she might still be worried about their awkward encounter, Noah tried for something lighter. "Are you laughing at me or laughing with me?" She frowned, and he found himself smiling to show he had been joking. "Oh," she tossed her head back, her hair sliding over her shoulders, a sparkle in her eyes as she seemed to understand his light tone. "I'm laughing with you." "I'm Noah, by the way." "Noah," she nodded. "I like that name. It's like Noah who built the ark." He wasn't sure what to say, but she knew a Bible story or two. If they didn't have anything to talk about, they could resort to the Bible stories. "My parents like it, too. That's why they gave me the name." He rested his hands on the scratched-up tabletop, waiting for her to introduce herself. And after a moment she spoke. "Ena." Was she speaking her native language? Although her English didn't indicate it was a second language, she looked of Asian descent, Chinese, Japanese, or Vietnamese, with flawless skin and a perfect oval face, soft fawn beige skin tones accentuated by innocent dough-brown eyes. He cleared his throat and sought clarity before calling her the wrong name. "Excuse me?" "Ena Chinen is my name." "Oh, I've never heard that name before. It's beautiful." Somehow surreal and otherworldly, it suited her like some forest creature. She grinned, moving the straw over the ice in her water. "I like it too. I love what it means the most." "What does it mean?" "In my dad's culture, it means gift from God." "What culture?" "Japanese." He guessed her to be 5'3", but she sat taller, appearing proud of her name's meaning. She definitely didn't have a bad vibe about God. "I'm American and Japanese, and even have dual citizenship, but I've only been to Japan twice in my entire life." Her shoulders fell, and whatever the story was behind her not going home left him uneasy. Before he could ask why, a jovial voice interrupted. "Good evening, Noah." A heavy-set waitress leaned closer and clattered a glass of ice water in front of him. "How are you doing today, Sierra?" "I'm alive, so I can't complain." She tilted the pitcher to Ena's glass, filling it with water. "Thank you," Noah and Ena said simultaneously. She squished her face, perhaps surprised by how they spoke at the same time. "What can I get you, Noah?" Sierra left the clear plastic pitcher on the table, then reached for her notepad from her red-checkered apron's pocket. No need to look at the menu when he knew all the items the diner offered. "I'll have the house burger and fries." Sierra reached for the pen she had tucked above her ear and jotted down his order. "How about you?" Tapping the pen against her pad, she looked at Ena, who was stirring the straw in her water. "Have you had a chance to look at the menu?" "I'm not hungry." Ena kept her focus on the glass in front of her. A loud rumble erupted from her stomach, and she screwed up her face, then waved off Sierra. "My stomach tends to make strange noises sometimes." "I understand," Noah said. She must keep her meals minimal. Could be why she was so petite. When Sierra left, he reached for his water and took a sip. Ena did the same. "Jack said you had a question?" Noah slid his glass to the side. "Is it something I could answer?" "Do you know Warren?" He only knew one Warren, and unless she had business with him, she looked too innocent and sweet to run in the same circle as that Warren. "What's his last name?" Her stomach growled, and although he tried to ignore it, her shoulders shook while she chuckled and touched the middle of her stomach. Noah's stomach bubbled with laughter, and he stifled a chuckle, supposedly because she was laughing at herself. "You sure you don't want to order something?" he said when his laughter subsided. She spoke breathlessly. "If I told you my story, you wouldn't believe me." Deep brown eyes peered up at him, warm, transparent, and gentle. She was almost too easy to read. He folded his hands on the table and looked her square in the eyes. "Try me." She leaned back. "The last meal I ate was toast and oatmeal at the hotel in Colorado Springs." When she talked about not having her handbag, he cut her off by calling Jack to summon Sierra to take Ena's order. "I don't want you to waste your money on me." He didn't want her to pass out. "You didn't ask for money. I'm just buying you dinner." She reached for her straw from the glass and started chewing on it, obviously embarrassed to accept his help. Sierra returned and asked Ena what she wanted. "I really don't want to. Burgers and fries, okay?" He held up a hand, leaving her no room to protest. She nodded. As Sierra left, Ena stopped chewing on her straw and sat straight. "I promise to pay you back when I get my purse. I can also Venmo you if you give me your account name." She looked serious about paying him back and the Venmo thing. She might be deceptive if she asked for his address and if he preferred a check payment, but having sat across from her, he had vouched for her as an honest person. She looked harmless, so very trusting, and that could explain why she got caught up in her dilemma. "I'm sorry." Noah sat back against the green vinyl booth and crossed his arms over his chest, needing to take in all the details she had shared. "I missed the part about how you got here from Colorado Springs. I don't remember telling you that part yet." She braced her arms on the tabletop, a soft smile curling her round lips. Then she relayed the 3 different cab drivers who had refused to drive her into Iran until she found one willing to get his payment when they arrived. "I thought I'd made it clear when I told him I didn't know where Warren's house was. He was quiet until he decided he didn't want to help me anymore. At least he got me into Iran." Ena was quite a mystery. Noah rested a hand on his chin. His beard bristled against his fingers, the short hairs still sharp from his trimming them this morning. Her lips flattened, their peachy softness pressing tight. "I don't know why he wouldn't give me his Venmo or an address to send his money." What planet was she from? "You didn't give him your home address by any chance?" "Oh!" Her hand flew to her heart. "I should have done that. But Hawaii would be far for him to write to me asking for his money. Whatever part of Hawaii she came from must be desolate not to have criminals for her to be cautious. Iran was mostly safe, but a few bad eggs still lurked out there. She had either a good heart, poor judgment, or a trusting environment. Still leaning his chin in his palm, he asked her how her handbag went missing. "Warren borrowed my car during our lunch break." Something twisted in Noah's gut the more Ena spoke about the jerk who conned her. Yet Ena was still in denial of that reality. Women keep their handbags with them all the time, or so he had observed from watching his mom and sister. Chloe always kept her handbag with her, too. Or she used to when he saw her almost daily. "Why did you leave yours behind?" "I needed to use the bathroom so urgently, and my stop was going to be brief." What if the Warren she was talking about had lied about where he lived? "Do you trust this guy?" As she nodded, silky hair slipped over her shoulders, the softest smile curved her lips, and light danced in her eyes. "He's my boyfriend." "What's Warren's last name?" That should solve her problems then and end the mystery. She curled her hair with her index finger while gritting her teeth. Bing Crosby's White Christmas played in the background, and Noah reached for his water glass to take a sip. Man, she was taking a long time to remember Warren's last name. With each passing second, Noah couldn't help thinking she had been robbed by her boyfriend. "How do you know he didn't lie about where he lives?" "I don't think he lied." Con artists had to be persuasive. Otherwise they wouldn't earn a living. But he wouldn't say that. She was confident in Warren, or whatever her boyfriend's name was. "His last name was on his business card, but it's in my purse." "Whoa." His brows tugged upward. "He's your boyfriend, but you don't know his last name?" "We went out every evening this week, and during the day we were at the conference together." As she rambled on with all the reasons it didn't occur to her to memorize his number, Noah's jaw twitched, and he rubbed his chin to soothe his tense muscles. Good thing he had never encountered the thief who had taken advantage of her trust. He didn't intend to fight her battles, but even so, he wanted to help in any way he could. Straightening in his booth, he felt his chest rise and fall before he asked, What does Warren look like? That could help them give the information to the police. Ena's stomach rumbled again, and this time she ignored it while she described her con man. He's handsome, charming, and confident, with dark hair and— The more descriptions she gave, the clearer she described Warren Driscoll. Born into wealth, he was confident, well-spoken, yet arrogant, manipulative, and deceptively charismatic. Noah knew Warren's parents from the long-term construction projects he had conducted at the Driscoll residence. Noah wasn't friends with Warren's dad, but the man had been downcast one evening when Noah worked in their home, and when Noah asked if he was okay, Mr. Driscoll erupted in a rant about his son's debt his wife wanted them to pay. Based on that, and Warren crashing his dad's convertible and never paying to get it fixed, Noah had concluded Warren was an entitled grown man who spent money without earning his way. Yet he always acted like a winner, which was easy since he was persuasive in getting money from his parents. Assuming Ena was talking about the same man, getting into the Driscoll residence might be harder than wrestling a bear. He could tell her he didn't know the guy and drop the issue. After all, rescuing damsels in distress wasn't his job. But when he met her doe-eyed brown eyes, so innocent and sweet, he could almost see through to the transparency of her heart, and his words came automatically. Is his last name Driscoll? Yes, that sounds right. She pointed a finger at him, beaming. You're the best. She then clasped her hands together as a plea. Do you know where he lives? Sierra returned with her food, placing a plate in front of Ena and another in front of Noah. They both thanked their server in unison. Then he reached for the ketchup from the side of the table. I can drive you there after dinner. Thank you very much. Ena spread out her hands and brought them back together to herself. I'd give you a hug, but all the food— I'm happy to help. She'd hug a stranger? Everything about her was fascinating. I'll make sure to pay you double. She reached for the ketchup he had set back on the table. You don't have to pay me. She beamed, pausing from squeezing her ketchup. See? He blinked, not sure of what she meant. See what? I always tell my mom and dad there's so many nice people out there. That will change if Warren is your boyfriend. Unless he had changed in the week he had gone out with Ena. Not wanting to be responsible for her heartbreak while he had his own, Noah would drop her off at the gate. And as soon as he clarified with the guard that Warren Driscoll was the Warren Ena was looking for, Noah would head home and back to his usual lonely night. Chapter 3. With headlights illuminating the way, Ena kept her gaze on the winding road where jagged rocks protruded beside them. Like her, Noah stayed focused and remained silent as he drove. The radio show, with an enthusiastic host giving advice to callers who miss their loved ones during Christmas time, offered the only noise. Come Christmas Eve, Ena might start missing her family, since that would be almost a month of her being away from her comfort zone at home. But she'd be home in no time once she got her purse and rescued her laptop. In the meantime, she needed to call the hotel to store the luggage still in her room. Checkout was tomorrow at noon. Our next caller is Tank from Colorado Springs. The host spoke merrily. What can we do for you today? It's my son, the woman sobbed while speaking about her estranged son. Ena turned to look out her side window. With it so dark, she could barely discern the landscape. Perhaps all those sharp boulders blocked her view. The heater blasted warm air in the truck cab, and she stifled a yawn. She rarely ate American food, but she had chowed down the hamburger too fast, and her stomach had felt full before she was halfway done. Noah was so nice and kind to buy her dinner. She turned to thank him in case she had not made her gratitude clear earlier. He had his full focus on the road, but enough light from the headlights illuminated the truck cab for her to make out his firm jaw and the nicely trimmed beard that tapered into the hair he had kept buzzed on the side with longer curls on top and to the back of his head. Being about 6'2", almost a full foot taller than she was, he dominated the cab. Although the console separated them, he seemed much closer since she could smell his natural scent from hard work mixed with a subtle soap. His presence in the truck made her feel too small. As if sensing her stare, he cleared his throat, and she jerked to look back to the window. "Thanks for dinner again," she spoke over the radio. She had not been attentive to it any more. "You already thanked me like 10 times. She hadn't kept track. "Has it been that many?" "Something like that." As he turned to a less winding road, he punched the radio button, and silence fell upon them. "So, you met Warren 4 days ago?" Had it only been 4 or 5 days ago? She ticked her fingers to count backward from today, Friday to Monday. It seems longer than that, but yes. "And he's your boyfriend?" "Warren said he liked her." "Yes. Why?" Noah seemed to be thinking. Ena squinted to read his face, but couldn't see him clearly enough to gauge his reaction. "When did it become official that you're his girlfriend?" Even with Noah's broad shoulders relaxed, they stretched out his checkered shirt. He was just being inquisitive, friendly, so she didn't mind his asking. Clasping her hands on her lap, she tried to remember all the things she had done with Warren, things that led her to believe she was his girlfriend. "We ate lunch together every day, and we held hands one of those days." She had never had a genuine boyfriend to know what steps were involved in making it official. Okay, she had had a 2-month relationship that ended badly when he stole from the resort. She didn't intend to rehash that story with anyone, but she also didn't want one bad experience to ruin the good she saw in most people. "Are your parents in Japan?" "No, I live with them on the island." "Why have you been to Japan only twice?" Wow. He had remembered one of the things she had talked about at the restaurant. "Like I said earlier, Mom is an American and Dad is Japanese." That qualified her for dual citizenship. But after learning all the American ways, she always wanted to know more about her Japanese culture the way she knew her American culture. "My grandpa didn't like the idea of Dad marrying an American woman, and that created the wedge in Dad's relationship with his father." "I'm sorry to hear that." Noah's gentle voice offered his sincerity. "How did your mom and Dad meet?" "At the resort." Later, her parents bought it. Mom had lost her parents in an accident, and Dad had just lost his mom. They both went to a silent retreat to mourn. As if he had ventured to a silent resort of his own, Noah fell quiet, his gaze still on the road. The road curved around a bend, then wound up a hill before straightening out again. "I'm sorry you don't keep in touch with your grandpa, but you have an amazing story about how your parents met." She thought so too. They had to make sacrifices to be together. Noah asked random questions about her family, and she told him about her brother and his role at the resort. She talked about the silent resort as opposed to the loud city she had been to whenever she went to the accounting conferences. "I always go with my dad, but this was my first time going alone." Perhaps her last, if she didn't get back home in time. She twisted her hands in her lap, not wanting to think about the laptop loaded with vital information that might be compromised. No, she'd get it back. Warren wouldn't even try to access it. Letting the thought calm her, she drew in a deep breath and loosened her grip on her hands. Soon they were driving onto a paved road toward a wide metal gate. Noah parked and turned off the engine. "This is it." He tilted his head to the gate, bright light sweeping through the spacious compound. "How do you know Warren again?" She didn't recall him telling her those details. She would have remembered. "I was the contractor for their house remodel. I finished the project earlier this year." Besides building hospitals and commercial buildings, he built homes too? She had asked about his career during dinner, and he seemed like a hard worker who tackled a variety of construction jobs. Before the old man left the diner, he had stopped at their booth and thanked Noah for installing his bathtub. "You must work long hours." "I don't usually work this late, but—" "Oh, no," she touched his shoulder. "You had just gotten off work when you showed up at the diner, and I kept you from relaxing." He twisted his neck to look at her hand, and his thick brows crinkled together with his frown. But he didn't seem mad, just confused. Something stirred in her chest as she locked eyes with him. A certain awareness hit her, and she tucked her hand back on her lap and let her hair curtain her. Needing to tinker with something, she rubbed her hands over her skirt and spoke without looking at him. "I'm taking up all your time. I shouldn't have asked you to drive me." "If I remember, I offered to help." He was another nice man, one she intended to pay for his time. "As soon as I see Warren, I'll pay you. Like I said, I don't need money." That's a shame for a businessman to say. Strangely light-hearted, she swept her hair aside and raised her head to look at him. She didn't need daylight to know his broad smile showcased the pearly white teeth she had seen when he smiled in the restaurant. Everybody could use money. "I know, but everybody could use help, too." He pulled the keys from the ignition. "This is me helping you without expecting anything in return." No expectations. That felt freeing. "Thank you." He stepped out of the truck and ran around the front hood to get to her side and open the door for her. Since the truck sat so high off the ground, she was grateful for his offered hand. Otherwise, she'd need a step stool. "Let's go and see if the guard can help us." The moment he took his hand from hers, she missed its warmth. Still, she fell in step beside him and toward the tall gate. Since night had fully fallen, the air had grown a lot cooler than when she had walked from the restaurant to his truck. She wrapped her arms around herself to stay warm, but he didn't appear bothered by the cold. His button-down checkered plaid shirt couldn't be much warmer than her sweater. A buff man emerged from the stone house behind the gate and walked toward the metal bars where she and Noah stood side by side. "Noah, is that you?" "Hey, Ruart." When Ena lifted her hand to wave her greeting, the man waved back, then pulled up the zipper of his jacket all the way to his chin. "Are the Driscolls expecting you this late?" "I'm looking for Warren." Ena's chin quivered from the stinging cold. Noah had done his job bringing her here, so no need to let him answer questions for her, too. "Is he expecting you?" "Not exactly." Noah scratched his jaw, making a raspy sound, everything about him a fascinating contrast to her. His confidence and deep voice, his height and muscled frame, his darker skin and curly hair. "We wanted to clarify if she's looking for the same person." "I have a photo in my office if you guys want to come in." Ruart walked back to his office, and soon the gate doors flung open. "Let me grab something from the truck. I'll be back." Noah left. By the time she reached the window of Ruart's office, he was opening the lower window and ushering her forward. Warm air wafted out while the fluorescent lighting highlighted the coats hanging on the wall and the monitors on a desk. Noah jogged back, and before she realized what he had gone to fetch, something soft and comfy draped her shoulders and rubbed against her neck. "You might need this." Her heart squeezed. He had gone back to the truck to bring her a blanket. She snuggled the throw and pulled it up around her neck. "Thank you, Noah." "You're welcome." He stood next to her as Ruert scrolled on his computer before he lifted the laptop to the windowsill for them. "Is he the one?" When she inched closer to see, her shoulders rubbed against Noah's shirt, and he stepped back, leaving her to view the photo by herself. The photo was an ID size of Warren, with his dark hair and striking features. Yes, he's the one. All right, then. Ruert carried his computer to the desk before reaching for the handset and punching in a number. "Let me first check if he's ready for guests." Her legs wobbled as relief washed through her. She had finally arrived. She stepped from the window and walked to Noah to say goodbye. He had his hands tucked into his pants pockets. "Thank you again for your help and for bringing me here." Head cocked to one side, he studied her, and curly eyelashes shadowed his dark eyes brimming with kindness. "Would you like me to stay until you head to the house?" "I'll be okay." She eased off the blanket and handed it back to him. While he insisted she keep it, she didn't want to take his items. She had already consumed a hamburger from him, not to mention his time. But now he needn't stay any longer, since she had arrived at her boyfriend's or his parents' home. She peered at the paved compound and further to the limestone mansion. The big house surely had a spare room for her to stay the night. A dim light illuminated one of the front windows. She wondered which of those rooms was Warren's. Even though she still planned to pay Noah, she couldn't waste any more of his time. "If you could give me your number, then I can pay you later." "You don't need to pay me." She needed to be tactical if she didn't want him to go unpaid. "I'll still take your number. I might call you someday to say aloha." He shook his head, but amusement flashed in his smile and crinkled up his eyes as he pulled a wallet from his pocket and retrieved a business card. She couldn't help but grin while she stared at the card with his name and company. Memorizing numbers came easily for her, but she hadn't thought of doing so with Warren's business card. Buzz Building and Construction. "That's right. This time I memorized your office address and your cell number in case I need to find you." She handed the card back to him. He frowned, likely not trusting she had memorized his number. But he took the card, shook his head again, and waved before he started walking back to the gate. As he approached the open gate, he turned to wave to Ruert, who was still on the phone. Ruert didn't even see Noah's wave. "Yeah, okay." Ruert set the phone handset back in place on his desk. He then walked to the windowsill, and she moved toward him for an update. Noah's truck roared to life. He was already in the warm vehicle and driving off. "Warren is busy right now, but he'll come down and get you when he's ready." She didn't blame Ruert for his hesitation. Warren's delay meant he had to wait with her. "Don't worry." She eyed the corner of the small structure and the evergreen shrubs next to it. "I'll just wait over there. You won't even know I'm here." She wrapped her hands around herself. The cold bit her skin and stung her face. She should have kept the blanket, like Noah had suggested. As she turned to walk to the corner, Ruert shouted for her to wait. He asked if she wanted to wait in his office, but she told him she would be fine. 5 or 10 minutes in the cold wouldn't kill her. He moved to the hook and grabbed one of the jackets, then handed it to her. "You'll need this as you wait." Either Ruert knew Warren would take forever to show up, or he wanted her to stay warm. She eventually assumed it was the first, when the wait felt like an eternity. She walked back and forth to stay warm and fiddled with the prickly pine needles when she got bored. She didn't care that snow still dusted the shrubs. She had never seen snow before coming to Colorado, and she loved how it melted in her fingers. When her fingers got numb from scraping snow off the shrubs with her hands, she tucked her hands in the jacket pockets, walked some more, and leaned against the wall. Ruart's snoring spilled into the silent night, and oh, how she longed for Noah's blanket to wrap around herself. A pencil skirt was the worst outfit for such frigid weather. It never cooled past 51 degrees on the island, so she had never imagined how cold, actual cold, could be. Plus, she hadn't expected to be stranded, or she would have been better prepared. At some point during her wait, she walked to the window and knocked. She asked the guard if he could call Warren again. When he tried to call the house or Warren's extension, no one answered. "What time is it?" she asked. Ruart picked up his cell phone and spoke over a yawn. 10:55. He set his phone on the desk. "You should come back tomorrow. Do you have a place to stay tonight?" "But why can't I just go in the house and surprise him?" She rubbed at her cold fingers. Waiting for Warren to come to the gate didn't make sense. "If I let you in without his permission, I'd lose my job." "Okay, that made sense. Can you tell him to give me my purse at least?" She probably wasn't going home tomorrow. If she got her phone back, she could cancel tomorrow's flight, then call home and let them know she'd be staying another day or two, or whenever she got the computer and her handbag back. As for the car rental, she'd need to extend the days too. Exhausted and drained, she yawned. Sadness threatened to creep in as she touched her cooled cheeks. No, sadness wasn't an option. I am a child of God, like Mom told her so many times. The devil was never happy when God's children were happy, so moping wouldn't solve her problems. Noah was her only contact in town. "Is it okay if I borrow your phone, please?" She could also call home while she had Ruart's phone, but she felt unstable and emotionally charged. She might end up confessing her dilemma, and what better way to prove to her parents that she wasn't ready to face the world on her own? Look at you now. Yes, unfortunately, it was the truth. She couldn't take care of herself. She was supposed to run the family business with her brother someday. Yet she was far from being a leader. She wasn't even capable of keeping herself safe on a short trip and staying in a warm bed at the hotel like she should be now. Chapter 4. The cotton bed sheets rustled as, exhausted, Noah tossed and turned. Clasping his hands behind his head, he stared at the ceiling in the dark bedroom and fought worries about Ena. He had stayed down the road, hoping she'd call or text to let him know she had reunited with her boyfriend, but that hadn't been the case. Either she was too thrilled by her reunion to think of his concern, or she hadn't memorized his number as she had claimed. Had Ruart even said whether Warren was home or not? Even if Warren wasn't home, Ruart would see to it that Ena was safe in a hotel in town. No, she couldn't stay in a hotel when she didn't have money. Noah tossed his covers to the side and sat up. The digital clock on the nightstand lit the numbers in red, 10:59. While he sat there staring at them, his cell phone lit up next to the clock before it vibrated. Snatching it, he tapped the screen to answer without checking to see who was calling. Relief and questions danced in his mind when a soft, feminine voice sounded. "Hello again," she hesitated. "It's me, Ena." "I know." His mom and sister were the only women who called him this late, and he knew their voices. "Sorry if I woke you up." He ran a hand over his hair, allowing her time to speak or thank him again, since she seemed to go beyond gratification. When she didn't say anything, he spoke in response to her comment. "You didn't wake me up." Do you think you can help me find a place to stay tonight?" His heart raced. Had Warren told her to get lost? Did she get her handbag back? He started with the most important. "Are you okay?" "Everything is good. I just don't have my purse yet." Noah stood and walked toward the door to turn on the light. "Where are you?" "Still where you left me." What a silly question. Since she didn't have a phone, the only explanation would be that she had borrowed Rupert's. "I'll be right there." He was already changing out of his pajama pants and into sweats while he sandwiched the phone between his shoulder and ear to get his tennis shoes from the closet. "Take your time driving. I'll be fine." He hoped she was fine and not pretending to be. "I know you'll be fine." She sounded calm, but she was the type of person who was fine even under intense circumstances. His sister, Briar, would freak out if left stranded, but again, Ena was from a different world, loaded with trust. With no traffic that late, getting to the Driscoll residence didn't take long. Besides almost running over an elk in the winding road, Noah made the normally hour-long drive in less than 30 minutes. He left the engine running, and as he stepped out of the truck, Ena sprinted toward the closed gate. The jacket she was wearing hung loosely on her, and the breeze blew her long dark hair as she waved and bounced on her toes. He didn't have to strain his eyes under the bright gate lights to know she was smiling with her frighteningly childlike innocence. As he approached, the gate swung open toward her, and she stepped back a few inches. She hugged herself, seeming cold. "Thanks for coming for me." The frigid air seeped through his long-sleeved T-shirt. She hadn't been kidding about memorizing the contents on his business card. "I'm glad you remembered my number." "I told you I'd remember." A thrill rang through her voice before she eased out of the jacket and ran back to the gatehouse window, where she set it and spoke to Rupert. "Thank you for letting me borrow your phone, too. You're so nice." "Good luck," Rupert waved to her, then to Noah, and wished them a good night. Ena didn't leave the window, and as he waited by the gate, he could hear her confirming the best time to return tomorrow. Why didn't Warren show up? The question screamed at Noah, but he held it back. Surely Ena would fill him in. With her arms hugging herself as if to keep warm, he sped ahead to open the passenger door for her. "Is it always this cold here?" Her teeth chattered as she approached the vehicle. "This is winter for you." It had been a mild one this year. He put out his hand to help her climb into the truck. "I've never been to Hawaii, but I assume you don't get snow." "It's mostly warm on the island." She slid her hand into his, hers cold, yet like earlier when he had helped her out of his truck, something unusual stirred in his stomach. Whatever it was, he dismissed it when she thanked him and commented about the height of his F-250. On his way to the driver's seat, he remembered the blanket in the back. He usually kept it in the truck, as a habit he had learned from his years in Boy Scouts to always be prepared. So he opened the back door to grab it for her, then tossed the blanket to her once he sat. "Here's your blanket." "You're extra nice." She buckled in and spread the blanket over her pencil skirt. "I'm nice like all the people you've met." He doubted she had ever encountered anyone bad in her life. Warren might be the first, if he hadn't changed from her nice list yet. "I added extra for you, because you've gone above and beyond." His insides warmed. "Thank you." He buckled himself in, started backing out of the paved driveway, and somehow kept the urgent curiosity out of his tone. "What happened?" Through the corner of his eye, he saw her pulling the blanket up to her shoulders, so he cranked up the heat in the cab. "Warren said he was coming, but I think he got busy and tired." Those shoulders slumped, and Noah ached for her. Ruert tried calling after some time, but no one answered. A burning sensation tightened his chest as Noah entertained the idea of whipping a U-turn and going against Ruert's rules to burst into Warren's room. Although he had worked on the house, Noah didn't know which room was Warren's, but the housekeeper was good friends with Mom. He'd keep that in mind if he needed to bust into the house. It was a shame Warren had coasted along in his dad's accounting firm in Colorado Springs. But he had quit in the fall, and Noah had no idea what he did lately. The few times Noah had seen him in town, Warren was cruising in a convertible with girls who had paid ridiculous sums to keep their looks and attire outstanding. It didn't add up. Why had Warren convinced Ena she was his girlfriend? Taking her belongings was a crime, and stealing a woman's handbag would be low for someone like him. Maybe Warren didn't know the purse and computer were in the car. "You're so quiet. Did I say something wrong?" Her concerned voice jarred Noah from his thoughts. He cleared his throat as he drove around a sharp curve. "No, you said everything right." He was driving 10 miles per hour slower than he had driven to come for her. This time he was careful to not run over any night creatures. "If I may ask, what kind of car did you rent?" "I don't know cars very well, but Warren called it a Z4 or something like that. It was a sleek 2-passenger car, fancier than what I drive at home." With her sensible, almost strict clothes and unassuming manner, he couldn't see her renting a sleek car. "Warren went with me to the rental company and helped me pick it out." Was all Noah could say as she solved his curiosity. "Why are you saying that?" Finally, off of the winding road, he stole a glance at her, but he couldn't make out her expression in the dark, so he refocused on the road. It wasn't his place to judge or to tell her what he thought of Warren. He didn't know Warren beyond Mr. Driscoll's concerns and Noah's few encounters with the guy. But neither satisfied Noah that he was Ena's type. So he said, "Sometimes I don't know what to say, so I just blurt out, Just because he had made bad choices in his past relationships didn't mean everyone was like him. He wasn't good at reading people, and he hadn't gotten the memo that Chloe wasn't in love with him until he had seen her madly in love with someone else. He pushed a button on the radio so he didn't have to be talking or giving advice. Santa Baby, one of his least favorite songs, played. But at least it chased the silence from the cab. As he slowed to take a left, Main Street's twinkling lights glowed in the distance, and Ena spoke over the music. "I don't like this song. She just wants fancy things and doesn't care about love or—" Noah punched the button to turn off the radio. "I don't like it either." But he sure liked her honesty. They arrived at a 4-way intersection. One road would lead to Main Street, and another would lead 5 miles to the B&B. "I'm taking you to the Eron bed and breakfast." "That's your Main Street down there," she pointed toward the lit lights. If he wasn't in a hurry to get her lodging, he'd drive down Main Street for a tour. The late hour offered the perfect time to view its holiday enchantment, with not a single car or person on the street. "Yes, that's downtown." "It's so beautiful." She leaned closer to the window, reaching out to touch the glass as if she could hold on to the sight. "You should have Warren bring you there sometime." Noah drove toward their destination. "I'll come and shop for some clothes." She stopped herself with a huff and slumped back into her seat. "When I get my purse." "Warren will be home in the morning. I can run you there on my way to work." Her doe eyes blinked at him, impossible to miss even in his peripheral vision. "You would do that for me?" Why did she seem so surprised? "I want you to get your things. When do you need to take the car back to the rental company?" "Tomorrow morning, but that's not going to happen." She sank back into the seat and hugged her arms across her chest as she listed the things she needed to do tomorrow, including the flight she needed to cancel and the luggage she needed to have stored at her hotel. If you live in Hawaii, why come this far for a conference? It's the biggest accounting conference, and they move it to different cities each year. Her voice dipped lower. This was my first time attending the conference or traveling from the island by myself. As Noah arrived at the B&B, he couldn't keep from frowning when he didn't see the Christmas decorations he had seen while driving past 2 days ago. With his headlights being the only source of light, he pulled into the empty lot and parked before the old Victorian. "This hotel is dark," Ena whispered. "If I hadn't driven by 2 days ago, I'd assume it was abandoned." Carol and her husband Bill stayed at the brick house next to the B&B. "I'm going to go see why they don't have the lights on, or a single customer on a weekend." "I'll come with you." Ena pushed open the passenger door. Noah opened his door and jogged to her side just as she was turning sideways in her seat. She accepted his offered hand, and he helped her down. With the throw wrapped around her, she walked beside him as carefree as if they had walked beside each other before. "Watch your step." Realizing how dark it was, he pulled out his phone to use the flashlight app. "I kind of liked walking in the dark better." She danced a few steps, her tone as light as her feet. "But you're smart to use a flashlight, so I don't trip over you." "If anything, I'd be the one tripping over you." His tennis shoes would crunch over her flats. At the white door he knocked, and as they waited, she asked why they didn't go to another hotel. "We only have 2 motels in town. I'll take you to the other one if this doesn't work out. I'm keeping a mental note of all the expenses I owe." While she tallied the dinner bill, gas and mileage costs for his driving, and the lodging fees, Noah didn't bother arguing any more. He'd help anyone who needed it, and when Ena paid him, he'd decline. Soon the front door half opened, and he shielded his face from the bright flashlight directed at his face. "Noah, what brings you here this late?" Carol's voice croaked as she lowered the flashlight to his shoes and Ena's flats right next to his. His frown returned. "Is your power out?" "A tree knocked down our power lines in yesterday's wind. I've called the utility company, and they've promised to make it out here tomorrow afternoon. But we've had to send all our customers to the motel. I doubt they have any more rooms." Carol then lifted the flashlight beam closer to Ena, who stood there watching their exchange. "You must be new." "Yes, I'm Ena." A puff of cold air shimmered around her face as she spoke in her soft voice. Her round lips curved upward with that unstoppable joyfulness. "Well, welcome to town, Ena. How long are you staying?" "I'm not sure about my plans." "If there's no room at the Eron Motel, Noah will surely let you stay at his guest house." He had never invited Carol to his house for her to know he had a guest house, but Carol and Mom were friends. Plus, small-town rumors got around, especially for anyone who interacted with the community folks. "You're in good hands with Noah." "Thanks, Carol." Noah cut in and wished Carol a good night. He didn't need to give her any ideas or assumptions, and he and Ena still had a long night if they needed to drive to the motel in hopes of finding a vacancy. "You have a guest house?" Ena tilted her face toward him as they walked back to the truck. "Can I stay there so you don't have to pay for a hotel?" He would have suggested his guest house before driving her to the B&B, but he had just met Ena. He didn't want her to fear he had hidden motives for offering her a place to stay. Does it ever cross your mind that some people might have bad intentions when they offer to help you? "Every now and then, but I don't think you have bad intentions." No wonder Warren had stolen from her. "Tell me more about your guest house." She scooted along. Was she skipping? And ignored his concerns about her safety. He wouldn't want to be her father. The man must be in a constant state of panic. It's not in the best shape. I still need to finish the closets and add appliances in the kitchen. He wanted it to be a livable place so his parents could move in when they got older and needed extra care. My mom had a heart attack. Oh no! She put a hand in front of him to stop him from taking a step forward. Is she okay? She truly cared. Somehow her genuine concern touched something hard and cold inside him, melting it. It was almost 3 years ago, but she's fine now. I'm glad. She resumed walking. Does she stay with you? She lives with my dad and my sister. They're not too far from me, just 10 miles away. God had used Zach Eron to save Mom's life, and that turning point helped Noah freely surrender Chloe to Zach. It seemed right to let her go to a man who was in love with her as much as she was in love with him. Although he had put on a fuss with Zach, Noah hadn't had the right to make Chloe feel guilty for falling in love. As they drove another 13 miles to his house, he twisted his hands on the steering wheel. He had better make sure Ena didn't have high expectations about the place. The bed is very basic. As long as it's warm. Staying warm won't be a problem. The furnace worked well. The master bedroom in the 3-bedroom guest house had a bed, though no dresser, nightstand, or other furnishings anywhere. But he had extra blankets in his house he could bring her. He had only bought the bed a few weeks ago when his aunt and uncle planned to visit for Thanksgiving. Sadly, their plans fell through. When they got home, Noah helped her along the walk to the guest house, stomping down the crusty snow a bit to keep her little feet from sinking into it. He hadn't shoveled after the last snowstorm. Now the snow was frozen solid and crunchy. He'd have to do something about that in the morning. He stomped snow from his tennis shoes and fumbled for the light switch beside the door, then moved to turn up the furnace. 50 degrees keep the pipes safe, but it wasn't warm enough for her to be comfortable. Being unlived in, the place still smelled like paint, even 3 months after he had painted. Cream for the bedrooms and living room, and a soft white for the 2 bathrooms. As they stopped by the master bathroom, he stood at the door and turned on the lights, revealing the bare room and naked bed. The doorway was small, yet Ena seemed comfortable standing beside him. The blanket in her hand brushed against his arm. It was just a blanket, but his heart jolted, knowing that, if it weren't for the blanket, her arm would be brushing against his. He entered the bathroom to create space between them. The cabinets and glass shower door had no knobs or handles yet. As you see, it's a work in progress. Her radiant smile glowed. I love works in progress. She then touched the wall next to the switch. You just painted. It's beautiful. Her gratitude made his chest puff. I'll go get you some towels, blankets, and bed sheets. He walked past her and back to the bedroom. My sister keeps some of her clothes here. I'll bring a few if you want to change into something comfortable. She spun around, her jaw dropping before she wagged a finger at him. Are you trying to say I'm not dressed comfortably? His heart warmed. I can tell you're very comfortable, especially since she had left her shoes by the entrance. Now her nylon-covered toes slipped each time they hit the hardwood flooring. He took a step backward. I'm getting you uncomfortable clothes. Back in his house, he rummaged through Briar's chest of drawers for a couple of sweats and 2 T-shirts. Briar stayed the night at his house whenever she had a conflict with their parents. He also took the blue turtleneck sweater in case Ena wanted to dress in something warmer tomorrow. Briar's clothes wouldn't be snug on Ena by any means. She was petite even compared to Briar's slender frame. Since Ena mentioned her need to make calls to the hotel and adjust the date of her flight, he took one of his spare work phones that connected to the office line. Whenever his personal assistant was sick, Noah had to answer the work calls. After tossing the clothes and towels in his duffel bag, he added an unused bar of soap, then grabbed bedding, pillows, and an extra blanket from the closet, and returned to the guest house. He gave the door a gentle tap with the back of his knuckles before letting himself in. To the left, drawers were opening and closing, and he caught her rummaging through the kitchen. "I don't think you'll find anything in there." She stood and spun around, planting one hand on her hip. "I'm looking for cleaning supplies so I can clean my mess before I leave tomorrow." As he walked toward her in the kitchen, he assured her it wasn't necessary, aware she couldn't do much to mess up the unfinished place. He then handed her the bag of clothes and bed sheets, set the blankets on the counter, and passed along the phone from his other hand. "In case you need to make some calls, it's my work phone. Just ignore any calls. Not that anyone would call him at night, but just in case." "Thank you." She set the bag on the hardwood floor and the phone on the plywood counter, still awaiting its granite cladding, then leaned against it. When she tilted her head, her dough-brown gaze seeped into his, and he blinked a few times, struggling to hold her gaze. "Have I told you how nice you are?" "I've lost count." It was one of her favorite words to say. She chuckled. As much as he hated to admit it, her sweet laugh was starting to grow on him. Her face turned serious. "I meant it when I said you're nice." His heart skipped a beat. He had yet to hear or meet a bad person on Ena's list, but against his control, his lips parted. "You're nice, too." "I haven't done anything for you to earn that title." He just knew. "You don't have to do anything." Her attitude proved her sweet kindness. He could imagine her rescuing stray kittens and spiders or anything else in her path. Wide brown eyes sparkled beneath the recessed kitchen light. Besides Mom and Briar, Noah hadn't hung out with a woman or had dinner with one for a long time. Even the spontaneous meal he had shared with Ena had been surprisingly enjoyable. He swallowed. It was past time to make his exit. "See you in the morning?" "What time do you go to work?" He had no idea why she asked, but he needed to oversee the subcontractors at the hospital. He also had a residential home in the Black Hills to check and ensure the electrician finished his job. Thank God for December and winter in general, when his job was less demanding and he could take days off on snowy days. 9:30. Why? "I would offer to make you breakfast, but," she shrugged, "I don't have any supplies." "Or your handbag," to buy whatever she needed. "We'll grab breakfast in town if we leave at 8. Will that work?" "I'll be up and ready to go by 7:30. She bowed her head in what might be a cultural farewell ritual. "Good night." "Good night." He was already turning and speeding for the door. He stepped on her shoes and bent to reach for them and set them to the side. Suddenly hot, he was furious. His heart was racing by the time he escaped and closed the door. Last time he got entangled with a woman, he had been dumped and fell hard. He wasn't sure he had gotten off the ground since Chloe. Ena was already with Warren, or at least she was fond of him. The last thing Noah needed was to befriend her and open up his heart to someone who was chasing another man. The sooner he took her to Warren, the better for him and everyone else involved. Less heartache that way. Chapter 5. When Noah knocked at the guest house the next day at 8, as promised, Ena was ready to go. Unlike last night, when he walked beside her in the B&B parking lot, today he kept his stride twice as long as hers, seemingly having no interest in walking close to her. She tried to catch up as she scurried along the narrow curved path to the truck he had parked in the guest house driveway. When he reached the truck, there was no point in tripping in the crunchy snow to catch up, so she slowed her steps and took in the overcast sky, then breathed deeply of air so fresh and light and crisp, she wondered how anyone ever got enough of it. Thanks to the turtleneck sweater and heavy insulated coat he had let her borrow, she felt warm. Brisk air bit against her legs, and she regretted not wearing the sweats instead of her pencil skirt and the tights she had hand-washed with a bar soap last night. But she needed to appear presentable if she saw Warren, and ended up meeting his parents today. The guest house had a similar rustic and contemporary overtone as the main house a few yards away. If Noah built that house, he should be featured in a magazine, but then he probably already had been, because his house looked better than the ones in the magazines at the resort's guest lounge. The outstanding two-story architecture rose from the rocky ground, varying from all-glass natural stone or copper-like paneled walls to several angled copper roofs. The colors alone offset it in fascinating shades of bright elegance. Yet it somehow seemed to blend into the rustic world, the boulders interspersed with the stone walkways and front steps, molding it in place, while snow dusted its roofs and the expansive grounds around the paths. She hadn't realized she had stopped walking until Noah sneezed. "Bless you." "Thanks." He opened the passenger door. Still mesmerized, she absorbed the expansive snow-covered grounds. Beyond the trees behind his house, more evergreen and leafless trees shivered in the frigid morning. Mist rose along the valley, and the winding path to the cabin, nestled among pines on the south side, beckoned. Her chest swelled as she tried to absorb it all at once. Had she ever seen anything so magical? Her gaze flitted to the truck. Noah peered at the snowy slopes as he held the passenger door. His broad shoulders stretched out the checkered button-up shirt beneath the unzipped jacket, while snow dampened the cuffs of his dark pants. She hadn't met a gentleman like him before. But then she hadn't interacted with many men to know the difference. Still, Noah stood out in gentlemanly manners and reminded her of the heartthrobs in the Asian dramas she watched now and then. Standing there now in the daylight, he was way more attractive than she had guessed last night. Did he have a wife? She hadn't checked his finger for a ring. He turned as she approached, and when he held out his palm to her, she scanned his fingers. No ring. Oh, never mind. It was his left hand she should look at. So she did when she pulled his phone from the jacket pocket and handed it over before she accepted his offered hand. "Thank you for letting me use your phone." "You're welcome." She almost stumbled backward, and he steadied her, then nudged her into the truck. As his soapy clean scent intoxicated her, her stomach fluttered as if wings were flapping in it. "Do you need your blanket?" he asked. His eyes, a deep brown, seeped into hers, so she glanced at the vents where heat blew into the cab. As warm as she was feeling, she'd eventually take off the jacket. "As long as I don't have to leave your truck, I'll be fine. The coat should keep you plenty warm, too." She found herself letting out a deep breath when he closed the passenger door before going around to claim the driver's seat. Warren never held the door for her during the rides they had taken in her rental car. He seemed too excited about driving the car to waste time opening and holding a door for her. But again, Noah's truck was a bulldozer compared to the sleek rental, so Warren wouldn't see the need to assist her into the smaller car. "Did you sleep well?" Noah asked as he backed out of the driveway. She nodded. "I even had a dream." She fastened her seatbelt. "That's a sign of good sleep." "A good dream, I hope?" He glanced her way, his lips curled into a warm smile, folding up the edges of his well-trimmed beard. "I was at a party. That can't be bad." She wiggled her cold fingers before the vent. I can't remember the dream enough to know who I was with and what kind of party I was at, but I remember it feeling fun. A party is always good. They drove through the compound and past his house. The landscape with massive rocks by what looked like a garden area was just as outstanding as the house. Your house? Did you build it? It took me a while, but I finally got it done. It's perfect for a show home, if they did that in town. I'm not good at designing things. He waved a hand in the air before gripping the steering wheel with both hands for a curve in the road. I got some help. He credited the architects and landscapers, even though he did the work himself. When they turned onto a long road, although snow covered the ground alongside it, the road was clear enough to reveal it was paved. As they drove, they passed ranch-style homes nestled in the woods. They were smaller than Noah's. The silence should be comfortable, since it was part of her lifestyle at the resort, but she squirmed in her seat, aware of Noah's presence, his exhales and inhales. I really like your house. They were far from his house, but that was all she could think of. It's a bit quiet, but I like it too. He spoke without looking away from the road. The area was more populated now. She had even seen a street sign at the last crossroad they passed. Since you don't have any immediate neighbors, did you have to pay for the paved road? Getting the road paved was a priority. Makes it easier to get the snowplows here. Those must be the machines that cleared from the road. She had seen two when she and Warren drove to a restaurant in Colorado Springs during one of their evenings together. Stretching her fingers to the vent, she wiggled in her seat again. This silence was nothing like at the resort. At the diner, he had said he was a contractor. Maybe she could ask more about his work and job title. It would be better than being quiet, after all. She tucked her hair behind her ears. What exactly do contractors do? He kept his gaze on the road, taking longer to respond. She rubbed her hands together. It sure would make the ride awkward if he didn't answer. I'm in charge of the day-to-day operations and deadlines for my building sites. He talked about the architects, carpenters, electricians, framers, plumbers, and subcontractors he worked with on various projects. Did you go to school to become a contractor? Or had he picked it up as a hobby later in life? He shrugged. It wasn't necessary for me to go to college, but I needed to learn site prep and how to read architectural and design plans for permits. Not only was Noah confident, but also his voice was calm and soothing, the kind she wouldn't tire of listening to. She relaxed back into her seat, the heated cushion and his warm responses helping her shed her jitters. With the drive now peaceful, they meandered past more homes spread apart from each other. Deep woods, dark with towering pines and sweeping firs, beckoned her to explore a new world, while cows and horses hinted at the town's placid atmosphere. The town looked small. How did you find work? I stay busy. Since I'm the only contractor in town, I have several current projects. Right now, we're working on a new hospital wing, and we've almost completed the nursing home. Besides that, we have 2 residential homes going, but winter slows down a bit. From the fit guy she had seen on the Fix-It shows with her brother while he was fixing up his home, she pictured Noah swinging a hammer or axe. He had probably acquired his muscular build from hours of hard work. You should show me where you work sometime. Oops, she hadn't meant to blurt that out. That's what Mom meant when she said Ena needed a filter. Really? When Noah looked away from the road briefly to glance at her, she nodded. It would be boring for you, although maybe a construction site wouldn't be as fun as the TV Fix-Its made it look. If you give me an axe to demolish a wall, I'll love it. He chuckled, his brows rising, the golden sheen to his dark skin enticing her fingers to touch him. Then he sent her another glance with those twinkling eyes. Have you ever done such a task before? I wanted to when my brother fixed his house. She told him of the Fix-It shows she had watched with Akira. He wouldn't let me because he thought I'd get hurt. Sounds like he's a good brother. Is he younger or older than you? He's 30. He was a good brother when he wasn't bossy. 3 years older than me. If you're still in town, I can arrange for you to come to one of my sites. As his easygoing manner relaxed her, Ena could get used to him spoiling her with her requests. You'd do that for me? He shrugged. It's not a big deal. He made a turn to another road where ranch homes nestled between the pine and random naked branched trees. A few miles further down, they drove past trailer homes clustered together, as if needing each other's support to brave the elements. Several minutes later, Noah drove her to the diner where they had met and had their dinner last night. Inside, they slid into one of the center booths while other people chatted in nearby booths and Christmas music jangled from the speakers. Somehow it seemed too early in the day for the cheerful tunes about reindeer and snowmen and sleighs, but at least she could understand the references better now, having experienced winter here, and the smell of eggs and fried food suited the morning and made her mouth water. Isn't this out of your way? She had thought they'd eat on Main Street. It's the only place to eat unless you want your boyfriend to dump you. Why? Noah blew out a breath, then drummed his hands on the nicked wooden tabletop. This town loves social media. If we're seen having breakfast together, we'll be the topic of the day on several local sites. You don't want Warren to find out through gossip. If Warren found her through the town gossip, that would make their job of tracking him down much easier. I don't mind being on social media. I do. His low words were a whisper laced with hurt. He then reached for the menu that must stay on the table all the time and handed it to her. What would you like to eat? She wasn't starving, but she had to eat something in case she ended up stuck again like yesterday. However, she couldn't ignore the hurt she had sensed in Noah's voice. Although she wasn't on social media, she wasn't against it, and if Noah had rumors spread about him, he must be an important person who had hidden in the small town. His house alone fit the celebrity type. She cocked her head, eyeing him, and blurted, "Are you a celebrity?" He guffawed, and the rumble vibrated through her. His teeth were so perfect and white. I've never been a celebrity, and never will be. Oh, she wagged a finger at him. You're wrong about that, mister. To me, you're a celebrity, and a hero who saved me last night. His eyes warmed as she spoke, so she shoved the laminated paper menu to the side and leaned forward, flattening her palms on the thick table. Her heartbeat quickened, the desire to know if he was hurt, and who hurt him flaring through her. Ena wasn't one for revenge, but besides her family, Noah was the nicest person she had ever met. He was on top of her long nice list. He just let her stay at his guest house, and now he was feeding her and helping her find Warren. Even if she had no good advice, she could be a sounding board. Did someone sabotage you on social media? He dismissed her when he turned his gaze toward the counter, probably in search of the server or Jack, who hadn't been there to greet them when they walked in. When Noah finally turned back to her, she arched her brow, urging him to answer. I'm a good listener sometimes. His lips quirked. Are you now? She nodded. It wasn't sabotage, but I'm sure you'll be the next topic if you stay longer than 36 hours. Akira wasn't the only one who had a Facebook account at home. Even so, he barely had time to relax and mess with his phone. Rumors on social media wouldn't harm her when she was leaving anyway. With Noah's one-lined responses, it must be a girl he rejected. I'm going to assume your rejection led her to post things about you? He frowned. Huh? The girl on social media. Light gleamed in the deep pools of his eyes as he reached for the menu and handed it to her again. Let's focus on eating and getting you to your destination. Right. There it was again. No filter. Her need to care sometimes rubbed people the wrong way, but she had better not pester him. So she ducked her head, letting her hair slip around her face, and traced the worn-away K+T someone had long ago carved inside a heart on the wooden tabletop. At last, the waitress appeared at their table. 20 minutes later, Noah prayed for their food, and they ate. Ena had green tea and a vegetable omelet, while he had ordered coffee and a breakfast skillet. He asked if she had called her family last night. Yes, and I told them I needed a few days to explore the nearby town with my new friends. She had called at midnight. Well, 7:50 on the island. She had kept the call brief, with it almost time for Mom and Dad to get off work. Dad had panicked that she had left the hotel, and Mom wanted her to be careful and promised to keep praying for her safety. "So you lied to them?" Cocking his head to one side and putting his strong jaw into focus, Noah set down his steaming coffee cup. "No," but her chest twinged. "I didn't exactly lie." Okay, so she never told them about Warren and her purse and laptop. Surely by now her phone battery was dead. So she had told Mom that when she asked why Ena wasn't using her cell phone. She shifted in her seat, and a cut in the vinyl bench pinched in the back of her knees through her tights. She edged sideways until it stopped scratching at her. "You're my new friend. That counts." His brow lifted, his mouth curving into a heartwarming smile. "I'm glad I'm your new friend." So was she, especially when they drove to Warren's home and walked to the gate, and the daytime gatekeeper told them Warren left an hour ago. The cold air blowing snow around them seemed to be blowing inside her. Ena's mouth opened to ask how and when he would be back, and what he had been driving, but she felt frozen until Noah asked the security guard the same question. "It's not like he tells me his schedule." The lanky gatekeeper shrugged, seeming more curt and less friendly than Ruart. Noah pulled out his cell phone and rocked back on his toes. "Can I get Warren's number so we can call him?" But the guard started shaking his head even before Noah finished speaking. "I can't hand out phone numbers. You can leave a message with me, and I can let him know." From last night, Warren knew she had been here. Perhaps he was looking for her. She gripped Noah's arm and leaned around him to smile at the man. Wind tangled her hair across her face, so she tucked it behind her ears. "Did he leave a message for me, Ena Chinen, before he left?" "Nope." She felt like yanking out her hair when she slumped back to Noah's truck. With Noah's back to her, she even allowed herself to kick at a clump of snow. Ouch! The surprisingly hard snow stubbed her toes through her flats. So much for getting rid of her frustration. "I'm so sorry." He stopped walking and touched her shoulder. Her heart squeezed at the warmth of his comforting hand. He matched her slow pace to the truck. She needed to be in the warm truck cab while she thought of a solution. After she sagged into her seat and Noah started driving, she thought as she spoke out loud, "I'm supposed to go home in less than 4 days." Or at least her family would be expecting her to end her extended vacation by then. The airline had been flexible and said she could rebook whenever she was ready to fly, as long as they had availability. "Just let me know how I can help." He had already helped, and she couldn't ask for any more of his time. She zipped and unzipped his jacket she was wearing, needing to think and do something, anything, to wake herself up from this dream, but she couldn't think of what to do and where to go. "Don't worry," his gentle voice soothed her hopeless thoughts. "I'll take you to Love's boutique so that you can hang out with the girls." He talked about his friends, Chloe, the boutique owner, and Jules, the associate and accountant. That got her interest, since she'd have something to talk about with Jules, at least. Sophia uses the upstairs for her realty office, And you might as well take advantage of your time at the boutique and get some shopping done. I've got credit at the store that can pay for your purchases." Shivering, Ena moved her fingers to the heater vent again. She didn't intend to have him spend more money on her, unless it was on food. "They're nice, like you'd say." With his tone light, he used her words against her. "They won't mind having you, even if they are busy during the holiday season. On Saturday, it can get out of hand. Maybe she could convince Chloe to hire her for a day. Perhaps she could get some money to live by until she got her purse back." "Right now, we need to get your luggage from the hotel," Noah said, already carrying her burden like his own. "That's not urgent. I called the hotel last night before calling my parents, and the receptionist agreed to keep it in the office by the front desk. In the meantime, I'll think of how we can find Warren." She kept her tone upbeat even as she clenched and unclenched her fingers. No way would she tell Noah how concerned she was about her computer and the risk of having any passwords compromised. "I'll think too. I don't want you to worry about it, okay?" He drove around the winding road with jutted rocks. Despite his calm tone, she could feel her muscles tightening, and she needed a relaxation exercise. When she turned to look at him, his shoulders were relaxed, and somehow some tension evaporated from her shoulders. He had things under control, and she needed him on her team. "Thank you, Lord, for bringing him into my life." Chapter 6. Morning light streamed through the windows of the 3-story Victorian building, warming the hardwood floors as Ena stepped inside. The posh decor with slick lighting, sleek black shelves and sofas, and glass display cases offered a perfect backdrop for the scent of new clothing and fresh coffee. Too bad coffee didn't taste as good as it smelled. When she had tried it several years ago, the bitter taste forever soured it to her. Approaching 2 women with blonde hair. "Ena, this is Jules, and she's Sophia. They're cousins." That explained the slight resemblance around their greenish eyes. "I was hoping Ena could hang out here with you ladies for the day." "To help," she spoke up, not wanting to seem like she needed to be babysat. Forget getting paid. If they accepted her, she'd be grateful to have a warm place to be for the day. Of course, she had rather spend her day with Noah, but he had work to do. The last thing he needed was her tagging along while he traveled from one construction site to another. "My office is upstairs." Her green eyes bright, Sophia jerked her thumb toward the well-polished, dark wooden stairs nestled in a narrow-paneled stairwell. "I'm the cool kid in the building." "You'll be bored to death." Jules waved a hand to cut off Sophia's words, then gestured to several racks of clothing. Her eyes, hazel, not as green as her cousin's, gleamed. "We could use some help in the boutique. The 2 weeks leading up to Christmas Eve can be brutal." Ena hadn't expected them to need her help, let alone both of them to want her. She also didn't want to hurt anyone by choosing one over the other. So she glanced at Sophia, who was now adjusting her designer navy purse on her shoulder as she stood by the glass counter. Ena's gaze then flitted to Jules, who was already moving hangers on the rack and rearranging blouses by color. "I can help you both," Ena finally said. "Don't worry." Sophia slid her purse off her shoulder and plunked it onto the counter, the leather smudging the glass. "For Chloe's sake, I'll let you help in the boutique." "Well," Noah cleared his throat. Standing right in front of her, he lifted his hands in question, speaking for her ears alone. "What can I say? You're popular." Her stomach fluttered at his genuine praise. "Thank you for going above and beyond, for helping her get here. I'll be back to bring you lunch." Even as she wanted to argue, she couldn't. She had no money, and she would need to eat. "See you," she bowed out of respect for him, something her dad did to people he respected. Noah was honorable. In the mere hours she had spent in his company, she could see how different he was. Before he left, he told Sophia and Jules he'd be bringing them lunch, too. "You'll have to call Renzo and let him know," Jules said. As the accountant spoke to Noah, Ena learned Renzo was her husband and had planned to bring the girls lunch that day. After Noah left and Sophia headed upstairs, Jules walked her through the boutique's main level and pointed out the items they needed to unbox and the things they should put on display. "We'll start with scarves, gloves, and hats. They're in high demand right now." "I'm happy to help." Ena needed a distraction from overthinking about her computer that could already be in the wrong hands if Warren pulled it out of the car and forgot it somewhere. "I have Danny helping downstairs, and if he's done early, he can come and help you as well." Jules peered along the row of boxes stacked against the wall. 2 more associates should be here soon. If customers come before then, just ask if they need your help with anything. Ena smoothed down her blouse. Noah's jacket hung loosely over it, and her skirt was very basic, compared to the fashionable sweaters and dresses on display. She fiddled with the skirt, making sure the seams were lined up right at her sides. I have no clue about fashion, though you can probably see that." Laughing, Jules patted her own gray long-sleeved V-neck shirt over dark leggings. "Makes 2 of us, but it doesn't matter. As long as you point people in the right direction to what they want, which reminds me, you'll find the store map over there in case you need it." She then pointed out where everything they sold was located. Men's clothing and shoes were downstairs. Ena paid less attention to the downstairs directions since they already had an associate managing that station. "The section over there," Jules gestured toward the wall closer to the entrance as she talked about the clothes Chloe had designed, and then nodded to the retail clothing section. The high-end jewelry was at the front in the glass case, and the handmade jewelry and scarves by local artists had a table in one of the sections. "I'm going to my office to catch up on spreadsheets for online orders. If you need anything, let me know." Although she seemed nice, she reminded Ena of the auditors at the resort. They kept a business outlook and wasted no time chatting. After she eased out of Noah's jacket and tossed it over one of the boxes against the wall, ready to take on the day in stride, anticipation coursed through Ena. "This is the day that the Lord has made," she whispered as her favorite song and Bible verse rang in her mind. Nothing was going to steal her joy. Just because things hadn't gone as planned didn't mean God wasn't in control. She had seen the section with scarves and a basket of gloves, but since Jules mentioned local artists crafted some of those, Ena needed clarification on whether or not she was supposed to stock the ones she unboxed there. So she ducked into the office to ask Jules. "Perfect," Jules said, then stared around the back to the kitchenette space where a coffee pot was brewing on the counter. "If you need coffee, help yourself." Ena touched her full stomach. "Noah took me out to breakfast, but thank you." It was quiet in the store. With the Christmas tree nestled by the seating area beyond the counter, it seemed like the kind of store that played background music, so she asked. Jules shrugged. "Actually, we do. Chloe always gets that going when she shows up, but I'll take care of it." "Soon I'll be home for Christmas," floated over Ena's head. She craned her neck toward the ceiling's wooden beams, seeking out the speakers in the corners. Having a silent resort meant spending hours on a quiet property. Even during Christmas time, they only played music during certain times in the day. The noise had jarred her during breakfast, but by the time they had left the diner, she had gotten into the upbeat feeling. Being here and hearing music any time of the day could be a bonus. But as she listened to the song and ripped open a box, she couldn't help but wonder if she would be home for Christmas. If she kept failing to find Warren come Christmas, she'd still be on a wild goose chase. It wouldn't hurt if she tried a different Christmas tradition somewhere new. Noah came to mind. How did he spend his Christmas? Probably with family, since they lived close to him, just like Ena's family did, except Ena shared the same roof with them. Christmas was low-key on the island. They always went to Christmas Eve service and had a big dinner with the resort guests on Christmas Day. New Year's Eve was their big celebration when the resort was closed for 2 days, and they celebrated with family and friends. Pulling out scarves and hanging them on the racks soothed her with its repetitive, undemanding actions. Every so often the door dinged and people walked in and out. She called for Jules whenever someone wanted to buy something, but some customers simply came to peruse the jewelry through the glass shelf and walk through the clothing aisles. No one needed her help shopping. Almost an hour later, one associate arrived, so Ena wouldn't have to be responsible for giving fashion advice. At some point, a beautiful woman with brown skin breezed in with 2 bags. A handsome man towered behind her, carrying a box. Ena dashed toward the door to offer help. "You must be Ena," the woman smiled as she let Ena take one of the bags. "I'm Chloe, and this is my husband, Zach." "Hi, Ena." Zach edged around her with his box to the seating area, where he deposited it on the circular white rug between the sofas. Ena followed Chloe to set the bags down beside it. "Nice to meet you." Zach put out his hand for her, and she shook it. His eyes matched the emerald pendant dangling from Chloe's neck. Chloe motioned for Ena to stay, so she waited as Chloe thanked her husband for the help. Then Zach pulled his wife in his arms and planted a chaste kiss on her lips. The way they looked at each other made Ena doubt what she thought she knew about love. Nobody ever looked at her with such affection. She had to walk toward the clothes and busy herself as if arranging blouses. They were already perfect, but she had to do something. "It was nice to meet you, Ena." Zach's voice got her looking up, and she waved as a response. She rarely saw people with green eyes, but she had seen 3 in one day. Okay, too, since Jules' eyes were hazel rather than deep green. When the doorbell dinged Zach's exit, Chloe approached. She looked like a designer in her multicolored sweater with 3 fashionable buttons lined on the side of her waistline. "I like your sweater." "Thanks," Chloe beamed. "I made it." "You're so talented." Ena couldn't imagine sewing a piece of clothing and turning it into something wearable. "I can tell you have hidden talents in things I can't do, too." Chloe touched Ena's shoulder. "Noah wants you to get some clothes or anything you would like." Ena shook her head and fumbled with the neckline of her blouse. "He forgot to tell you I don't have my wallet." Chloe tilted her head to the side and spiraling curls bounced alongside her cheeks. "Noah told me. I'm so sorry about that." She had the most expressive dark eyes. They dimmed now as her full cheeks fell. "I can't go without my purse for 3 hours, let alone 24 or more." In Ena's case, it was starting to look that way. Chloe must be a close friend if Noah shared Ena's dilemma. "I owe Noah." With a wave of her hand, Chloe spoke of the work Noah did in the boutique and how, in exchange, she repaid by giving things to any of Noah's family and friends. Ena spun around to survey the long row of tops. Although she hadn't had the chance to browse the clothes, she could find several designs she liked. But she'd be getting her luggage soon anyway. "I'm just glad to help out today." Chloe didn't pester her into getting clothes, and Ena appreciated it when Chloe asked her to join her by the seating area to unpack the new inventory she had designed. While helping, Chloe pulled out her cell phone and asked Ena what she wanted for lunch. Noah wants to know. She was enjoying eating new things, and she wasn't hungry yet. Tell him to surprise me. Chloe smiled as she typed the text. Ena ran her fingers over a soft yellow jumpsuit with eyelet trim, then added it to the stack of others in different sizes, and reached for a pair of flowy pants designed like a split skirt from exquisite, flowery fabric. Chloe created clothes that suited Ena's tastes. When Ena started on the box of sweaters, she wanted the buckled, high-collar pullover. The fabric cuddled against her fingers, inviting her to snuggle into it. The maroon one was a petite in her size. How expensive would something like this be? You made all these? Breathless, she held the sweater up. If you stay in town long enough, I can show you how to make one. Ena's shoulders fell. She wouldn't be a fast learner. Any hobby that required using her hands for creativity, she was terrible at. My landlord is a seamster. Chloe spoke fondly about her Japanese landlord, surprising Ena that there was another Japanese resident in the small town. She hadn't seen any Asians in the big city of Colorado Springs, let alone in such a remote town. When Chloe asked about Ena and her family, Ena told about her parents' resort. My dad is Japanese. Chloe smiled. Have you ever been to Japan? Just twice. Chloe was so easy to talk to that Ena felt she had known her forever. She asked about Chloe, her husband, and their families. Apparently, Chloe had twin toddlers who were currently in the care of a nanny. She switched the conversation back to Ena, concern evident in her flawless face when she relayed what Noah had told her about Ena's first day in town. Chloe insisted she would pay Ena for her time at the shop that day. No wonder Noah had brought her to Love's Boutique. He trusted Chloe would be good company for her. During her time with Chloe, Ena learned something. There were two kinds of nice people, those who were outgoing and easy to talk to, and those who genuinely cared and were interested in knowing and helping you. Noah and Chloe fell in the latter category. As for Warren, why had she considered him nice? Okay, he had helped her get the rental car. She had probably better not compare him to Noah and Chloe, or Warren would come up short. She'd need more time to know what category he fell into. He didn't show up at the gate when he said he would. Had she clarified her name with Ruart? Warren may not have understood, so she'd have to give him the benefit of the doubt. Besides, he might be in Colorado Springs right now, looking for her anyway. Chapter 7. Again, Noah kept his promise. He showed up at noon with bags of food that wafted savory scents. You are so golden, Chloe said as he set the brown bags on the table. He's one of the good single men left in town. Jules emerged from the back room, her gaze playfully drifting to Ena. He's probably not single anymore. Don't listen to these guys. Noah gripped the back of his neck, clearly embarrassed. Ena's heart skipped at the sweet look he gave her, and she looked down at the table. Chloe was pulling out containers of food with names on each lid. Ena, her name lilted off Noah's tongue. I got you Toscana soup and breadsticks. He pointed to the small bag, which must be her soup. I wasn't sure what you would like. That sounds delicious. She had no idea what Toscana soup was, but she wasn't allergic to anything. Thank you. Somehow she had to struggle to maintain eye contact. The Christmas tree, with its twinkling lights, white ribbons and bows and golden ornaments, was a good place to keep her gaze. Noah called Jules to let her know he had brought the veggie pizza her husband recommended. He had ordered a pasta dish for Chloe, a Cobb salad for Sophia, and sandwiches for the associates. As she texted Sophia to come for lunch, Chloe explained the associates took their lunch break an hour after theirs. But the three friends always ate lunch together. Their husbands took turns bringing them meals. Something twisted in Ena's chest. She wanted friends she had lunch with daily. Yes, she had friends, but busy at the resort, she rarely had time to nurture those friendships. "All right, ladies," Noah saluted them as the trio sat on the black sofas. Ena, as her name rolled off Noah's tongue, her legs felt weak. Leaving her surprised, she looked at him without losing her balance. "Can I talk to you for a sec?" He ushered her towards the door, and she followed, her flats scuffling against the hardwood floor as she locked her hands behind her back. "Thanks again for lunch," the lady spoke over his back. He responded without looking back, walking until he stopped close to the door. The store didn't have any shoppers now. They must all be having their lunch break. "How did it go?" he whispered, as if not wanting the others to hear. "Are you comfortable?" "Chloe is amazing," she whispered to match his voice. Even if she wanted to say everything she had talked to Chloe about, she didn't want Chloe to assume she was gossiping. She hugged her arms around herself and ducked her head, her slippery hair wisping past her neck and swishing over her chest. "Thank you so much for bringing me to the boutique and introducing me to such wonderful people." "Did you get some shopping done?" He thrust his hands in his pockets and rocked back on his heels. Ena could barely calm her racing heart. Fingers a little shaky, she tucked her hair behind her ears. "Chloe is going to pay me. I might buy one of the sweaters sometime." After she got her handbag. She had other plans for her pay from that day. "I'm buying us dinner." His gleaming dark eyes were so soft. "You are?" She nodded, and her hair slipped loose again. He reached as though to tuck it back for her, then shook his head at something and jerked his fingers away. "We'll talk about that when I come to pick you up." He waved, and she waved back, her gaze lingering on the dinging door long after he exited. Then she let out a deep exhale. Had she been holding her breath? When she joined the three women, none of them had started eating as they talked and laughed about something Chloe had said. Even Jules had her head back and her shoulders shaking. Chloe must bring out the best in her, since Ena hadn't had the impression the accountant could relax. Chloe patted the space next to her. "Come join us. Are you comfortable with us praying?" "Oh, I pray too." She scooted into the sofa, pushing herself back until her feet barely reached the floor. "Seems I've done little else these last 2 days." It kept her busy and stopped her from obsessing about finding Warren. "We all have those days." Sophia clasped her hands together. "I'll pray for us." "Lord, we thank you for this food." With a collective amen after her precise and sweet prayer of gratitude, everyone opened their boxed containers. "I didn't talk to you much earlier." Jules wiggled a slice of her pizza loose from the container, a string of gooey cheese stretching back like it didn't want to leave. "I was in a hurry to get the online account situated before my boss showed up." She pointed her pizza toward Chloe. "She's so mean, as you've noticed." Ena chuckled. Chloe obviously didn't have a mean streak in her. Ena lifted a spoonful of her steaming soup to her mouth and winced when the hot liquid burned her tongue. While stirring the spoon through the sausage and collard green soup to cool it, she asked how the girls became friends. "Like I said," Sophia forked the meat in her salad, "I'm the coolest kid." Keeping her tone light, she talked about her cousin Jules and how Chloe had been their childhood friend. Then a fondness softened her eyes as she mentioned her husband, Trevor, the town's detective. "My best friend is my husband." "You don't want to be on his bad side," Jules warned, wagging her half-eaten pizza slice at Ena. "Take it from a woman who's married to an ex-con." Ena held her breath, waiting for Jules to flesh out her statement, but she only said, "Chloe brought all of us back to town." That made sense. Chloe was a people magnet. Sophia's staying had a lot to do with Trevor. Chloe reached for her pasta and set the container on the napkin on her lap. Sophia's cheeks pinked when Chloe and Jules talked about Sophia and Trevor's off-the-charts chemistry. Sophia pointed a fork at Chloe. "Speaking of chemistry, you and Zach still act like teenagers, blindly in love." Having witnessed the couple interact, Ena could only agree. As Chloe gave her eyes a soft roll before moving the fork in her steaming pasta, Jules' loud laugh startled Ena. "Ha, Jules, what are you laughing at?" Sophia stirred her salad. "You and Lorenzo are no different." Ena tested another bite of soup, more interested in the conversation, knowing how each of the women was in love with their husbands. She nibbled a bit of her breadstick, then waved it in a circle to include all three of them. "How did you know you were in love? You know that your spouses were the right men to marry?" "I just knew the moment he walked into the boutique." Chloe closed her eyes, reminiscing about her first encounter with Zach. "You're forgetting the first time you met him at Richie's," Sophia reminded, forking her salad as she retold the time in the restaurant when Zach's and Chloe's gazes met across the room. "I had those crazy butterflies. It was love at first sight for me, too." Sophia cut off Chloe. "We were both attracted to each other, but the way he respected and treated me like I was the most important person in his life drew me in the most." "Like a princess," Chloe said, tenderness glowing in her brown eyes. "No, Zach treated you like a princess," Sophia said. Jules slouched back in her seat, crossed her legs, and bounced the dangling foot as she nibbled her pizza slice. After scooting forward in her seat until her feet could reach the floor, Ena set her bowl on the table beside her, not caring about her soup anymore, while they gave a free lesson about love and relationships. "Trevor and I just clicked." A dreaminess sheened Sophia's green eyes. "He respected me and always set his priorities aside to fight for us, like Noah had for Ena. He wasn't in love with her, but he had rearranged his schedule and set his priorities aside to take care of her." Chloe and Sophia talked about the early weeks of dating their spouses and how they had one thing in common. They enjoyed the company of their spouses over anyone else. Chloe added how having faith in God sealed it for her and Zach. "All right, lovebirds," Jules waved her hand. "You didn't tell Ena that attraction has to go both ways." "We already said something like that." Sophia pointed her chin toward Ena. "You both have to be crazy in love with each other." "Mine and Renzo's story wasn't a love at first sight story." Jules uncrossed her legs, planting both feet on the floor and bracing her elbows on her knees as she talked about her reasons and the doubts that made it hard to know the right guy when she saw one. Her analytical mind must help her in her job, but despite sharing their vocation, somehow Ena never saw things the way her fellow accountant did. "Some men are deceptively nice." Jules plunked her empty container on the table. "I'm speaking from experience. There are con men out there, my ex-boyfriend being one of them. He used me to rob the boutique." She wiped her greasy hands on a napkin, then rubbed between her eyes. "After that, well, I had so many doubts and fears. When I met Renzo, he had just been released from prison and was running away from his gang. He got shot and stumbled into a barn on my property. Can you imagine?" Ena pressed a hand to her thudding heart, imagining the peacefulness of their silent resort being interrupted by a wounded man, though she didn't have to imagine having a con man use her to rob the resort. Her first boyfriend flashed in her mind, but he had only gotten their petty cash. She would not think about what could happen with the missing laptop. Jules waved a hand, batting away Ena's troubling thoughts. That didn't make things easier when he told me about his past, but he was always honest with me. He cared about me, loved me, and put my needs before his. She sat a bit taller. Honesty was a huge deal for me. She emphasized how his kindness, love, and respect softened her heart toward Renzo. Then she pointed upward. He opened my eyes to God's love. Her voice lowered as if she was speaking while choking with tears. Renzo understood me the most. She sniffled and nodded toward Chloe. Okay, Chloe understood me too. I'm going to pretend I'm not hurt for being left out, Sophia winked. While Ena enjoyed listening to the girls' love stories and how they met their spouses, Jules' story resonated the most. Honesty was a huge deal. Attraction went both ways. Sacrifices and con men. Was she forcing herself on Warren? With Warren, she had been the one paying for their dinners, and come to think of it, he hadn't made any sacrifice she could remember. And he might have lied to her last night when he said he would show up at the gate. Okay, he had also said he would be back in Colorado Springs within 10 minutes. Another big lie, since where he had left her at the Walmart was 40 minutes from Iran. Her body stiffened as she tried not to panic over being lied to. She had let him hold her hand, but was that enough to call it love? Her situation was different from Jules with the ex-con, but not by much. While Jules had been dating her con man for 6 months, Ena had only been with Warren for 4 days. Before the day ended, Ena had learned another lesson she hadn't known about relationships. A lesson that left her certain she and Warren were not in love. She had thought she was attracted to him, but after 24 hours without her seeing him, his features were becoming a blur, while Noah's kind eyes and bright smile were more vivid and real. When Noah showed up to pick her up that evening, Ena felt those butterflies in her stomach, the kind Chloe talked about. And when his gaze met hers, his smile shone brighter than the boutique's Christmas tree, and an unusual force charged the air, very different from what she had experienced with anyone before. Could that be the pull of attraction between them? Chapter 8. Unlike that morning when Noah had driven out of his way to take Ena to Jack's, a secluded diner on the edge of town, tonight he opted to eat at Richie's, the Italian restaurant in town. They offered a wide selection of options on their menu. The aroma of fresh baked bread, olive oil, and pungent spices made him grateful for his choice, and a sense of satisfaction relaxed him as he surveyed the restaurant. The dim recessed lighting alongside the ceiling's exposed beams lent an elegant glow to the brick wall he had added during the remodel last summer. The decor they had chosen, with potted faux grapevines curling along supports in the corners and matching the trim on the white tablecloths, made him feel as if they had crossed the ocean. With it being a winter Saturday less than 3 weeks before Christmas, he had quit work early without feeling guilty. Today, he had a good reason to get off a half-hour early at 4. Ena needed him. Sitting across from her in the fancy restaurant, with a candle flickering on the table between them, it felt like a date. Yet it wasn't, since he was still in his work clothes and she was dressed in the same clothes she had worn that morning. Noah raised his gaze from the pamphlet in his hands to peek at her. She was intent on studying a similar pamphlet with facts about Italy. While the blue turtleneck fit her perfectly, it always fit Briar more snugly, making it seem like the sweater was tailored for Ena, not his sister. He loved how she kept her hair free and cascading down her shoulders. Did you know? Her round lips stayed parted when she looked up and found him staring. Those widened doe eyes, so brown and shiny, bore into his. Heat burned the back of his neck over being caught, but it was too late to look away or pretend he hadn't been ogling her. So he lifted the pamphlet still in his hand. He had read it countless times over the years he stopped by for dinner or lunch. Learn anything interesting? She swallowed, then nodded before she glanced at her pamphlet. The Italians have over 2,500 types of cheese. With her voice lower than the monophonic song playing in the background, Noah focused on reading her lips as she spoke. He wasn't a crazy fan of cheese, but he loved pizza, and it was one of the 5 facts on the pamphlet. My favorite invention of theirs is pizza. It has cheese on it, too. She looked up, wrinkling her face. I should have ordered pizza, too. I'll be glad to share mine. She sat straight and set the pamphlet down. I'll share my ravioli with you. Deal. Ena then surveyed the people at nearby tables and then eyed him. Aren't you worried about having your picture taken and posted on social media? She pressed a hand to her cheek. I don't want to cause you any harm. He winced, feeling whiny for bringing up the town's love for social media. The town and people were nice, despite those who enjoyed gossiping and didn't mean any harm. Last night and that morning he had been concerned about what people may say or not, but then he had begun to wonder why he shouldn't care what anybody thought. He didn't know when Ena would be leaving, but by the end of the week she'd be gone, and whoever started the rumor would have the joke on them. Our town always needs some excitement and something to talk about. Her eyes lit as a mischievous grin crinkled up their edges. Give me an example of what they would say if they saw us together. He lowered the pamphlet to the white tablecloth trimmed in grapevine print. As he traced a curling vine and thought of the town's so-called gossip grapevines, he couldn't remember all the things they had posted about him, Zach, and Chloe, but it could be a headline of some sort. Ena beamed as if she were up to something. Then she shifted, leaning forward with her hands almost in his space. The more he hung out with her, the more a pull of attraction drew him to her. Not only was she starting to look more beautiful, but she was also fascinating and intriguing, especially with her unexpected questions. If you're in people's minds, the ones who spread rumors, what kind of headlines would you come up with? Noah scratched his jaw, avoiding eye contact, as he racked his brain for what answer she expected. He probably didn't understand her question. With her flowery scent dominating his nostrils, he couldn't think, and against his will, his gaze flitted to her doe eyes. What about you? It was her question, after all. She might already have the answer. She settled back in her chair and clasped her hands, her eyes widening before she gave a firm nod. A stranded Asian girl gets rescued by the town's contractor during Christmas. No. She raised a finger. Let me try that again. She was quite something else. Noah folded his hands on the table to listen to her next statement. A strange new girl in town is swept off her feet by the handsome local contractor. Wow! Warmth flooded him as if the furnace just kicked up a notch. How's that for a headline? As she sank back in her seat, grinning, obviously relaxed and pleased with her statement, he fought to find his normal voice. He cleared his throat. Not bad. She had no indication she was flirting, unlike the girls who had vied for his attention by flipping their hair to the side or batting their eyelashes at him sometimes. Ena was just different, which made it even more terrifying, since his heart was racing as if he had run a marathon. He had been broken before, and Ena had heartbreak written all over her. She was chasing Warren and leaving. She was also one carefree woman who didn't seem to mind if she got hurt, or at least she knew how to deal with such circumstances, unlike him. He glanced at the side of the table where the waitress had put their water when she took their orders, but for some reason they hadn't reached for their glasses. Now would be a good time to take a sip. Your turn. He blinked as if waking up from a dream. You're talking to me? She put a hand on her head. I'm boring you, aren't I? I blame it on my lack of social skills from growing up. Your skills are great. She was so pleasant he could bask in her company and lightheartedness forever. He had been too serious for too long. He could hardly remember when he joked with anyone. No wonder Chloe chose Zach instead of boring Noah. It was high time he loosened up a bit. So, he could give this a try. He fixed his gaze on her forehead, a good focal point to avoid looking her in the eye. A beautiful brunette stumbles into the local contractor's life and changes it forever. Without a sense of reason or thought, the words flew out of his mouth. He might have had a filter if he stared at her instead, but he didn't. When their gazes collided, they held. The seconds ticked by while something heated the air between them with some kind of electrical charge. His words registered, but he couldn't say that she wasn't beautiful. It wouldn't be true and would be hurtful. So he snatched his gaze away. It was time for that water, unless he wanted to get dehydrated. He scooted on the padded seat to reach for his glass, and she did the same. As he took a gulp, he sensed her gaze on him and looked at her over the rim of the glass. She was staring over her water glass rim, too. Setting her glass down, she cleared her throat. You think I'm beautiful? Why did she doubt herself? He paused from drinking long enough to respond without looking at her. You are. Several things defined beauty. Godliness and being pleasant were part of the package. She was sweet and respectful to those around her. She had been polite with him. Needing to clear the awkwardness, he set his water down and braced himself to stare at her as a normal person would. The restaurant wasn't as crowded as it usually was on weekdays. Concert nights were the most crowded on Thursdays, and people just seemed to go out more on weekdays than they did on weekends. Now that we have that straightened out, tell me about your day at the boutique. It was a dream come true. He hadn't asked what her dreams were, but if she considered her time at the boutique one, then he needed to know more about them. Her voice rose over the restaurant's monophonic music as she chatted about the girls. It felt like they had known me forever, especially Chloe. Chloe had that effect on people. It made it easier for Noah to misinterpret their friendship back when he tried to pursue her. I knew you'd feel comfortable around the girls. Ena rested her hands on the table, her gleaming eyes reflecting the dancing candlelight. Not only did Chloe pay me for my time, but she also gave me clothes. She shook her head. A jacket, shoes, gloves, and a jumpsuit, plus 2 sweaters she made. Her face fell and a frown tightened her lips. Surely she hadn't triggered a bad memory. I told her it wasn't necessary to give me clothes when she paid. Sometimes people just want to give you a gift. Flattening his hands on the tablecloth, Noah leaned back in his seat, the chair's wooden back pressing against his spine. They don't expect anything in return. She ran delicate fingers along her flawless cheek, seeming to think about her response. I don't give gifts often. Her peachy lips pressed together. But I also never leave the island to meet many people like you and Chloe do. Odd she didn't include Warren. You and Chloe have the same level of niceness. Is she your cousin? His jaw jerked, and he tried to act normal so he didn't have to talk about the pain of rejection that still stung deep down. She's just a friend. He then reached for his drink, a distraction in case his face gave anything away. But it didn't, or so he assumed, until she continued with her analysis. Is Zach okay with you and Chloe being friends? With no accusation in her tone, he had to assume she was rather inquisitive. Actually, Zach is my friend too. He saved my mom's life. God had saved his mom by using Zach, who had only been in town for a few weeks when Mom had a heart attack. Ena nodded, her hair slipping over her chest before she swept it down her back again in a seeming automatic gesture. Now that makes sense. That's how you became friends. Grateful he was done talking about Chloe, Noah stiffened when Ena asked another analytical question. Will your girlfriend be mad if she sees you and me together? You don't have to worry about that. He was 32 and counting, but he didn't feel the urgency to pursue one either. I don't have a girlfriend. Oh, she tilted her head, and even without looking directly at her, he could see her innocent glowing eyes fixed on him. What happened to your girlfriend? Huh? She just assumed he wasn't single by choice? He drummed his fingers on the table. Why do you think a guy has to have a girlfriend? She shrugged, ducking her head now, her smile shy. You're so nice and attractive. I'm sure girls notice you. His chest swelled before her innocence and transparency had him talking about his experience with Chloe while avoiding saying her name. She was perfect for me, I thought, but God had other plans. What did you like about her? Her brows drew together. Then, without giving him time to respond, she waved a hand, her tone becoming more protective as she drew her own conclusion. You're better off without her, and you're much better than her. I don't think I'm better than her. She's very nice. He appreciated Ena jumping to his defense, but she had already experienced Chloe's kindness today. If they didn't find Warren tonight, Ena might spend another day with Chloe and the girls, so he had better reveal her name before Ena found out later. It wouldn't be right to let her see Chloe as the villain in Noah's story, and that forced Noah to rattle off a few details from his last relationship. Ena gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. I'm responsible for all that. If his love for her hadn't been blinding, he may have seen the signs. I don't want you to see her in a different light based on something. Do you miss her? Noah blew out a breath, trying not to be irritated with himself and how he had handled things then. How do you miss someone who was never yours? He focused on the wall where framed travel posters of Roman ruins, the Colosseum, and the Leaning Tower of Pisa were interspersed with smaller, local photos of the firefighters and police's annual Christmas parties. Almost the entire town showed up for those Christmas events. What was taking their food so long? He had no choice but to look at her once again. I'm sorry it didn't work out. Her voice was low, almost a whisper, through the music. If he wasn't looking at her to read her lips, he may not have known she had said something. I'm over it. Or so he wished. If that were true, he'd have gotten past his fear enough to move on. If he ever got to that point, he doubted he'd know when the right person came along, or if he'd be bold enough to make a move. With his earlier lightheartedness gone, he didn't want to talk about his depressing past. So he presented his plans for the night, plans he had been sketching in his mind while he worked. I have an idea of how we can get to Warren. You do? She grinned, so innocently hopeful, and a slight stab jabbed his chest to see her so excited to be reunited with her boyfriend. Despite himself, he nodded. He didn't want to get Ruart in trouble, but he intended to ask for his help if Plan A didn't work out. Noah and the gatekeeper weren't buddies, but they ran into each other on concert nights or community events whenever Noah managed to attend. Plan A. Can I write these down? Holding up a hand, Ena cut him off and unfolded the silverware from the napkin, then looked around the table. Do you have a pen? Noah stifled a laugh. I don't have a pen, but I'm counting on your sharp memory to remember everything. It wasn't a detailed plan that involved mapping out anything. We want to make sure he's home. If he doesn't come to the gate, we know he's lying to me. That was exactly what Noah had thought, but he hadn't intended to be so direct. Plan B. From there on, there weren't noble approaches, but being noble sometimes got him nowhere. Let's focus on getting your computer and handbag. Those being the most urgent items. They would return and get the car with a somewhat aggressive approach that involved calling Warren's parents to intervene since Ena refused to believe Warren had done anything wrong or go to the police and risk getting him in trouble. I'm sure we won't get to Plan B. She crinkled up the napkin and tucked her head down, her slippery hair covering up her expression. Warren will be there waiting. The morning gatekeeper must have told him I need to see him. Her last words were a doubtful whisper, but thankfully their food arrived then. Enrique, Noah glanced up at one of the local cops as he set a steaming bowl of bisque in front of Ena, and a cannoli she had wanted to try before her ravioli. Hey there, Noah. Enrique reached for another bowl of the same soup from the tray for Noah. Athletically built and dressed in his Navy uniform, he was only missing the gun he usually had clipped to his belt. I had to play waiter right before work. The server called in sick just before his evening shift. Not sure what they'll do once I head out. I'm sure your mom will figure something out. They always did when Enrique worked the night shifts. Your food should be out shortly. Enrique set the tray on the empty table on the side, then stuck out his hand to Ena. Sorry, ma'am, I didn't introduce myself. Enrique Bruno. Ena. When she took the cop's offered hand, Enrique bent and planted a soft kiss on the back of hers. If Noah didn't know Enrique's tradition and the way he greeted all the women, he might have been jealous of the casual way he greeted Ena. Once Enrique left and they prayed for their food, Ena bit into her cannoli and let out a few moans of enjoyment while she pled with Noah to try a bite of the pastry. You're the one who's never eaten a cannoli. Enjoy. He'd have to order more for her on the way out. He would also have to rush for their bill as soon as they brought it, since she had it in mind that she was paying. No way he would let her blow her only money on his dinner. Lost in his mind, he didn't see Ena's hand reach toward his mouth until something rough brushed against his lips. Take a bite. With his heart in his throat and her face so vibrant with expectation, he had no time or chance to decline. He opened his mouth and bit the end of the fried tube-shaped shell. As the cream melted into his mouth, he scanned the restaurant for any of the women who loved gossip, but he didn't see anyone. Isn't that so delicious? A thrill rang through her voice as she wiped the cream from her lower lip, missing a white spot at the corner of her mouth. His fingers twitched to reach out and wipe it off, but he felt frozen in place. What do you think? We'll have to get some more on the way out. She mustn't have heard him say he had eaten cannoli before, and although delicious, they weren't his favorite treats. However, they might be after tonight. It was going to be a long night if he was determined to stay at the Driscoll residence until Ena got her purse back. Chapter 9. Noah was just reaching for his keys from the kitchen counter when his phone buzzed in his jogger's side pocket. You're roaming around town with a girl and you didn't tell me? Briar's voice trilled through the second he swiped to answer. Groaning, Noah leaned against the granite counter. He shouldn't have answered. His gaze darted to the stove. It was already 8. He had canceled his weekly Saturday evening barber's appointment. He cringed a little at the thought and ran a hand over his hair. Already feeling ungroomed and puffy, he never missed his haircut. Still, he could only hope that, by the time they got to Driscoll's, Warren would be home. A slight unease squeezed his stomach since tonight might be the last time he saw Ena. The moment she reunited with Warren, she'd be out of Noah's life. "Hello!" Briar's voice was almost a screech. "Let me guess, you saw my picture on Facebook?" "Instagram, actually. Was she wearing my sweater? How long have you two known each other?" Briar blasted him with 1,000 questions, but couldn't breathe long enough for him to answer. "Either way, she's adorable. It's nothing. I'm just helping her out." He'd have to imitate Briar's fast-paced response, so she didn't interfere while he explained his encounter with Ena. The more time he spent with Ena, the more she crept into his heart. A mere 26 hours already seemed like they had been together for days. "Has Mom called you?" Mom didn't use social media. "Don't tell me she knows already." Carol told Sylvia, and Sylvia told her dad, who told his other daughter, and she is Mom's dietitian. Noah tossed his head back. Great, so great. He had had to get a dietitian for Mom after her heart attack when she wouldn't adjust to the new diet the doctor recommended. With things between him and Ena out of hand, there was nothing he could do, so he started walking toward the garage. Ena was probably waiting for him at the guest house. "You had better come clean soon and call Mom and Dad." "There's nothing to tell," especially now that they had their assumptions. "You both looked cozy at the restaurant." Briar was confident in her statement, too sold by the town rumor. "There's a story to tell. I saw that girl's broad smile while feeding, yes, feeding you." How could he argue after he had had flashing images of Ena's genuine smile while he had worked today? Even now, during the 2 hours since they had separated to shower and change, she had been on his mind, while he tossed extra coats and random items in his Mazda, the sedan being more suited for their evening plan. "You need to steer away from social media." "So I can miss out on the juicy details of my brother's love life?" Noah groaned as he swung open the door to his garage and got into his Mazda. He was eager to open an Instagram account to see the photo and headline posted, but he had taken his iPad to Ena as soon as they got home so she could double-check if her flight and hotel had been canceled like customer service had assured her when she called. He had a laptop he had bought 6 months ago, but he'd have to set it up since he hadn't had time for that. And he couldn't exactly browse the internet while using his phone to speak with Briar. "Just be careful," Briar's voice softened. Although 7 years younger than he was, his sister was his best friend. He had friends, but like him, they had businesses to run and rarely hung out. Briar had seen his anguish while he mourned Chloe's departure from his life. "I don't want you to get hurt like last time." "Trust me, I remember. I even made a T-shirt." Briar chuckled. She had joked about him getting a T-shirt with bold words, "I'm off limits and not searching." After Chloe married Zach, several parents and grandparents tried to play matchmaker to get Noah to go out with their daughters and granddaughters. "I'm a grown man." Needing to shift the chat away from him, he asked, "So when do I get to meet your boyfriend?" "You'll be the last to know. You don't get on social media." "One of these days I might start an account." Only to keep tabs on Briar. For that, he was thankful for the small-town rumors. Once he heard she was dating someone, he'd have to interrogate the fella. His sister deserved a godly man, someone selfless, and not just anyone. "I'll see you at church tomorrow." "I might go to church in Colorado Springs." "Since when do you go to church 25 miles away?" "I need to drive Ena down there." He'd sort of promised he'd take her to get her luggage. That could change if they found Warren tonight. "If you don't see me at church, I'll be in the Springs." "Where's your girlfriend in question, anyway?" "Her name's Ena. She's not my girlfriend." She was Warren's. "She's staying at the guest house." Noah slid the key into the ignition, but he didn't start the car. Even if he denied it, his mind entertained the idea of him and Ena together. With her adventurous spirit, she could lighten up his world. "She's literally in your house?" Briar squealed. "That pretty much sums up the status of your relationship." They could stay here all night going in circles, but he didn't have time. So he wished Briar a good night. "Just let Dad and Mom know if they can't get a hold of me. They'd be calling if he didn't show up for Sunday supper." He intended to ignore their calls for one day. It would be best if he didn't see his parents until Ena left Ebron. Otherwise, they'd be hounding him and making assumptions based on rumors. Ena had been genuine when she called him her friend, and that's what they were. He didn't plan on making that mistake again. Driving to the guest house took less than 2 minutes, and he parked in the driveway. He could have walked from his house, but that would mean inconveniencing Ena to walk across the yard to his garage. The frigid air stung as he strolled up the curved pathway to the front door. He pulled up his hoodie over his head to cover his ears. A jacket would be necessary if he stood in the cold longer than 10 minutes. But he hoped they'd spend their time in the car while waiting for Warren. The hardened snow from 3 days ago still covered the grass, but he didn't need the snow to melt to know his house and the guest house had striking landscapes. The sensor lights flicked on as he approached the guest house, highlighting the evergreen juniper needles peeking through the hard snow. Having a best friend who ran a landscape company had its perks when Noah needed his road plowed after a snowstorm. He could cut his own grass in the summer and shovel in the winter, but he liked supporting his friend's business while saving himself from tackling unwanted projects. When he climbed the stairs to the door, he lifted his hand and rasped his knuckles to give a soft knock. The loud doorbell might startle her. Taking in his expanse of property, he realized how dark it was. It wouldn't be a bad idea to string lights on some of the pine trees on the 6-acre property, but it was a lot of work, and although he could hire Ramon and his men to do it, Noah was rarely home long enough to enjoy any decorations. Dad and Mom went overboard on their Christmas decorations for the family anyway. When the door swung open and Ena's smile lit up, Noah didn't need Christmas lights. All he needed was time with her, and she would light up his whole world. "Hi," he said, taking her in, and when he looked up, he noticed her hand holding the phone to her ear. She was nodding before she ushered him in with her other hand. Noah entered and closed the door. He almost felt guilty for keeping his shoes on while she had hers nicely put to the side of the welcome mat she had bought at the country store. After dinner, Noah had taken her to the country store to get some toiletries. Even though he suspected tonight could be their last night together, he had wanted her to have things to use tonight. Everything with Ena was unexpected, and he had to take one day at a time. "Mummy," she tipped her chin toward the kitchen that adjoined the main room, then started walking as if expecting him to follow her. She continued talking on the phone in her language. With it so fast, he had no idea where the sentence started or ended. It was almost musical, and his feet led him to the kitchen where she was walking in circles. Gone was her pencil skirt and briar sweater. She had replaced them with a maroon sweater and flowy pants. She looked stylish, and if she stayed until spring, Chloe could end up asking her to model her spring fashions. With no furniture to sit on, Noah understood when Ena pulled up to sit on the counter. Her bare feet dangled against the unfinished walnut cabinets, still awaiting the granite tops stored in his garage. Hopefully the raw plywood wouldn't snag her new pants. Listening to her talk should feel awkward, as if he might be eavesdropping, but she had to know he didn't understand Japanese. Instead, he listened to her articulation skills, enjoying the slightly musical sounds with their staccato rhythm. Rather than staring at her, he moved back to the main area and walked around the empty house. Then he stopped by the big window and peered into the darkness. The previously powerful paint smell in the house now blended into an Ena smell. The flowery conditioner she had bought hung in the air. His cheeks lifted at the memory of their time shopping. She had picked out 3 different conditioners and opened the bottles for him to sniff and help her choose the best scent. He had told her all 3 were fine, but she had closed her eyes and insisted he surprise her with one. Not wanting to attract attention from other shoppers, he had chosen the hibiscus since it smelled closest to her scent, or whatever she had used when they met. "You chose the one I usually use." A bit breathless, she put the other 2 back on the shelf. "We have lots of hibiscus plants at the resort." "I hope the soap will remind you of home then." She was probably missing home since she had never left her island without her dad. Soon Ena started speaking English. Had she been using Japanese so he wouldn't understand what she was saying? "Mom, can you remind Dad that I'm an adult?" A silence passed, and Noah tried to make sense of the 2 languages, then remembered her dad was Japanese. She must have been speaking to him in Japanese, and now she was talking to her mom? "Yes, his name is Noah." "Uh-oh," he spun around, but he couldn't see the kitchen from here. She had probably given her parents his address, and they'd be showing up looking for her. With the way Ena took life so trustingly, she must have been raised in an overly sheltered environment. "Okay," she said. "I'll let you know when I'm leaving." Hearing her moving, Noah started toward the kitchen and met her in the main area. "Sorry about that." She shook her head, and her hair swished to one side and danced on her shoulders. "You have to talk to your family, I understand." She held out the phone for him. "Thanks again for letting me use—" "Keep it for now." He only had to use it when his assistant wasn't in the office. "Thank you." She then looked down at her sweater and pants and back to him. "What do you think of my new closet additions?" The sweater showcased her petite frame, and the buttons emphasized her waist, making her curves slightly more visible than they had been in the strict business skirt. "You look beautiful." She ducked her head, smiling shyly, before turning toward the bedrooms. "I'm going to get my new shoes." Noah watched her vanish down the hall. Then she emerged with a gray handbag strapped across her chest, and his gaze flitted to the shoes she carried. When she reached the rug, he stepped aside as she bent to put on the fashionable ankle boots. "These shoes are so comfortable." She stood and adjusted her handbag strap. "Chloe thought I needed a new purse while I waited for my other one." "I love gray," Noah nodded, gray being his favorite color. "It looks nice for a handbag." She hadn't seen the walls in his house yet, but he thought gray looked good in everything. In the car before they drove away, he pulled the pepper spray from the console. He had bought it at the country store when he brought lunch to the boutique. "It might be good to keep this in your new handbag." Just in case she had to fend for herself. "What's this?" She punched the button above the passenger seat, and the lights turned on. "It's pepper spray." She had probably never heard of such, so he explained its purpose. "I know you don't believe in bad people being out there, but it would be nice to have something to use for self-defense if needed." She turned off the light, and Noah backed out of the driveway. "I hope, if that happens, you'll be there to protect me." She may have said it lightly, but to him it meant much more. "I'll protect you." His response came out as a slur, "but please carry that around." "Thank you. You'll have to show me how it works." Kind of strange that she showed interest in the pepper spray. "As soon as we get to the Driscoll's, I'll show you." And he wanted to show her a lot more, about his life, his town, and all, but only if she were his, and if she was staying in town. Chapter 10. With Noah's car parked between the shrubs alongside the road, Ena sat in the passenger seat, not wanting this night or this moment to end. Noah was in the driver's seat, his presence and scent of a clean soap dominating the car. Several minutes ago they had parked and sat waiting down the road for Warren's car to drive past. Noah's plan sounded shady, but Ena didn't see any harm in it as long as he was with her. They had driven to the gate and spoken to Ruart, who told them that Warren wasn't home, which he had confirmed with a phone call to Warren's mom. Noah then had asked the gatekeeper if Warren came home every night, what car he drove, and whether he thought Warren would be back tonight. As if Noah had known this would happen, he had decided to go with Plan A and wait out in the bushes until Warren drove by, then go back to the gate and ask Ruart to summon Warren. If it weren't for her belongings, Ena would have given up on chasing after Warren. He seemed busy and not interested in her. It didn't bother her now that she knew a thing or two about relationships after talking to the girls. "Looks like we're going to be here for a while." Noah stretched to reach the back passenger seat. Ena froze when his arm brushed her shoulder. Her heart thrummed against her ribs. She had certainly never felt like that in anyone's presence. "Here's a blanket for you." He set a throw on her lap. Different from the blanket she had used last night, this cuddly, soft creation bunched around her in thick warmth. She needed to think of how to reward him. He had surpassed nice and extra nice and gone to a different level she hadn't categorized yet. "You're so good to me." "It's just a blanket." He leaned back in his seat. As she wrapped the blanket around herself, it smelled like him, and she felt as if she was wrapping him around her heart. In this tiny car with him, he was taking up all the air. "What are we going to do?" Was that even her voice? She felt so breathless. "As we wait, tell me more about your silent resort on the island." Thankfully, she could barely see him in the dim light from the dashboard. "I like walking to the beach and through the gardens. The thick flowering shrubs were peaceful with the chirping birds. The smell of the sea and plants were always soothing, the air almost heavy." She had never breathed air as crisp and clear and fresh as in the Colorado mountains. But it gets boring. Nothing is boring about the ocean or listening to the birds all year long. "I've never been to the ocean before." With the awe in his voice as he talked about the tropical climate he'd enjoy the resort. Even for a weekend, it would be fun for him. "You should come and visit me sometime." "You can count on that." Then he coughed awkwardly and redirected their conversation. "So the customers who come there remain silent the entire time?" "They need a break from everyday life and worries." She snuggled the blanket closer around her and rocked her head against the headrest. "We mostly get people who are stressed, overcoming breakups, or coping with losses. Makes sense that your dad and mom bought the place." "Wow." She sat up straighter. "I can't believe you remembered something from our conversation yesterday." "Why wouldn't I remember?" He shifted in his seat, bracing his shoulder against the seat as he faced her, and asked more about her family and her brother. She shared about their family dinners and their biggest party of the year. "Our New Year's is a bigger party than Christmas. We don't put up much decoration for Christmas, nothing like here." Just thinking about it all animated her. I've always heard the songs about a white Christmas and snow, but I'd only imagined it in glimpses. Seeing it now, it's so magical. And all the Christmas lights. I haven't been able to decide which are my favorite. All the flashy colors, or the little glittery white ones like captured stars. He lifted his hand and picked up a strand of her hair, moving it away from where it snagged on the blanket, then twisting it around his fingertip. "I'll take you to see more Christmas lights tomorrow if you still need me to take you to get your luggage." As his warm breath fogged over her, her own caught in her throat. I would love it if you can take me." Whether she got her belongings and rental car from Warren tonight or not, She wanted to take a trip with Noah to see the lights. He was a great listener and asked good questions that made her better appreciate some things about the island. "I can't believe this is your first time away from home by yourself." He released her hair, tucking the strand behind her ear, while seeming careful not to touch her. "What about your brother? Has he been off the island?" "No. Even if Akira wanted to leave the island, he didn't have time to." "What does he do?" "He runs the resort," she laughed. "He's such a perfectionist that it compels him to work harder and manage each department." "Besides going to markets or walks, what else do you do at the resort?" "I do a bit of everything, whenever we're short-handed, but mostly I'm the resort's accountant." I knew that already. He was relaxed and confident in his knowledge, yet she didn't remember telling him about her job. "How did you know?" "The first time I saw you in the bathroom, something told me you're a numbers person." She chuckled as she tried to remember that unexpected encounter and the dilemma she had just encountered. I probably looked like an accountant who couldn't solve the mystery of an unbalanced spreadsheet. Being an accountant is a compliment. This is coming from someone who lost his accountant with tax season around the corner. Wow, something he might need her for. He had helped her, and she would find no better joy than doing something for him. "I can help you." "You're leaving." Low, almost sad, the rumble of his voice drifted over her. "Tonight, if your boyfriend comes, this could be the end of you and me." "He's not my boyfriend." "Really?" Noah jolted a bit. How could she blame him, since just over a day ago she was claiming Warren as her boyfriend? "At the boutique, I learned a lot about relationships. Warren and I don't have what it takes to be at that level of boyfriend or marriage and stuff." She had seen love stories in the Asian dramas she watched now and then on the island, but she had never experienced that kind of love before. "What exactly did you learn?" Intrigue carried in his voice. He shifted again, seeming to lean a little closer as he folded his arms across his chest. Though it was hard to see, she made out his frame and movement clearly. "I could use some lessons to know what it takes in a relationship." "You have what it takes." She was the one who needed to learn. "Just like how you set your priorities aside and helped me last night and today." He was the most selfless person she had ever met. Her family did things for her because she was family. Noah was a stranger, yet he had shown her kindness. He shrugged. "I didn't have anything going on anyway." He had a family, and he could watch TV or read or whatever he preferred to do with his time. "The way you stopped your day today and brought me lunch, the way you worried about my safety and bought me pepper spray." He had even spent several minutes before they got back into the car showing her how to use the spray so she didn't accidentally spray it in her eyes. Her body had felt like melting when he had stood behind her and touched her hand to guide her with the twist-top safety. Thinking about that contact warmed her, and she pushed the blanket down to her legs. Her favorite part was when he showed her a simple self-defense move on where to kick and hit her attacker. Ena shivered at the thought of ever fighting anyone. She hoped that God wouldn't ever put her in that situation. "Anyone would help you, Ena." The way her name rolled off his tongue made her stomach swirl like jelly. Since he wasn't acknowledging any of her compliments, she moved on to telling him what she had learned about love and relationships. "I asked how each of the girls knew they were in love with their husbands." She told Noah some things that had stood out from what the three friends had shared with her. Attraction being both ways, having similar faith, and making sure they shared an interest in what mattered most. Like Chloe had pointed out, faith was important, and Ena hadn't considered that with her first relationship, or her almost second relationship if Warren had pursued her. Noah shared her faith. But he was stronger in that department, since she had always been on the island and at the resort, where everything was at a leisurely pace, like a slow motion of things in a movie. Have you ever felt butterflies when you saw someone you like? Noah cleared his throat. It's been a while. His voice seemed strained. You? I've only dated one person, but if you haven't already noticed, I tend to move into relationships too fast and with people who don't like me. And that one person is Warren. She had to stifle a laugh. Warren doesn't count. A former employee on the island who was just using me to steal money from our company. Oh no! Noah reached as if to touch her shoulder, then jerked back in his seat. Did you get your money back? Unfortunately, they'd had to put him behind bars. I'm not sure why he thought he wouldn't get caught. The cameras captured him opening my drawer and stuffing the cash in his pockets. She had trusted him when she had stored the key several times while he was with her during lunch breaks and evening lockups. I'm so sorry you got entangled with someone like that. As those butterflies took flight in her tummy again, Ena didn't care about a devious ex now. Not when Noah felt real to her. That's behind me. She tried to refocus and bring them back to their conversation about butterflies. I'd have never known about butterflies if I was still... Get down! Get down! Noah shouted and ducked to her side, cutting her words and blood circulation short. A dim light whizzed past their car, or maybe she was dreaming. With Noah's minty breath warming her face, she was so frozen she doubted she could move or take her next breath. For a moment she saw Noah's face. But if they shared anything in common right now, it was the thrumming of their hearts. A Pahu drum couldn't compete in rhythm with their hearts. I panicked. He spoke breathlessly while still on her, although she assumed he didn't put his weight on her, since he felt lighter than he surely would. If that was his car, we should go. Go where? She wanted to say just like that, consumed by the flames of desire and affection. The purse, computer, and car could wait. But Noah sat back and started the engine, leaving her deflated to return to reality. Chapter 11. Things weren't going as Ena planned or expected, but surely they were going the way God wanted them to. The mid-morning sun peeked into the clouds as Noah parked in the lot of the rustic chic resort, where she had stayed for 5 nights. Hold on! He held out a hand to stop her from moving when she unbuckled. He opened his door, which was almost touching the Subaru on his side. After walking around the front of his gray subcompact car, he came to her side to open her door. He couldn't appear any more handsome in his jeans, light gray polo, and dark sports coat. But with the truck on her side dominating the parking space, he didn't have enough space to stand and hold the door at the same time. Thank you. She reached for her purse before stepping out of the car. As they walked into the familiar lobby, citrus and cedar tinged the air. The 2 receptionists at the front desk were helping customers, so Noah ducked slightly and leaned into Ena, then tilted his chin toward the brown leather sofa beside a bouquet on the table. I'll wait over there for you. Is it okay if you go with me? She asked, somehow needing to cling to him. Maybe because he had proven himself to be her knight in shining armor. Of course. When the man behind the dark counter called her forward, Noah touched her lower back, and despite her jacket and cream top, the warmth from his hand pressed into her. How can I help you? The man nudged glasses higher up his nose. I'm here to pick up my luggage. She explained the call she had made to have her luggage stored at the front desk. She hadn't expected they would need her ID, but even when she told him where they had told her they would store her luggage, he insisted on following hotel policy. Here's my ID. Noah stepped forward and handed over his identification. Her handbag wasn't stolen, but the man's face seemed to soften as Noah encouraged him to make a copy of his ID so they didn't think Ena was stealing someone's luggage. "Can I have the name and address you used to book the hotel?" As the man waited, she uttered her name and address. Soon she was marching out of the hotel with Noah pulling her purple suitcase. "I'll be taking you everywhere with me," she said when they got back in the car. "I think you're already doing that," Noah grinned, flashing the whitest teeth she had ever seen, and that smile made her feel warmer each time. She didn't want this day to be over so soon. It's only noon. She eyed the dashboard as Noah pulled out of the parking lot. He must have decided not to bother turning on the radio. She always spoke even when the radio was on, and he ended up turning it off anyway. "I want to take you to lunch." She had some money now. It wasn't a lot, but $200 should get them a decent meal. "You need to keep your money." He took a left from the resort's wide entrance. "I have other plans." Sooner or later, she would spend that money on him somehow. "What plans?" "It's a surprise." He turned onto another street. The resort's golf course, with snow covering its greens, rolled on before them, and a mountain view loomed beyond it. "Unless you'd like to get going to find Warren." "I don't want to go to Warren's tonight." She was getting worn out chasing someone she couldn't find. After listening to the pastor at the church they attended that morning, she knew God was leading her steps. Although she had had a plan in mind, she had to trust the detour God was taking her on and the scripture, "In all ways acknowledge Him, and He will direct your path." "Sorry, I messed up the plan." It went the way God wanted. She wouldn't trade that moment of Noah being so close to her as she breathed in his intoxicating scent. She could almost feel his breath brush against her neck when his voice had rumbled close to her ear. It was pure torture, but the good kind. If he had caught up with Warren as planned, Noah might have driven off, leaving her with Warren. "I didn't want last night to be the last time I saw you." He cleared his throat and briefly glanced away from the road to look at her. "The feeling is mutual." Last night, by the time they had gotten to their senses and Noah had driven to the gate, Warren's car wasn't in sight. Ruart had called to see if Warren was available for guests, but he wasn't seeing any guests. Even when Ena insisted Ruart mention her name, Warren responded to the gatekeeper that he was exhausted. Maybe Noah was right about her purse being stolen. If Warren wasn't a thief, why wouldn't he leave the car in the courtyard and give the keys to Ruart? He knew she was still paying for the car rental each passing day. She had had to call and extend the rental. But right now she had a good thing going with Noah, and she didn't want Warren's motives to ruin her time. Did Noah know she was developing feelings for him? Did he know she enjoyed his company and wanted to spend more time with him? She fiddled with a purse on her lap and brought back their conversation from yesterday. An indirect approach, she hoped. One of the girls mentioned how they felt about their spouses, how they enjoyed their company. Noah was quiet, but his Adam's apple moved when he swallowed. "I agree with the ladies." When he drove to a historical building with a pink stucco facade, trees strung with lights glittered alongside the paved road. More lights strung across the courtyard. Even in the daylight, the incredible exterior decor shimmered with hundreds of thousands of lights, gigantic wreaths, and more. She could only imagine how bright the lights would be at night. "What is this place?" She peered through the window. Several people, all bundled up, strolled along the sidewalk to and from the door. "This is the Broadmoor Hotel." He parked in front of the hotel, then turned and braced a hand on the headrest behind her as his brown eyes seeped into hers. "We'll be back here when it gets dark, so you can see the lights better. But we needed lunch," he said. "If you don't see Christmas lights again, these will remain in your mind years after you leave." Your eyes will remain in my mind the most." Mesmerized by him, she could only nod. Noah left the car running when he stepped out to open her door. A man in a black suit walked toward their car, and Noah pulled out his wallet and handed him money for a tip. Ena had seen valet parkers in movies, but not in person. They didn't have a valet at the silent resort, and if they did, her father wouldn't allow tipping. Like many in his culture, he considered the practice degrading to the receiver. As they walked inside with Noah's hand on her lower back, a big ivory vase overflowed with red roses, wafting a sweet aroma. In the dim interior, an array of twinkling lights strung from one corner of the ceiling to another. A friendly middle-aged woman greeted them, and Noah told her his name for the reservations. When did he make reservations? The woman led them to a banquet room. It had to be the banquet room because, with those soaring paneled windows, arched doorways, marbled floors, ornate ceilings, and delicate chandeliers and wall sconces, it looked like a celebration room. A placard next to the chocolate fountain announced an all-you-can-eat Sunday brunch. As Noah held out an ornate iron chair for her at the only empty table, excitement bubbled through her, and she tapped her booted toes against the marbled flooring. "Wow, we were lucky to get the last seat, especially one so close to the chocolate fountain. I made reservations." She didn't remember him parting from her since they left Iran. They had eaten breakfast at a restaurant in Colorado Springs before going to church. Last night, when they didn't succeed at seeing Warren, they had driven back to Noah's house, and he had dropped her off at the guest house. Her brow scrunched. "I doubt they take reservations at night." "I called this morning before we left." He pushed his chair back and stood, and she did the same. "Do you know where the restroom is?" she whispered as they wove through aisles of food exquisitely displayed on tile-inlaid wooden tables and filling the room with a delicious aroma. "I need to wash my hands." He led the way, then they separated, her heading to the ladies' room while he left for the gentlemen's. After using the bathroom and washing her hands, she met Noah back where they had split up. "Why is it called a brunch when it's past lunchtime?" "The hotel offers it every Sunday in their lake terrace." He drew her closer when a woman shuffled in their direction, carrying a plate filled with various foods Ena couldn't quite make out. If she had ever needed to experience new food, brunch was the way to go. It offered more than breakfast food items. Crab legs, mussels, sushi, pasta, and desserts, along with breakfast dishes like omelets, pastries, and you name it. While they ate, she inquired about Noah's family. "What does your sister do?" "She works at the mayor's office, but she's getting her degree in psychology." He chuckled, and his eyes crinkled up at the edges. "You should see her. You'd like her. She's always been feisty, but she's also so soft-hearted. Just like a jelly bean. I nicknamed her that when we were kids." With the fondness that softened his eyes, Noah must have a special room in his heart for his little sister. Ena also learned that Noah paid his way through college. His dad being a postal worker and his mom a homemaker, they hadn't had the money to set aside a college fund. That he didn't have college debt was even more impressive. Using her fingers, Ena opened one of the mussels she had put on her plate. "What kind of jobs did you do while you studied in college?" Noah moved the fork over his syrupy waffles. "I was like a campus janitor." He shared the odd jobs he did to supplement working at the campus. When it came to intelligent and focused people, he fell in the category. She brought the mussel to her mouth, used her teeth to pull out the meat, then devoured it. Delicious. With her hands messy, she utilized the napkin to keep them dry. "What about your college and school experience?" Noah asked. "I was homeschooled in elementary and went to school in middle and high school." Her small island only had 2 middle and high schools. For college, I attended Hilo. That's the University of Hawaii, online. Silverware clanged as people ate their food. Mild conversations and soft music created a gentle background that matched the light and airy atmosphere. Somehow their conversation shifted to their future plans, and Noah asked what her dreams were. If only she knew. My parents want me and my brother to run the resort when they retire. Is that something you've always wanted to do? He dabbed a cloth napkin on his mouth. Not exactly. I've always longed for adventure, but this might be the last adventure I'll ever have. She would have to come clean about Warren and the missing items when she called her parents tonight. Dad would never let her attend another conference alone. Falling for anyone who didn't live on the island was a waste of time. She wiped her fingers of any muzzle residue. What about you? Do you ever see yourself leaving Iran? If God puts it on my heart, who am I to refuse? God, can you put it in his heart? After lunch, they walked around the hotel to the different rooms that had fireplaces. Up on the 9th floor, it felt like magic, with the place adorned nearly top to bottom in holly, garlands, and colorful trees. They moved to more rooms, and Noah paused to read posters with the building's history and architectural facts. She found herself resting her hand on his back as he squinted to read. After all, she had an excuse of being too full, and now she needed him as her anchor if they were going to stand and read posters. Ena learned the hotel was built in 1918, old yet immaculate and fascinating. When they got to the rooms with massive trees, she asked if they could take some photos together. He didn't hesitate both times she had asked. To top off their tour, they went to a show with live performers playing holiday music. Then they browsed shops with extremely expensive items and explored the gingerbread houses, which was a treat in itself. She had never seen such creations before. In Iran, they have a contest at one of the fundraiser dinners. The mischievous smile Noah gave her while taking her hand toward the vacant seating area seemed like an invitation. I'll go, as long as you build it with me. Oops, she didn't even ask when the event would be. You might be gone by then. She winced like a ball had hit her chest as the idea of leaving slammed into her. We'll take one day at a time. What else could she say as they sat and savored the thousands of holiday lights around them? When they left the hotel much later, with him holding her hand, it was dark, and seeing the couple strolling outside made her feel like she and Noah were a couple. The stroll felt romantic as she took in the luxuriously decorated hotel and let thousands of holiday lights mesmerize her. Everything was perfect. Even the breeze seeping through her hair and cooling her cheeks didn't register as much. Everything with Noah felt new and thrilling. This was the best day ever. The day isn't over yet. No? We're going for dinner and then skating. She had skated 3 times in her whole life when her parents had taken her and Akira for a vacation on the Big Island. She had loved it. It's been a long time since I skated. If it's of any comfort, I'm not good at it either. Anticipation coursed through her, and she unclasped her hand from his, then scooted in front of him and wrapped her arms around his waist in an embrace. He was all muscles, and she sensed the tightness in his pecs. Then she stepped back, taking her hands off him. I'm just excited. The twinkle lights lit his face, and his eyes glowed warmly like the lights above them when he lifted his hand and touched her cheek briefly, but long enough to leave a trail of heat. It's good to be excited. Chapter 12. Hovering between confusion and excitement, Noah held the passenger door for Ena to step out of the car. Her floral scent would linger in both his vehicles way after she was gone. He closed the door when she stepped out. Then he reached for her luggage from the back. "Oh!" She flung her arm around wide and spun around. "I had so much fun, I had forgotten about my luggage." She stilled and pulled down the red winter hat on her head, one that resembled his. She had bought them matching hats at the skating rink vendor booth. She had been so sweet he couldn't refuse, even though the hat was likely to wreck his carefully set hair. Since she had had gloves in her purse and he had had a pair in his console, they didn't need to buy them for their evening adventure. He could have paid for everything, but she wouldn't let him spend another penny, not even for their skating equipment and hot chocolate. "If you forget your luggage in my car, I'd have to bring it to Hawaii." He tried to keep his tone normal, despite the panicky adrenaline still coursing through him since their last activity. Skating wasn't his favorite activity. Hiking and backpacking were more like it in the summer. Iran had a skating rink, but Noah rarely skated. But this being Ena's first experience in a snowy state, the idea had struck him as right. He had woken up that morning, and after praying, he had browsed the city of Colorado Springs for Christmas-time activities. Skating at the park was one of them. He had relished the feel of her against him whenever she fell in his arms to gain her balance. Even with him helping her, she had tripped into him a few times. Other than almost giving him a coronary from a thumping heart, she had been too light to knock him off balance and hurt him in any way. As they walked the narrow path to the guest house, Ena led the way, her hands tucked in her jacket pocket, a coat she had gotten from Chloe's shop. She was wearing it over flowy dark pants. He took slow steps as he pulled her luggage. The garage light sent a dim light on the path as they wandered, both lost in their thoughts. How unfortunate that all Ena would be to him were fantasies. She liked him, making that clear when she had shared her conversation with the girls, and she wasn't into Warren as she had thought earlier. But that could only be because they hadn't seen Warren. The moment they saw him, Ena would be flying into his arms and leaving Noah to nurse a wounded heart. She spun around, and he halted. "When are you going to put out your Christmas lights?" The awe in her eyes when she had seen the lights at the Broadmoor would stay ingrained in his mind forever. He wanted to see that again, and what better time to decorate his house than now? "I'm a bit behind, but I'll get them going." He had called Ramon tonight before he went to bed. "Do you think I'll be around to see them?" "I'd like you to be around." Whoa! Did he just ask her to stay? Would she? "To see your lights, I'll extend my trip." Joy lifted his chest and he opened his mouth. Then his brain felt empty, not knowing what he wanted to say. She turned and started humming Noel, one of the songs they sang during the live concert at the Broadmoor. The sensor light turned on, taking up all the darkened space, just like Ena was taking up the empty space in his heart. She pulled out the key from her handbag. When he climbed the stairs to set the luggage down, his blood ran faster, and he was feeling hotter with her standing so close. Once she pushed open the door, he said, "I'll let you get to bed." She looked at him, brown eyes searching his. "I'd invite you in for an Asian drama, but I don't have a TV." Asian drama? She could watch the TV from his house, but that would be taking things further than he wanted right now. Maybe he could buy a TV for the guest house. "I can get you a TV tomorrow." Why wasn't he thinking before he spoke? She may not even be around tomorrow. "You don't have to. I'll be leaving soon." Right. She was here temporarily. His mind better get that memo. "I'm going to call my family here soon." Noah gave a curt nod. "Good night." She surged closer and wrapped her arms around him. His mind spun as if he were in a dream, and he took a moment to get a grip on what was happening. He lifted his hands around her small frame, hesitantly embracing her. Her subtle flowery scent made him feel like it was summertime already. His heart was out of control, but hers beating against his was no different. How he longed to hold her like this forever. But it was temporary, and just then he decided to ease out of their embrace and took a step backward down one stair. When he risked a glance at her, she was frozen in place, her hand touching her heart. An intense awareness buzzed between them. Not giving himself time to wonder what was happening, he waved. He opened and closed his mouth to say he'd see her in the morning, but his tongue was incapable of formulating a coherent sentence. As soon as he got to his house, he turned on the hallway lights, pulled out his cell phone, and typed in the search engine for Asian dramas. Several TV channels showed up, but he didn't have any of the ones streaming Asian dramas. He seldom watched TV. Whenever he watched anything, he chose a home improvement show or football game, but he mostly watched the games with his family or friends. He'd have to subscribe to Hulu and pay a month, even if only to have one day for Ena to watch her TV show. Buying a TV for the guest house would be going overboard, and the last thing he needed was to scare her off by taking things too fast. With one solution down, he strode along the walnut flooring toward the open living room and turned on the lights before sitting in one of the round accent chairs. He tilted his head upward, the soaring ceilings always relaxing after he had felt cramped at his height in most rooms. Next on his agenda was planning Christmas lights. His best friend's landscape company wasn't busy this time of the year, especially now that the snow had melted from the roads. He lifted his phone and called Ramon through the phone speaker. "Calling Ramon," the piercing feminine voice in his phone said. Then the phone rang. Ramon answered on the second ring. "Hey there, bro." His Hispanic accent lilted through the phone. "High time you called. I heard about the chick you've been cruising around. I thought you knew this town better than that." Noah cut his friend off, surprised he had already heard about the photo on Instagram. "You're not even on social media." "I don't need one when Javier uses it for all of us." Noah scratched the scruff on his jaw. "Right." Ramon's cousin couldn't keep his eyes off his phone for longer than 2 minutes. "Don't believe the rumors." Noah ran a hand over his hair, the puffiness from the missed haircut already irking him. No way could he make it until next Saturday for a cut. He should have rescheduled, but he didn't want to miss 1 minute of Ena's time here. Ena. He let his gaze skip along the patchwork of sandstone and brownstone, artistically creating the chimney rising from the fireplace. Then exhaled, feeling the need to tell Ramon how Ena had stumbled into his life. "I'm only helping her." "Not sure your story is believable in that photo, man," Ramon chuckled. "I know you well enough to know you'd have a better explanation for allowing a woman to feed you in public." Noah's gaze darted to the walnut bookshelf where the home improvement books usually held his answers, but they could offer nothing to defend him against Ramon's comment. "Thanks for your vote of confidence," he finally said. "A picture is worth 1,000 words, my friend." How could he explain the photo when he had willingly opened his mouth to eat the cannoli the moment Ena put it close to his lips? It had been an innocent gesture out of her enthusiasm for the new pastry, but Noah hadn't minded it. "I guess I can't deny what's in the photo." "Where's she now?" "At the guest house." Ramon was silent. Then his loud exhale rumbled through the phone speaker. "You like her?" As Noah sank back against the cushioned seat, it was his turn to exhale. "She's leaving." Worse yet, it could be tomorrow or the day after, depending on when she got her belongings from Warren. Noah's body stiffened at the thought of Warren being Ena's admirer. She could still change her mind and fall for Warren if she spent a minute in his presence. Chances were she would judge Noah by the jerk who stole from her family. No doubt she would put him in the same category as her ex and Warren. Would she assume Noah wanted something from her too? Surely he hadn't given that impression. I can tell you like her. You didn't answer. Right. Ramon was still on the phone and interested in exploring Noah's feelings for Ena, but having no definite idea of their relationship, or was it just a friendship? Noah steered the subject to why he called. Are you or your men available to help string some lights on my property? We can come as soon as tomorrow if you want. Ramon's eagerness filled Noah with excitement, and he stood. Tomorrow is perfect. Do I need to buy any supplies? Just leave everything to me. All I need from you is where the Christmas lights and decorations should go. Why don't you go ahead and decorate every evergreen you want to on the property? And of course the main house, guest house, and shed. You really love this girl. High time I decorate my house for Christmas. Okay, so he had never done it since moving in 3 years ago. But that didn't mean he wasn't doing it for himself now. But as he closed his eyes, images of Ena's innocent face were vivid and clear. Her bright smile when she saw the lights was still raw in his mind. Like I said, Ena is leaving town soon. You could change her mind. Ramon rambled off several things Noah could do to talk Ena into staying in Iran longer than she planned. But even if he could talk her into staying, she was supposed to run her family's company, just like Noah was running his own. Who would take care of his parents if Mom's heart condition worsened? When he hung up with Ramon, Noah glanced at his living room's gray walls. Had he really painted them green before? He had had Chloe's favorite color in mind when he had been working on his house. Chloe was fading from his mind, replaced by Ena, and Noah was imagining Christmas lights he'd string in the living room. A large Christmas tree would fit perfectly by the big window. Although a tree would block the view, the other 2 windows would send enough natural light into the room. If Ena was still around, they could cut a tree together and decorate it while they sipped endless hot chocolate. She sure loved the hot chocolate at the skating rink. A wide grin lifted his cheeks as he walked to his bedroom. He had just taken off his shoes when his cell phone rang. It had to be Ena. His screen showed the caller was from his work phone number. His fingers shook as he slid his thumb to answer and revealed the clock showing 9:25. Hey! His voice was raspy, as if he had just woken from sleep. Did I wake you? I haven't even showered yet. He leaned against the wall, crossing one leg over the other. As his stomach coiled, he felt like a teenager. What are you doing? Thinking of you and ways to make you smile. Not much. Did you call your family? I told them you took me to see the lights. She told him about her conversation with her parents, surprising him with how she had shared every detail of their day together. He understood why Ena was trusting. She learned it from her parents. Actually, Dad still wants to talk to you sometime. He does? Perhaps they weren't as trusting as she was. Her dad probably wanted to lecture him. What did they think when they saw that you didn't use your phone again? I told them about Warren borrowing my car and how kind you've been to help me track him. Noah's knees buckled and he sat on his bed, staring at the night light as Ena poured out her gratitude and appreciation. She paused. I enjoy spending time with you. Her transparency made things a lot easier, and Noah grinned, then tried to make things light, even as he felt like divulging how she had lightened his heart the last 3 days. You're not bad company yourself. I want to help you tomorrow. Do you have an account ledger? If you do, I could start balancing your spreadsheets and ledgers. As much as he needed help, he'd rather spend time with her doing something she enjoyed. What time do you want me to take you to Warren's house? I don't want to go there tomorrow. He let out a slow breath, his relief rushing free. I don't even want to go there this week. Each passing day they didn't see Warren, she was paying for a rental, an expensive one if his interpretation of the car make was right. What about your car? God will take care of that. I just want to enjoy life without thinking about my missing items. Noah cringed. A vein in his temple ticked as an urge to slug Warren pulsed through his mind. That's a lot of money you're losing. I work every day and I never spend money. Businesses incur losses all the time, and I've already calculated how much I'll lose if I don't return the car for 3 weeks. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Noah could use some of her perspective on the way he handled certain things. With her seemingly at peace with the idea of losing money, he might as well drop the matter. Since she had talked about wanting to see one of his construction sites, he asked, "You want to come to work with me tomorrow?" "Really?" She gave a little squeal. "Do I get to swing an axe?" It was cute how she called it an axe. "It's likely to be a sledgehammer." "I don't mind a sledgehammer. I'll see what I can do." After he made his needed stops at the site, he could work at a residential single-family home. Once a year, he helped a resident rebuild a house during the winter, his slow season. He was planning to go full swing on his winter project in January. But with Ena's excitement for busting drywall, he could move his demolition project up to tomorrow. "You're the best." Under her constant praise, he might explode from compliments. "You say that because you don't know me well enough. I have a good feeling about you." With her so transparent, it was easy to feel the same way, but he doubted she'd find him exciting after spending a week with him. "I have a good feeling about you, too," he said, trying not to let Warren or any doubts creep in. Chapter 13. With anticipation coursing through her, Ena practically skipped along beside Noah in the country club lobby. Relaxing music, similar to what played at the resort, further lightened her step. A massive Christmas tree shimmered by the sitting area, but it wasn't as big as the one at the Broadmoor. It would be hard to go back to desolate silence after being immersed in this holiday cheer. She touched Noah's hand, unsure whether he would be okay with the idea, but without looking at her, he took it and clasped it. They were silent as they approached the door, and it parted open. "Thank you for bringing me to your client meeting," she said while they walked through the door. They had had breakfast with a man who wanted a demolition done and a commercial building replaced in the closest town to Iran. That's usually the easy side of my job. As they stepped out, the morning breeze wisped her hair, sending a coldness to her ears. Noah's insulated jacket hanging loosely on her kept her warm. She preferred it over the one Chloe had given her for more reasons than just inhaling Noah's scent. Since he had requested she dress comfortably, she had worn her flowy pants. "Noah, is that you?" At the feminine voice, Noah jerked and unclasped his hand from Ena's, and she followed his gaze to the voice. A stout but attractive woman, slightly older than Ena's mom, walked toward them in the parking lot. "Hello there, Dinah." Noah's tone didn't seem as relaxed, but the woman's friendly smile didn't indicate she was his enemy. With a blue duffel bag in hand and the exercise pants she was wearing, she must be coming from her morning workout. Something Ena should be doing since she had been eating heavy meals lately as opposed to her usual soups, satays, and rice dishes. The woman looked Ena up and down, then offered a friendly smile. "You didn't tell me about your better half, Noah." She stuck out her hand for Ena. "I'm Dinah." "Ena," she half bowed, assuming Dinah was Noah's friend. Better half meant partner, but Noah didn't bother to explain the nature of their relationship. Instead, he said, "We were just meeting with a client." Dinah gave Noah a knowing grin before leaning toward Ena and faking a whisper behind her hand, "You've got a good one there." I agree, Ena said. When she managed a glance at Noah, he was gripping the back of his neck, wincing, clearly embarrassed. I have to disagree. We have our Christmas party on Thursday. You and Ena should come. Where? Noah looked down at Ena as if needing her permission and support to respond. My kitchen is outstanding. Dinah switched the bag to her other hand. Ena, you should come and see for yourself how Noah redid our house. Although the idea sounded appealing, she doubted she would like any place better than Noah's. I'd like to see it. She had decided to spend a week not chasing after Warren so she could hang out with Noah. It was only Monday, and she was in no hurry to do anything that didn't include Noah being with her. What do you think, Noah? When she looked at him, a soft smile curved his face, rippling up his well-trimmed beard. As he responded, he kept his focus on her. Ooh, she liked the way his smiles stole her breath. He had such an unnerving effect on her. We'll be there. He finally faced Dinah. Thanks for the invitation. After they said goodbye to Dinah, Noah reached for Ena's hand and resumed their walk to the truck. Besides the cars spread throughout the parking lot, when they had arrived, a few drivers with names on their license plates had driven to the front for valet parking. When they sat in the truck and Noah started the engine, he ran a hand over his curly hair, making her wonder what it would feel like to do the same, since she had never touched hair like his. Then he backed out of their spot. That's Warren's mom. That explained his hesitancy in greeting her and accepting her invitation. But why hadn't he mentioned her need to speak with Warren? And, if you know Warren's mom well enough to be invited to a party, then why wouldn't Ruart let us go to the house? Trees strung with vibrant lights sparkled before the country club. It must look like a winter wonderland at night. Warren and I are not buddies, and Ruart knows it. So Noah was friends with Warren's mom, but not Warren. Going to a party will solve our problem of hunting down Warren. Yeah, he shrugged. Perhaps they had run into him so Ena could get her belongings without them having to sneak into the house, like in Noah's Plan B. The dashboard clock showed 10:15, and although he was still working, she asked, "Where to next?" "The hardware store. We need some supplies for our next project." When they got to the hardware store, it was a new experience for Ena. She perused the items lined against one wall, while Noah put one bright orange hat on her after another, while they tried to find out what best fitted her small head. "This fits just right." He folded his hands and tilted his head to one side, then the other. "You're the perfect construction woman." Suited for the perfect construction man. She bit her tongue to keep from saying that. Instead, she took the hat off her head, closed the gap between them, and tiptoed to put it on his head. She stepped aside and looked at him. With it so small it would fall the moment he took a step, she covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. "It's not nice that you're laughing at me." He took the hat off and swung it in the air toward her. "Wait a minute." She took in the items in the cart. Were all those supplies Noah bought hers? A burst of energy surged through her as he picked out adult extra-small overalls, gloves, and safety glasses. Then they drove to the country store to get snacks for their day, and he insisted she get work boots, which he paid for. She still had $74 left from the money Chloe paid her, not enough to pay for work boots. She bought a potted bonsai plant from the garden section instead, paying for it separately, then handed it to Noah as they walked out of the store. "This is for you." Since his hands were occupied with the bags he had bought, she hugged the little plant to her chest. "I'll carry your plant for now." His smile was worth far more than the $35 she paid. "This will look good in my kitchen." After seeing the extraordinary exterior, Ena was curious about his interior decor and color tones. She didn't have to see it, of course, but she wanted to know the real Noah. And that started with a glimpse of his living space. When he stopped at the coffee and ice cream shop to buy her a hot chocolate, she insisted on paying. She met Stephanie, a plump cashier who kept looking between her and Noah. "What would you like?" Ena asked him as she dug a $20 bill from the side pocket of her bag. "I already had my coffee for the day." Noah scratched at his beard, making a bristly sound as he rubbed the trimmed hairs the wrong way, then smoothed them down again. The cup of hot cocoa she had had with her breakfast should be enough for her, too. Plus, she wasn't hungry. But after he learned she rarely drank hot chocolate, Noah had told her she should drink as much hot chocolate as she could while she was still in town. But so should he. "I'll take 2 hot chocolates." She needed to get him something else. When he protested, she told him how she needed to buy something, anything for him. "You just got me a plant." "Okay." Stephanie took the bill Ena had given her. "Is it okay if I take your photo?" "No!" Noah almost shouted. "Isn't the Instagram photo enough for you?" "I need a Christmas couple of the year to go on the community page. Something to go with Instagram." Ena blinked, turning to Noah for answers about the Instagram photo. But his toothy grin made her forget what she wanted to ask. He shrugged. "The cannoli the other day." Her mind rushed back to the cannoli she had fed him without thinking. She hadn't seen or heard anyone's camera flashing at them, so if they had taken their photo, they'd have to be good at sneaking. Stephanie, not giving up, pleaded and gave reasons why the town's Facebook page needed a viral post. "Ena is leaving before Christmas," Noah said. "Can we just have the hot cocoa and go?" Surely the edge in his tone had to do with his annoyance for the woman, not for Ena's leaving. Stephanie mumbled under her breath before fixing their hot cocoa. It sounded like she said she'd find a way to get their photo, but then she seemed so nice as she wished them a good day that Ena must have imagined that part. "You're right about your town's passion for social media," she said when they stepped out onto the chilly sidewalk, a brisk wind whipping past. She folded both hands around her hot cup, savoring the aromatic steam rising toward her face. "This is just the beginning." Noah must mean the beginning of their photos being taken to post on social media. But as she absorbed the quaint shops, the old buildings decorated with Christmas lights, and the Christmas music blasting from the shops they passed, it felt like a new beginning for her, a beginning of something new with someone special. Letting the peaceful country road relax her, Ena peered at the open fields while the sweet Christmas song on the radio tugged at her heart. The artist was singing Who Was She to Be Here Tonight, the angels being so close to her, and the child being born. The song stirred a multitude of emotions as the lyrics flowed with the Savior being born. Without Jesus' birth, Ena would be lost on the island in her own world. Even now, in a foreign town, without her dad to accompany her, their father had brought Noah into her life on a night when she had utterly lost her way. If Noah hadn't shown up at the diner, where would she be without her wallet or car and in a foreign town? Tears blinded her, and she lifted her hand to wipe them away. "Everything okay?" Through the corner of her eye, she could see Noah taking his gaze off the road and glancing her way before refocusing on the bumpy gravel road. "I'm fine," she sniffled. "The song, it's painfully sweet." Through shuddered breaths, she asked if he knew the song's title. He reached for his phone from the dashboard and pressed a button on it before handing it to her. That should bring up the song and artist. Wow! Since when did phones have a feature that could listen to the song playing and name it? Hallelujah, Light Has Come by Barlow Girl. "It's a nice song," Noah said. I don't think I've ever heard it before." The final tune played and the song faded into its end. Ena forwarded the song and lyrics to her cell phone. She also forwarded the photos they took together in Colorado Springs. While at it, she saved her phone number in his phone. "You have my number, just in case I leave town abruptly. I hope you say goodbye." The muscles in his shoulders tightened, so her words must have come out wrong. "I can't leave without saying goodbye, of course." She wiggled back in her seat, savoring the fairyland of rolling snow-dusted mountains and open spaces they drove past. On occasion, guardrail fences surrounded fences and horses. The resort was uncomfortably quiet, yet perfect if you needed solitude and reflection. But Ena was in search of adventure, not the intense kind, which would make Noah and his small town the perfect change for her. Except Dad and Mom wouldn't take it well if she entertained the idea of leaving. She would think about it if she had to move to be with Noah, but he hadn't said anything, despite those warm and sweet looks of affection he gave her now and then. Whenever he held her hand, sparks shot up her arm. That hadn't happened when Warren or her ex held her hand. When they reached the secluded ranch house and Noah told her he was supposed to demolish the walls, she nearly leaped for him in an embrace. She was too thrilled to be doing manual labor. It was even more meaningful when he told her that every year he helped a resident in need to either fix or build a home if they had land. 30 minutes later, with their helmets and gear on, Noah pointed out the areas he had marked weeks ago, indicating the walls to be removed. Although she was dressed in her overalls, Noah was just in his work pants and plaid shirt, so he must be more concerned about her safety than his own. He did wear a hard hat and safety glasses and gloves, though. After demonstrating how to swing a sledgehammer, he handed it to her and asked her to test it out. The tool was probably heavier than she was, which could explain why he took a few steps further from her. Ena grunted while swinging the hammer in the air before setting it on the dingy stained carpet. "Let me show you." He came closer and stepped behind her. She shivered when their hands brushed as he guided her on how to grip the handle. Her hand moved with his on the sledgehammer. "Bring its head at the same level as your head on your dominant side. Based on what I've seen of you, your right is your dominant side, the same as mine. Then lift it into the air." They lifted the tool together. "Now drive it into the center of your target." They smashed the center of the wall and laughter burst from her, but nothing fell since they hadn't hit hard enough. Noah left the hammer in her hands as he stepped back. "Your dominant hand should direct the sledge in its path, while your non-dominant hand delivers the weight of the blow." Already out of breath from his nearness alone, how was she supposed to swing the hammer? Funny, she had always thought it was an axe. No wonder it was heavy. With her heart racing, she gripped the handle and told him she was ready. But needing a few moments to compose herself, she asked him what steps he had had to go through to prepare the house for demolition. She knew a bit of house demolition from the fixer-upper Akira wouldn't let her help, for fear she'd get hurt. Cardboard from a ripped box crunched beneath Noah's boots when he stepped back. "I turned off the electricity and water last month. Thankfully, the windows in this room sat low enough to stream in plenty of natural light. Be careful not to hit the wall framing," he said, as she shifted her leg to get a proper stance. When she lifted the hammer, he shouted, "Wait!" She set the tool down and turned to him. Reaching in his pocket, he handed her a face mask. "I don't want you to inhale this dust. I forgot to buy a mask, but I had a spare I grabbed from the truck earlier." Her chest squeezed. He was so selfless and considerate. "Thank you." All the little things that showed he cared almost left her too emotional to concentrate. "Where's your mask?" "I'll be fine." She had to trust that he would be. After all, he was the expert. So she swung the tool, and although she was slow and panting at first, the more time she hauled the hammer and slammed it into the wall, the more comfortable she felt. Her cheeks lifted, bringing the edges of the mask up by her eyes when the dry wall fell and thumped inside the wall. Perhaps she got the confidence from Noah's praises on the great job she was doing, or his concern whenever a hunk of drywall fell and he reminded her to be careful. Either way, it was a fun, mindless job, and she enjoyed doing it in Noah's company. As she worked her way across the wall, chunks of drywall muffled against the carpet as they fell by her feet or between the 2x4s inside the wall, except for one flat chunk that caught her off guard when she swung the hammer. Instead of the drywall splintering apart like the others, it fell as a whole toward her. But Noah, faster than her slow thinking, jumped over from behind, wrapped his strong arms around her waist, and pulled her backward with him. The hammer slid out of her hand and thudded to the floor just before she and Noah landed beside it with her back to his hard muscles. It had to be his chest. That was so close. His heart pounded against her back, clearly panicked for her. Ena lay there, frozen in place and staring at the ceiling. Her heart lodged in her throat and thundered like a pahu drum someone was pounding for a luau. After a few moments of blissful torture, Noah's hand moved around her waist where he had gripped her before their tumble. "I guess we need to get up?" Thankfully, he wasn't sure if they were supposed to get up or stay lying down forever, because she wasn't sure at all. She wanted him to keep talking since she liked the way his breath tickled her ear and shot a zing through her body. When he cleared his throat, she reluctantly put her hand on his chest, giving her a chance to push herself up to stand. She was burning in the overalls. Although she wasn't strong like him, she blew out a breath and managed to glance at him while he was still lying down. She reached her gloved hand out. "I'll help you up, unless you want us to fall back again." His voice was raspy. "I want to fall back." She kept her hand out and he took it. But he braced his other gloved hand on the carpet as he pulled up. "Thank you." He held her gaze. Somehow both their hats didn't fall off after their tumble. She swallowed, holding his gaze and taking in his dilated eyes. Her eyes must look exactly like his at the moment. The drumming of their hearts and quickening of their breaths gave a perfect background noise to the old house. "Would you like—" his Adam's apple bobbed when he swallowed. "The Christmas market starts tonight. I'd like to go." He must be asking her out on a date. Good. He took a step backward and picked up their safety glasses from the ground. Only then did she touch her face and realize her glasses had fallen off too. "I'm going to take my turn with the sledgehammer." She could only nod. She was too unstable to handle a sledgehammer now. She blew out a breath when Noah spun around in search of the hammer. Her heart sounded like the hammer was pounding through it. Chapter 14. With this being the second Christmas market in town, the organizers' efforts to pull off a smooth operation on Main Street impressed Noah. Over 30 vendors displayed homemade goods, crafts, and artistry while carolers strolled the street. Garlands of Christmas lights strung across the shops always remained the highlight on Main, but the massive Christmas tree rising from the end by Love's Boutique now illuminated the darkened sky. As Noah walked beside Ena, the tote bag he carried full of random things they bought separated them. So he moved it to his other hand, wanting to be as close as possible, with no barrier between them. Ena swung a bag of ornaments she had selected, but she kept peering at the shops, her face alight. When people stopped and greeted them, Noah introduced her as his friend who was visiting. What else was he supposed to say when they hadn't defined their relationship? When they walked past Antonio's antique shop, a music box on the table in front of the shop turned on as it played mechanical music. The shops would usually be closed at this hour, but with the market bringing in street traffic, the shop owners took advantage of these 3 days. Ena slowed her steps to take in the wooden box. "That is beautiful," she said before she resumed walking, and Noah made a mental note to return later and ask Antonio, the shop owner, if it was up for sale. "This town is like a Christmas village you see in movies." He didn't know what a Christmas village looked like. It could be a Christmas village, a movie scene featuring the two of them, except it wasn't snowing like he had imagined a Christmas movie would have. As they approached Theda's ice cream and coffee shop, Noah didn't have to worry about Stephanie nagging them to take their photo while she had a long line of customers. Despite the booth serving hot cocoa earlier, people seemed to need more warm beverages to last them through the market's final hours. The scent of pine mixed with ginger and cinnamon hung in the air. People bustled along the street, going from one booth to another, while others perused the shops. "Now that we've had dinner, what's next?" Ena bumped an elbow into his arm. Any touch or bump from her always sent tingles of awareness rushing through his body. While others strolled along, munching from bags of hot caramel corn or licking candy canes, Ena insisted eating while walking was rude. So they had stopped and eaten tacos from one of the 2 food trucks earlier, her choice to try something she had never eaten before. Even though he should feel confident with her by now, his heart drummed against his ribs at the idea of inviting her to his house. She terrified him, but he wanted to decorate the tree with her. While Ramon and his men decorated the property during the day, they had gone ahead and cut a Christmas tree for Noah. "I figured you'd need her to decorate a tree," Ramon had said in his text. "Went ahead and cut one for you." After the demolition at Leora and Bunny's house, Ena had complained that her shoulders were hurting. Noah had given her an ibuprofen when they had returned home to wash off and change before they drove to the market. "I was thinking of inviting my sister to join us for candy when we get home," he finally said. "I can't wait to meet her." Her bright eyes flashed his way for a glance as she sounded genuine in her eagerness. "She will love meeting you, too." He hoped she had come. He had only conjured up Briar when he panicked about inviting Ena to his house. They strolled further down the street and away from the sparkling lights. Street parking was blocked off, leaving the parking lot behind the building the only place to park. With the lot parked on the busy night, the lamps throughout helped him locate his Mazda. On the drive home, he called Briar and asked her to join them for a movie and candy bars. "Since when do you eat candy bars?" she asked. He had nothing against candy bars or desserts, but he never craved sweets. Even at his parents' house, Noah would rather scarf down seconds of casseroles than spare room for dessert. "You're coming?" he urged, so he didn't get off track. "I'm headed to the movies with my friends." "Not now, no." "You can always see the movie tomorrow." "Nope," Briar sang out, not catching on at all. "I just finished Charles Dickens, and I'd rather watch the movie while he's still on my mind." Noah stifled a groan. He hoped Ena didn't notice his unease. "I'll see you tomorrow, though." Besides working during the day, Ena might want another attempt at finding Warren before Thursday. "I might have plans." "I know. You and Ena are coming for dinner tomorrow." "What?" "I thought you might need to prep Ena for the meeting with the parents." Briar went on about Mom's plans for tomorrow's dinner. Okay." Knowing Briar wasn't coming to his rescue tonight, Noah ended the call so he could focus on driving. Long shadows from overhanging trees stuck out into the road. His phone rang before he could put it back on the dashboard. Thankfully, his car was the only one on the road. While he'd normally answer on Bluetooth speakerphone, He didn't want to chance Ena hearing his family talking about her. Like he had assumed, it was Mom. "I can't believe everyone in town knows your girlfriend but me." Noah held his breath, waiting for a moment to cut Mom off, but she kept talking and asking what she had done to deserve Noah giving her a cold shoulder. "Ma, it's not what you think. We're running out of time to get that Christmas tree up. Bring her by tomorrow night." Starting an argument and explaining why Ena might not be okay with the idea could lead her to grasping the nature of the conversation. "We'll see, Ma." "That tree needs to be up and decorated tomorrow," Mom said, her words final. "It's high time I meet the girl replacing Chloe." Noah's hand tensed at the mention of Chloe again. He wasn't the only one who judged girls by the standard Chloe set. Although different from Chloe, Ena was precious, sweet, and transparent. What was there not to like about her? "All right, Ma," was all he could say before he wished his mom a good night. Without making a definite plan, he hung up and hoped Mom wouldn't call soon to confirm whether Ena would be coming with him tomorrow. "Will your sister and Mom join us?" Ena tipped her head his way, her voice soft and eyes curious. "No." No better time than the present to update her on tomorrow's plans. He didn't want her thinking he was pressuring her into a relationship. He had done that with Chloe, and his family had hopes for his future with Chloe. So when things hadn't worked out, he wasn't the only one devastated. "My mom likes to cook." He tried to be subtle. "We usually decorate the tree together with my family." Where was he going with this? "Would you like to go with me?" Phew! That was way harder than he had expected. Did his words make sense at all? "What I meant—" Ena bounced a little in her seat, her hands coming together as if to clap before she clasped them and lowered them to her lap. "I would love to meet your parents." Phew! His tense shoulders loosened, and he rolled his neck side to side to ease the rest of the worries from his muscles. Then they neared the narrow road to his property, and the sight reminded him of the job he had hired Ramon to do. Candy cane solar stakes lined both sides of the road, and when he pulled into his driveway, his jaw dropped. Ramon's crew may or may not have put lights on each tree on the property, but Noah had never seen his house brighter. "Oh, wow!" Ena scooted closer to the windshield and rested both hands on the dashboard as she strained her seatbelt. Her breath fogged over the glass before she tilted her head his way again, and her silky hair slithered over one shoulder. Is this what the guys were doing earlier? Yes. When they had returned to wash up, one man had been hammering on the roof while others walked throughout the property stringing lights. But when Noah and Ena had left for the market, it hadn't been dark enough to see the results of their work. "Is it okay if we go and see the trees?" Ena pressed her face against the window as she peered to her side, shifting in her seat as if ready to leap out of the car. Since they were both still wearing their jackets and hats, Noah parked in his driveway, and she didn't wait for him to open the door for her. She was already out and running around the vehicle. Then, meeting him halfway, she took his hand in hers. Noah experienced his excitement through her while she clasped his hand, and they scurried across the yard to the closest and shortest pine tree. She unclasped his hand before reaching out to touch the sparkling lights strung around the tree. They put up a star? When he touched the tree, cool air brushed his hands, and needles poked his flesh. They did a great job. Ena outstretched her hands as if taking in a deep breath as she surveyed the lights on most of the smaller trees on the property. "It smells so good, so beautiful." A breeze whooshed across the barren trees and pine treetops, stirring pine-scented air. Wow, they had topped all the short trees with a radiant star. The tree in the shadows furthest from the house lights had the brightest star on the property. It was indeed beautiful. Noah would make sure to give Ramon a generous tip. When they walked back to his house, the solar pathway lights shone brightly against their shoes. At Ena's stunned expression when she paused at a sparkling reindeer pulling a sleigh, Noah decided he didn't have to look anywhere but at her. She gushed over every decoration, from the garlands of lights spiraling along the front posts and the snowman next to a ball outlined with lights, to the wreath hanging on his black door and the manger scene nestled beneath the deck. "Let's get a better look at the manger," Noah offered his hand, then tried to ignore the shock waves that shot through him when she clasped it. He let go of her hand as they squatted side by side. They both reached out to touch the bright star at the same time. His mind screamed that he should look away, but he couldn't, not with her smiling at him and warming him to the core. The porch and Christmas lights illuminated her perfect oval-shaped face and cast a sheen to her already gossamer skin. He didn't need to stare at the lights while her smile blazed so bright. Instead of pulling his hand away like he should, he smiled back. The red hat on her head didn't keep all her hair contained. Silky strands still spilled over her shoulders. His hands itched to reach and touch a few strands, but instead of putting his thoughts into reality and acting, he moved his hand on top of hers and covered it in his. He didn't want her to assume him holding her hand was all it took to be in love with someone, just like she had said with Warren. Now that he was having deep feelings for her, Noah wanted to show her there was more than hand-holding. Feelings were involved. "Ready to go put those ornaments to use?" Her lips parted. "You mean we have a tree to decorate?" "Maybe." That depended on how long it took them to test and eat the candy. As they walked toward his house, he feared he was falling in love with her too fast. He had never felt such an immediate attraction develop with anyone. Was it even possible to fall for someone in less than a week? Would she take him seriously? She had confessed about falling for the wrong guys far too fast. Would she later assume he was just like Warren? After all, they'd only known each other for 3 days, or was it 4? He had lost count, since it felt like he had known her forever. Almost 2 hours later, they finished decorating the tree and sat near the table. A ceramic plate overflowing with candy bars centered on the walnut surface. With Ena sitting on the carpet beside the table, Noah felt as if he was living someone else's dreams. Besides the dim lamp in one corner, the Christmas tree sent a magical glow through the room. "Are you sure you don't want to sit on the sofa with me?" Noah asked her for the second time, before they started a Korean drama she had chosen. She gave him a playful look and patted a space on the thick rug right next to her. "This will be more comfortable than a sofa." Noah eyed the TV he had on pause, then the candy bars on the table. If they were going to test out the different candies, he might be a bit far from the plate. Never one to take off his shoes until he got to his bedroom, he had imitated Ena and left his shoes at the door. While he had played Christmas music on his speaker, they had hung the ornaments. Thank goodness for Ena. He hadn't had a single Christmas decoration or ornament. It was a bonus they had bought mostly handmade and unique ornaments from the market vendors. All his childhood ornaments were at his family home, where they'd be hanging them on the sculpted plastic tree Mom preferred over the fresh ones, so she didn't have to clean up pine needles after the tree dried out. "If you don't sit here, I'll eat all the candy." Ena reached for a handful of candy bars and dropped them on the floor. The candy wasn't what had him move to the floor, but rather some force he couldn't explain. He took a whiff of her subtle scent, and his heart raced. Ready for the movie? Starting a movie might help him regain his composure. "After we watch this, you get to choose our Christmas movie." She reached for a Twix and handed it to him. Let's start with the ones I've never eaten before." Surprisingly, Ena had never tried several popular candies. Besides the candied nuts they had bought, Casper had been selling the usual candy bars at his booth. The moment Ena said she had never had Twix, Snickers, and the different candy bars, Noah insisted they add them to the shopping bucket Casper had given them while they perused the booths. Candy wrappers scrunched as they tore the bars open. Then, wanting to watch her reaction, Noah waited for Ena to test hers first. She chewed and closed her eyes. This is crunchy and gooey." "Don't look at her lips! Don't look at her lips!" He shouted the words in his mind as her round lips moved symmetrically with her jaw. When she opened her eyes and her gaze landed on him, he swallowed and tossed his whole piece in his mouth. He didn't even taste the caramel he knew so well beneath the chocolate. He might have lost his taste buds. He then reached for the remote from the table and pressed play. He hadn't expected to like the show, or drama, as Ena called it, but anything was enjoyable if you had the right companion. They continued to eat the candy as a story about love and betrayal played out. Ena loved the Reese's peanut butter cups and wouldn't stop praising the genius who invented the idea of peanut butter covered with chocolate. They laughed when the heroine walked into the room to find the hero dancing, thinking no one was watching. His heart squeezed when the heroine confessed her feelings for him, and although the hero had fallen for her, he denied his love for her. At some point in the movie, the hero confessed his feelings. Ena jumped, gasping and touching his shoulder when the soldiers took the heroine away, separating her from the love of her life. In a gut-wrenching moment, he went to rescue her, but she had been taken out of the country. While Ena stifled a sob, Noah had to leave for the kitchen for a paper towel for her to wipe her tears. "Thank you." She took the tissue from him, wiped at her eyes, and then blew her nose. His sister would have loved this movie, no doubt, but it only reminded Noah of his heartbreak with Chloe. He reached for a candy he had never eaten before, opening it and eating it as consolation for his once wounded heart. Chocolate covered the caramel cup, and he didn't find it tasty except for the drippy caramel mess when he bit into it. "You have something." Ena reached out and touched his chin. Her soft fingers trailed over his flesh as she wiped whatever it was, and Noah almost swallowed his tongue. He held his breath as if he were in the pool competing with his sister on who could hold their breath the longest. As long as he kept his gaze on Ena's tan top, not her soft, fawny skin or dough-brown eyes, he would survive. "There," she finally said, breathlessly, but that could be him hyperventilating. He wanted each day to be like this, with Ena in his house, his living room, and on his sofa as they watched a movie or talked to unwind their day together. She fit so perfectly in his world. He noted her reaching for another candy through the corner of his eye, afraid to glance at her for the rest of the night, terrified he'd end up doing something as stupid as leaning closer and kissing her. Instead, he gripped the rest of his chocolate bar and stared at the screen at another drama neither of them paid much attention to. He couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to marry someone like Ena. That was all a dream, really, because she would never like Iran where it snowed. Although he could enjoy a tropical climate, he wasn't up for that long-term silence thing they had at her resort. Would she want to build a house close to the resort? Would she be flexible enough to make changes to her life? Good grief! He needed to get a handle on his emotions rather than rush ahead of himself. Pushing the unreasonable thoughts out of his head, Noah forced himself to focus on the movie instead of the pretty girl enticing him from a few feet away. Chapter 15. Holding a salad container in one hand, Noah clasped Ena's hand with his other one, an excuse to savor the warmth from her fingers, yet help her up the steps to the house. Tucked against her other side as if to shield it from the wind, she carried the juniper bonsai tree for his parents, this one slightly bigger than the one she had bought him. Although it was only 5:30, the sky was dark, so he relied on the porch light to illuminate their way to the door. The ranch-style home with the dark blue siding was still the color it had been for as long as he could remember. He had tried to talk Mom and Dad into letting him build them a new house, but they didn't want to lose the memories attached to the home where they had raised him and Briar. A moth flapped between them before it flew to the light and then to the porch swing. Ena tilted her head back to look at the insect. Poor thing probably doesn't see. You would think the light is helping it see, he said, and it felt as if he was talking about himself more than the moth. Although he had eyes, Noah never could see crystal clear when it came to matters of the heart and knowing the right woman for him. Are you ready to go in? He unclasped his hand from hers and ran his fingers over his hair, slightly nervous to have her visit his childhood home. I'm always ready. She moved the plant almost to her chest and clasped both hands around its dark pot. She looked simple yet outstanding in high-waisted bohemian pants. The floral pattern complemented the red top she had tucked in and tied with the sash belt that emphasized her slim waist. Do you think your family will like the salad? If not, I'll eat the entire bowl. The subtle smell of broccoli wafted from beneath the salad bowl's lid. She had made shrimp and broccoli salad, and although Noah had never eaten seafood before, he had been in restaurants that served fried fish and shrimp to know how it smelled. Not too savory, but Ena had made the salad in his kitchen as she hummed a tune. She had made it with love. So even if it wasn't tasty, all he'd have to do was think about her cheerfully working, and he'd devour everything she had fixed. I should have made the beef satay, but my mom isn't expecting you to bring anything. They'd have more food than they needed, no doubt. He could almost smell Mom's roast beef from outside. He had told Ena not to worry about cooking, but she had insisted on fixing something to bring along. Last night, after their candy and movie, she had wanted to discuss his accounting needs. Once she started talking ledgers, balance forward, and you name it, his mind started spinning. He had powered up his laptop and given it to her, as well as his PA's phone number, so she could help Ena with whatever she needed. While he went to work today, Ena had taken the laptop to work on his business at the boutique while she hung out with the girls. When he had picked her up this evening, she wanted to stop at the country store to bring food to the family dinner. He had enjoyed having her work in his kitchen, the spacious kitchen he never used, and seeing her open and close cabinets, wipe the counters, and hover over the stove had given him more fantasies. She belonged there with him. Do you want me to knock? He hadn't knocked yet? He grimaced, even more awkward. He never knocked to get in the house, and the door would be unlocked. But he had a guest today, and would rather give his family a warning. The door swung open. Noah, are you going to let our guest freeze to death? Mom half smiled, and the bobbed salt and pepper hair of her wig, the same color as her natural hair, swirled above her neck. She waved Ena in, her brown eyes alight, before she stepped aside to let them enter. Welcome. Thanks for inviting me, Mrs. Buzz. Ena handed Mom the juniper. Glad you could join us. Mom braced the plant into the crook of her elbow, the ceramic pot blending in with her dark brown button-down blouse. This will fit right in with the other plants. Except Mom's plants were fake, so he had best warn her. You'll need to water it and fertilize it sometimes. She frowned and touched the prickly leaves. "This is a real plant?" "It's a juniper tree." Ena tucked her silky hair behind her ears as she scooted around him to step into the warm entryway. Her little ankle boots seemed to dance with each step. "It stays indoors." "Well, how about that? An indoor tree. Thank you." Mom's smile wobbled at its edges. She preferred fake plants. At times, she claimed she killed plants. Sometimes she said she didn't want to waste money buying plants that would die soon, and other times she insisted live plants were messy. Recovering her smile, she tapped the bowl in his hands. "And what have you brought, Noah?" "Ena made some salad." "Oh, she didn't have to do that." While Ena dismissed her with a wave, Noah leaned in to kiss Mom's cheek. "It smells good in here. Your sister is whipping up the cookie batter." Since he hadn't given an official introduction, he introduced Ena. She bowed, something he had seen her do when she spoke to older people. "I'm Millie." Mom gave a curt nod. "I hope Noah told you we eat cookies before dinner. Once a year when we set up the Christmas tree." He walked toward Ena as she eased out of her blazer. He helped get one arm free while she worked her other one free, before he hung the coat on the coat hanger in the front room, and slipped his up there too. When she slid off her ankle boots, he bent and eased his feet out of his slip-on dress shoes, grateful they didn't have laces. With Mom's instructions, they followed her through an oppressive hunter green hall to the kitchen in the back of the house. Christmas music softly played from Dad's massive stereo system in the living room, and the fake poinsettia plants on bar stools added a festive feel. Mom had already brought out her collection of snowman cookie jars and changed the curtains to her wintry snowflake print ones. The house plan hadn't bothered him while he was growing up, but as an adult, he wouldn't settle for the floor plan, the fake plants, or the leafy wallpaper borders. But Mom liked keeping things the same way. "Hey, guys!" Briar beamed. The smile she directed at Ena crinkled up her nose and rounded out her high cheekbones. Her curly dark ponytail bounced as she moved to the sink and brushed her hands clean of the flour, dusting them, before meeting them at the kitchen entrance. "Ena!" Her gleeful eyes glowed. "I'm so glad you could join us." "I wouldn't miss it for the world." Ena ducked her head, her hair slipping free to cover her cheeks, but not before he glimpsed her softest smile. Mom walked by, having stowed Ena's bonsai somewhere, and scooped the salad from his hands to set in the fridge, which was just in time before Briar greeted him with a playful punch on the shoulder before giving him a gentle shove to step aside. He patted the top of her head, moving his hand and loosening strands from her ponytail. "What's up, Jelly Bean?" She swatted his hand away before she sidestepped him and wrapped her arms around Ena. With her eyes shining beneath the fluorescent lighting, Ena squeezed his sister tightly, not appearing the least frazzled by a stranger's embrace. Her laughing words rushed out as she held Briar at arm's length and did that little bounce he was coming to adore. "Noah has told me so much about you." "Now I'm worried." Briar stepped out of the hug and planted a hand on her hip, her curly lashes winging up with a skeptical look. Noah shrugged, his gaze sweeping over his sister's flour-dusted giraffe apron, then Ena's top and pants, now smeared with flour. "Did you even notice the mess you left on Ena?" "Oops." Wincing, Briar cupped both hands over her mouth. "I'm fine." Ena edged deeper into the kitchen toward where Mom was cleaning a space on the counter, plastic ivy trailing over ancient oak cabinets around her. "Do I get to make cookies too?" Mom waved her over. "The whole family does. Dad's still in the shower, but he won't mind if we begin. Come on, kids, let's get started. Noah, pull out the cookie trays. Ena, select the cookie cutters we'll use. Briar, check the roast in the oven." Mom moved to inspect the food boiling on the stove, scented steam rising from beneath the lids. "I heard about your heart attack." Ena took the cookie cutter container from Mom. "Will you be okay?" "Humph." Mom directed a stern gaze his way before turning back to the stove. "It's all in the past." Then it shouldn't still be a sore subject, but he thanked Ena for her concern, something Mom should be saying. "So," Briar walked toward the oven. "Ena, how did the candy tasting go?" Ena peeped at him, her eyes lighting with that shy smile. "I liked the candy with peanut butter." "Reese's Peanut Butter Cups." "What Noah said." Ena twisted open the lid of her container. "That used to be Noah's favorite candy." Mom carried the hot pot toward the sink, and he scooted further to give her space. "I don't remember that." He scrambled in his mind for a candy he had favored as a child, but couldn't recall. "On Halloween, you always sorted out the Reese's Cups and any caramel candies. You love caramel." Mom sloshed water from her pot and stepped away from the steam, letting the area cool before pouring out the rest of the water. Like the hot steaming water, memories of last night flooded in, and his whole body went warm with thoughts of Ena's soft hands on his chin, wiping the caramel from his mouth. Maybe he had a good reason to like caramel after all. Not wanting to give any of his thoughts away, he bent and pulled out the cookie racks from the cabinet in case his expression betrayed him. Briar slid the roast back into the oven. "Has Noah given you a proper tour of the town?" "He's shown me lots of places." "Hey, my boy!" Dad's booming voice erupted. They all turned to him. Dressed in khakis and a black sweater, he dominated the doorway. People often said Noah looked like Dad, except for the gray now dominating Dad's hair, which he kept shorter than Noah's longer and well-shaped style. Well, usually well-shaped. He needed that haircut he had missed. His fingers twitched to check the puffiness of his own hair, but instead he moved to pull his dad into an embrace before introducing Ena. She bowed when she shook Dad's hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Buzz. Call me Justice." Ena then peered over Dad's shoulder to the dining area, where posters and photos of Denver Broncos memorabilia made up for any lacking architectural imagination. "I like your house." "You can visit us any time." Briar handed Ena a red apron trimmed with holly and helped her tie it behind her back. Then all three ladies worked at rolling out cookie dough. Working on the gingerbread cookies, Noah and Ena shared their cutting board, while Mom, Dad, and Briar shared another one with the sugar cookies. Ena had probably never eaten cookie dough, so after they transferred their cookies to the cookie sheet, he pinched off a section of the leftover cookie dough and passed it to her. "You want to try this?" Those wide eyes blinked up at him before she took the piece out of his hand. "Should I?" Noah reached for another piece for himself to show her how it's done. "Like this." He dropped the gooey gingery piece in his mouth and chewed the cookie dough. Except, despite his memories of enjoying it as a child, it didn't taste as good as he remembered. "This is not bad." Ena scrunched up her face, chewing and reaching for another piece from the cutting board. So he did the same, and they chewed as they eyed each other until Briar announced their cookies were ready to be put in the oven. Even with Ena's presence this year, nothing seemed different as they sat in the dining area to frost the cookies, her sitting next to him, with Briar across from them, and Mom and Dad at the farmhouse-style tables opposite ends. Noah never cared for sprinkles on his cookies, but Briar always did, and clapped over the extra gunk Ena added to her cookies. "You know you're going to eat that," he warned when Ena showed him the red hearts and sprinkles, and the green beads and sprinkles artfully spread around the wreath-shaped sugar cookie. I feel sad that I have to eat it." She reached for the milk and took a sip. Noah stifled a laugh, then jostled her shoulder with his arm. "You can always decorate another." She lifted her cookie to her mouth, then set it down on the plate before biting into it, and he found himself smiling as she delicately nibbled at the cookie's big bow. They talked about the holiday events in town, both those past and those yet to come. Then Mom tapped his arm. "The tables you made for the youth center last year are the only ones still standing. The committee asked me to thank you." Noah didn't need Mom drawing him into any attention, so the upcoming party for the families in the trailer park was a better conversation. "Any of you going to the Christmas party next week?" Briar dabbed a napkin on her lips. Keisha said they still need volunteers to wrap the gifts. Not wanting to leave Ena out, Noah leaned toward her, savoring her subtle, always refreshing scent, and explained the nature of the party. Ena reached for a gingerbread cookie to decorate. "That's such a great cause." Dad stretched his arms over his head, rocking back his chair, the wooden legs creaking against the hardwood floor. "I can't believe we're going to try setting up that old tree with it falling apart. You know, we should have gotten a new one, Millie." "Nonsense." Mom waved at him in a shooing motion. "You're not throwing out the family tree." "Ignore them. They go at this every year." Briar scooted forward in her seat and snagged the cookie Ena had gone all out to decorate. "Yours look even yummier than mine." "Briar!" Noah lurched to grab her hand, but she jerked it back in time. "You are so not going to eat." She popped it in her mouth, then winked at Ena and covered her mouth with a hand as she spoke around her bite. "Are your Christmases like this?" Ena's soft laugh rushed out. "Not at all." She told them about the silent resort and how they celebrated Christmas. "I like how you guys celebrate Christmas here." "You'll be leaving soon?" Mom paused, lowering her half-eaten gingerbread man, her brow creasing. "I wish I could stay." Ena put her final piece of the cookie on her plate. "I love your town." "What brought you into town?" "Mom, people visit Ebron all the time." Noah shrugged, not wanting her to force Ena to talk about Warren and her missing items. Thankfully, Briar and Dad showed interest in the resort. Dad wanted to take a silent retreat, and Briar wanted to visit the beach sometime. While they were lost in conversation, Noah and Mom cleaned up after the cookies and got the food ready for dinner. He sliced the roast beef while she mashed the potatoes. "You're interested in an Asian girl?" The way she asked brought chills to his spine. He paused with the knife, but Mom was smashing the potatoes without pausing. "What's wrong with an Asian girl?" "I'm not racist." Mom huffed a breath. "She's not Chloe." He resisted rolling his eyes, and instead pinned her with a gaze. While he didn't blame her for comparing Ena to Chloe, he had to undo what he had trained his mind to think and how he had made everyone around him see the same. She doesn't have to be Chloe. Beauty came in different ways and wasn't always what he imagined it to be. He hadn't expected Ena to show up and steal his heart. He resumed slicing the roast beef as he thought of all the things he liked about Ena. "She's kind. She's adventurous, cheerful, transparent. Too transparent, if you ask me." Mom's tone didn't match her usual lightness to guests. Maybe she was still upset about Ena knowing her health issues. "I'm sorry for telling Ena about your heart attack. I told her because I was explaining why I had a guest house." He told Mom about the day he had brought Ena to stay at the guest house, leaving out the extra details of her other love interest. "She's just caring and concerned. She had no intention of making you uncomfortable." "Okay." Mom walked over and tossed the masher into the sink. "As long as she doesn't leave you with a broken heart." "From the day we met, I knew she was leaving." I can tell she likes you. Mom fingered through her wig, smoothing out the edges, her frown pulling on her plump lips. I like her too, but he wasn't capable of saying it. The uncertainty of so many things between him and Ena sparked an ache in his chest, so he scooped up the roast beef platter and carried it to the table, Mom following him with potatoes and gravy. Then he returned for Ena's salad and the special green bean casserole that Mom made only for holidays. As they ate, they chatted about random things. Ena discussed the lights and music show at the Broadmoor and the lights on his property. Then she ducked her head, and her voice dipped so low he had to lean closer to hear her. This has been the best Christmas. Briar, sitting across from them, arched a brow at him, and he kicked her leg under the table. She kicked him back, so he moved his legs under his chair and took another serving of Ena's shrimp and broccoli salad. He had never eaten shrimp before, and man, he had been missing out. The meaty shrimp and crunchy vegetables paired perfectly with the hard-boiled eggs and creamy sauce. He pointed at it with his fork. This salad is so good. Ena touched his shoulder as if it was something she normally did. I'm so glad you like it. Agreed. It's addictingly scrumptious. Briar reached for the bowl and scooped out another serving. What did you put in here? I can taste the eggs. Dag snagged the bowl from Briar. What sauce did you use? Ena sat straight, moving the fork around her roast beef to spread the gravy. Japanese mayonnaise. I didn't know shrimp tasted this good. Mom stared at her half-eaten salad next to her mashed potatoes. I rarely cook seafood. You've never cooked seafood, Noah corrected. Not as long as I've eaten meals in this house. Me neither. Briar forked a slice of roast beef. A soft pink spread over Ena's cheeks and her eyes glowed. I'm glad everyone likes it. It's my dad's favorite salad. After dinner, she helped him clear the dishes, even when he told her she was their guest and needed to relax. I like working with you, she said, as they put the plates in the sink and rinsed them to load into the dishwasher. You make work enjoyable. His chest swelled. So do you. When they joined his family to get the Christmas tree and ornaments out, they set the items in the front room. Ena and Briar sat on the rug by the sofa and pulled ornaments from the bins Mom stored them in. Mom sat in the nearby rocker and strung thread through popcorn with a needle while Dad manned his antique stereo, putting CDs in the player, testing out the music, and switching to different Christmas songs. Standing by the fireplace, Noah attempted to connect the tree. Fake needles already littered the hardwood floor. Dad was so right about the need for a new tree. Ma, Noah waved a branch toward her, sprinkling more needles. This is no different from the mess a fresh Christmas tree makes. But a fresh tree wouldn't be sculpted like that one. Mom stabbed her fluffy popcorn kernel and strung it next to the others, her fingers moving with a practiced patience he'd never be able to manage. I love the way my tree flounces at the bottom like my scalloped curtains. It perfectly matches our tree skirt. Another thing that needed replacing. Noah bit back the comment. It's Me and You by Elijah Woods blasted through Dad's stereo, and Noah hummed the familiar song, a family favorite. Briar was bobbing her head and Mom was kicking her rocker faster while Dad was snapping his fingers. We've got to shake it up. You all know the drill. Noah shook his head, and without permission from his brain, his gaze drifted to Ena. Oh, man, she was staring at him, grinning. This is where we stand up and dance. Briar stood and tapped Ena's shoulder. Ena startled, then gaped at Briar, who was shaking it up like Dad. Come on, Millie girl, give me some sugar. Dad shuffled his feet in front of Mom while holding out his hands for her. "That's what I'm talking about." Briar pointed at Noah, urging him with her head and inclining her chin for him to join Ena, who was still standing with a broad smile, unsure of what to do next. Mom hummed, then set her project on the floor and stood, taking Dad's offered hand. Noah set the two pieces he had connected down so he could claim Ena, who was taking in his crazy family. But when he crossed the threshold and claimed her hand, his entire body felt hotter and beads of sweat slicked his forehead. Being intimidated to dance with Ena didn't make sense, especially when she took his arm freely. "This is so fun," Ena spoke over the loud music when she was close to his ear. "This is what we do," Noah spoke louder, "whenever we set up the tree." His legs wobbled slightly, and it felt much hotter than earlier, even with the top of his flannel unbuttoned. Maybe he was getting carried away with the dancing now that he was seeing two of Ena's heads. He slowed his sway, pulled her closer, and touched her cheek. It was her head. Smooth strands of her hair sifted past his fingers. "You look different, in a ninja style." He wasn't too sure what he just said, but Ena's soft fingers touched his cheek. Oh my, Noah. She wasn't dancing anymore, and he stared between the two heads in front of him. "Your face is swollen, your mouth." Her slender arm slid around his back. "Let's go sit down." Her wide eyes and fearful voice alarmed him, but nothing was wrong with him. He just needed fresh air, perhaps. But he liked her arm around him too much to step outside. "What happened?" someone asked. The music stopped. Now he was seeing too many heads to keep up with. "Let me call Zach," Dad's voice sounded. "I'm fine." Noah's tongue felt heavy, clumsy. Something was wrong if he couldn't form a coherent sentence. "I'm calling 911. He couldn't tell if Briar or their mom said that, but he could hear Ena's voice and relaxed at the feel of her soft fingers on his forehead and cheeks as she spoke comforting words. "You're going to be okay. You have to be okay, Noah." Was he going to be okay? The question popped into his mind when he struggled to keep his eyes open. Then darkness blanketed his face. Standing by the kitchen window, Ena stared at the lights twinkling on nearby evergreens. Even in the moonlit night, she didn't have to strain her eyes to enjoy the sweeping view of the rolling mountains rising in the distance. She had stood in the same place earlier today and made the salad that had made Noah sick. She shuddered and tried, again, to erase the last intense hours of her life. Noah had hardly been recognizable with a swollen face. He was now okay. Otherwise, she wouldn't be standing in his kitchen boiling water for his tea. "Thank you, Lord." His family's chatter and laughter sounded from the living room. "I'll be fine. You should go home," Noah spoke, attempting to get rid of his family, who had stayed by his side since the hospital. "The doctor said you need to take it easy," his mom fussed. After Briar called the ambulance that rushed him to the hospital, they learned he was allergic to shellfish and treated him with an emergency injection of epinephrine. Dr. Zach hadn't been at the hospital like Noah's dad had hoped, but Ena owed the doctor on duty for saving Noah's life. She drew out a breath, then rested her hands on the granite counter. She could get used to this spacious kitchen with the only island behind her blocking off the rest of the house. Seemed the bonsai plant she had given Noah agreed, since it looked quite at home on the kitchen island. With the kitchen's big window, the room would get enough light for the plant to thrive. While his childhood home was a simple ranch style, this stunning two-story with exposed wooden beams and extra flourishes throughout offered visual proof of his attention to detail and dedication to perfection. It was interesting how the day had gotten out of hand. One minute, Noah was getting ready to decorate a Christmas tree with his family, and the next, he was passing out. Ena had never met a guy's parents before, the parents of someone she was in love with. Yes, real love, because she felt different with him, something she had never experienced before. She wanted to assume they were becoming more than friends, but with the snap decision she had made, she had better not push herself into another relationship that would end up being a letdown. She had hinted at her interest in him, but Noah remained unresponsive. She had probably been too direct and scared him off, but she also needed to understand where he was coming from. He had had a major heartbreak from one of the most beautiful girls in town. She couldn't compare herself to Chloe, and naturally, Noah wouldn't judge her by the standard Chloe set. Friendly, fashionable, and as artistic as Noah was. Yet here was Ena, dressed in casual, wide-leg pants and a sweater that should showcase her curves, but didn't. What did she know about love anyway? The rippling sound caused her to turn, and she moved to the stove. Bubbles formed as vapor rose from the boiling water. So she reached for the tea bag from the saucer and dipped it in the hot water. She had bought some tea from the store while shopping for the food to take to Noah's family dinner. After the shellfish incident, she was terrified to cook anything for him, but when she asked if he had wanted some tea, he had said yes. "You could have microwaved the water, you know." She jumped, startled by the unexpected company. "Briar!" Ena stared at Noah's sister, slender, medium height, and beautiful. Like him, Briar had crinkles around her nose when she smiled, and like his, glowing skin curved over her high cheekbones, where enviable eyelashes cast lacy shadows. Her red leggings showed off the curves Ena would never have. Why did he have to be surrounded by stunning women? Turning off the stove, she answered Briar's question. "Tea tastes better when you cook it on the stove." Ena then opened the cabinet above the stove and reached for a mug. "I hope he's not allergic to green tea." The last thing she wanted was to send him to the hospital again. "It's not your fault, you know." Briar's comforting hand touched Ena's shoulder. "We all ate the same salad, and we're fine." "Thank you." The words emerged in a whisper when she pushed them past the emotion clogging her throat. She didn't look at Briar with her eyes blurring. She didn't deserve her gentle and kind words. Briar, like her parents, had been kind in the hospital when Ena apologized repeatedly for causing Noah's hospital visit. Not wanting to show her almost teary eyes, Ena stared at the digital stove clock. 11:58 p.m. "What do you say we get Noah his tea?" Briar took her hand off Ena's back and turned to leave. "I'm going to send the parents home." Ena didn't understand what Briar meant until she brought Noah's tea. His smile for her was brighter than the Christmas tree in the room. He then patted the space next to him. "Ena's tea will give me the strength I need." As soon as he took the steaming cup, she sank to his side on the creamy sofa. "Thank you for my tea." He winked, and her worries melted. "Dad, it's way past your bedtime." Briar touched her dad's back as if giving him a gentle shove out. Still, he stood there, staring at Noah, then Millie in the armchair across from the sofa where Noah and Ena sat. "Mom," Briar spoke to Millie, "Ena and I will take care of Noah." Millie lifted her brows, pointing a finger to Ena, then Briar. "Make sure he doesn't do anything he shouldn't." "We will." Ena breathed out the words of a secret vow to herself. She wouldn't go to sleep until Noah closed his eyes. Even with that, she wanted him to sleep on the sofa where she could watch him to make sure he was still breathing. "Mom, I'm in good hands." Noah eyed Briar, who nodded. When he looked at Ena and smiled a smile just for her, her knees felt like buckling. Good thing she was sitting down. Her cheeks aflame, she stared below the coffee table to the Bible underneath. It was a good focal point until she cooled off. When his parents left, Noah told Briar about the Korean drama they had watched. I love K-dramas. Briar's eyes lit up beneath the lamp by the chair she had tucked her feet up in. Don't you need to have cable? I have Hulu. Briar crinkled up her nose with a mischievous look. Since when? He shrugged. Ena wanted to watch Asian dramas. He got Hulu for her? Feeling like she was floating, Ena pressed her bare toes into the nappy rug before the sofa and tried to stay grounded. Still, words failed her. With her throat closing up, she peeped at him and managed to mouth a thank you. Let's watch an episode tonight. He blew on the cup before tilting it to his mouth. But she was shaking her head, her toes digging deeper into the nappy rug. I'd love to, but you need to rest. With the caffeine in this green tea, I doubt I'll be sleeping tonight. Oh! She cupped a hand to her mouth. Here I am poisoning you again. Tea doesn't interfere with my sleep, but I drink it daily as opposed to you. Who never drinks it? Briar slipped from her chair to the rug at Ena's feet, then tugged at Ena's hand. But I wouldn't say that's poisoning him. Come on, let's have some fun. As the night went on, she and Briar sat on the carpet close to the sofa, where Noah attempted to lie down. They took turns choosing the dramas they watched as Ena asked more about Briar's job at the mayor's office. Noah teased Briar when he learned she had had a subscription to an online streaming service for K-dramas. What else don't I know about my baby sister? Ha! Wouldn't you like to know? Briar jostled his knee with her shoulder. No way am I going to share all my secrets, you big oaf. Ena hugged her knees to her chest, savoring their banter. It reminded her of the days she and Akira would tease each other before he got tied into working overtime. Wanting Noah to watch something he liked, she suggested he choose a movie, and he chose a sitcom. With such clever humor, it kept them all laughing throughout the episode before they switched back to another drama. At some point in the night, Ena went to the kitchen and brought out the leftover candy bars so Briar could have some. If they were competing to see who cried the most during the shows they had watched, Briar would have won the contest. Noah stayed wide awake, although he kept yawning. Ena's sleep had been messed up since she landed in Colorado, so she wasn't too tired. But she had to agree with Noah. The tea was probably too strong for him. When he finally closed his eyes, Briar left and returned with a blanket to cover him. You can sleep in one of the bedrooms here, she yawned, making Ena stifle a yawn of her own. Is it okay if I stay and keep an eye on him? A sympathetic smile lifted Briar's cheeks. I'll grab a blanket for you, too. The furnace turned on from time to time, and the fireplace in the room sent enough warmth into the house. But Ena agreed to the blanket when Briar gave it to her. Draping it over her shoulders was a mistake, though. A few hours after Briar's departure, Ena turned off the lamp in the corner, leaving the Christmas tree light sparkling. She watched Noah's chest rise and fall, his breathing heavier than earlier. He looked so handsome, so sweet, and he had displayed his kindness in so many ways over the last few days. But he was unreachable even as he lay within reach. Her chest squeezed. She wasn't his type. Maybe if they had met before he had dated Chloe, he might have easily fallen for Ena. The crystal-clear hopelessness of her intense crush made her hurt even more. She felt like a stalker for lifting her hand to touch his beard, but she decided against it and rested her hand on the nappy rug. Maybe she had better sleep rather than stare and admire a man she'd never have. Instead of leaving to go scout out the upstairs for an empty room to sleep in, She scooted to his feet and rested her head on the edge of the sofa, slightly brushing her head to his legs. Thankfully, she woke long before Noah or Briar to cook omelets and tea. Chapter 16. Thursday evening, Ena stared at her face in the bathroom mirror. She didn't need a full-length mirror to know how she looked in her black pencil skirt and white blouse. She had a party dress in her luggage, but even though she was headed to a party, tonight was more about getting her items from Warren's house than going on a date with Noah. But she wanted her hair to look nice. Not being naturally stylish, she had combed her hair differently by parting it off-center and pushing the rest off to one side. Mom kept things simple, so Ena did too. She winced a bit thinking of her parents. Their phone conversation an hour ago had been more about her safety. Dad didn't voice it, but he didn't think she'd survive on her own much longer, hence his urgency to talk to Noah. Even after she told him Noah taught her some self-defense moves and bought her pepper spray. She had confided in Mom that she was in love with Noah, and no doubt Mom would tell Dad. Perhaps the next time they chatted, Ena could convince them that she had a good reason to postpone her return trip until after Christmas. Until then, the last thing she needed was Dad embarrassing her by telling Noah how much she depended on her parents. She had tried her best to keep them from talking to Noah. As long as she was in charge of his work phone, that should work because it was the only contact number for Noah her parents had. The good news was the resort IT had reprogrammed the security codes 2 days ago. What a relief that nothing from her computer would be compromised if it hadn't been already. Tilting her head to the side, she pursed her lips. She looked presentable, and that earned her a smile. After the omelet breakfast she had shared with Noah and his sister yesterday, Briar had left for work. Despite the doctor's orders to take it easy for the next 24 hours, Noah insisted on going to work. He had claimed he wouldn't do anything strenuous, but couldn't take the time away when he had 2 whole weeks off starting next week. So Ena asked him to drop her off at Love's Boutique to continue working on his business statements. She wanted to have a statement with a clear cash flow and to track his financial progress to prepare him for peak and slow periods and give him a clear business direction financially. His business was making money, but his accounting records were off the charts, and that could lead him into making uninformed business decisions, hence hindering profitability in the long run. She stepped out of the bathroom and moved to the spacious bedroom with its massive closet, almost as big as her whole room at home. The open closet presented a blue party dress and 4 other tops hanging on the rack. Chloe had gifted her the dress earlier today, a payment for Ena's help at the boutique. This time, Ena had refused to take money since she had only worked for 3 hours, unpacking boxes and stocking their inventory. The rest of the day she had worked on Noah's statement records. At lunchtime, Briar dropped into the boutique for a surprise visit and took Ena to her place of work, where they ate sandwiches before she gave Ena a brief tour of the town hall. And Briar showed off the local history framed and hung on the walls. When the doorbell rang, Ena's stomach somersaulted the way it did lately whenever she was around Noah. She reached for her jacket on the bed, though she'd prefer his insulated jacket, even if it didn't fit her well. She'd put it on if it snowed later, as the forecast predicted. In the front room, she set the jacket on her shoes beside the door before swinging it open. Then her breathing quickened at the sight of the most handsome man she had ever met. She breathed in his fresh scent of soap and something else. The porch light directed at him highlighted the clean, sharp cut of his hair. He must have trimmed the edges. "These are for you." Ena glanced at his hands and the vase he presented. For me? Why? She didn't deserve any more from him. Thank you for taking care of me when I was sort of sick." The frigid air seeped through her shirt, and she stepped aside to let him in before taking the flowers. The roses in the mixed bouquet sent a sweet scent through the house. She touched the tip of the red rose, sliding her finger along a soft and smooth petal, precious, just like Noah. "I almost killed you, and now you're rewarding me?" "God's in charge of taking my life, not you." He pocketed his hands in his navy pants, the same color as his blazer, while his white button-down shirt matched her blouse. For the record, something good came out of it. She could guess what he meant, but she gnawed at her lower lip. "What's that?" A playful grin crinkled up his cheeks. "We've been eating breakfast and dinner at the house. I like that." She had been spending more time in his house and getting hers and his laundry done. She felt comfortable there, almost at home. Having him trust her to cook for him after the incident meant a lot. "I like cooking with you the most." "If me being in your way and talking you to death is considered cooking, then you can cook with me any time." His sizzling gaze flickered to her lips, or had she imagined that? Unable to hold his gaze, she dipped her face to the flowers and breathed in the achingly sweet scents even as her chest constricted. "Thank you." Hugging the vase to her chest, she walked toward the kitchen and set the flowers on the unfinished counter. She might not need her jacket today. Noah brought enough heat for the two of them, and she had to fan herself. She grabbed her purse from the counter and walked back to him. "You're underdressed," he said, catching her off guard, and she had to look down at her outfit to clarify what she already knew she was wearing. "For the weather. It's snowing out there." So utterly absorbed by him, she hadn't even glanced past him to the snow swirling beyond. She pointed to her shoes and coat. "I have your jacket." He stepped away from her mat to her stash, then bent to pick up the jacket. When she reached for the ankle boots, bending and sliding them on, she worked up the nerve to comment on his attire. "You look very nice." "You don't look bad yourself," he said, the gentleman that he was. "At least we match," she said, aware she'd be the least dressed-up person at the party. As he helped her ease into her jacket, she had to explain why she had dressed in her work clothes. "It will be difficult for Warren to say he doesn't remember me if I'm wearing the same clothes I wore when he borrowed my car." "Yeah, borrowed." Noah mumbled something else under his breath, perhaps bothered that she still gave Warren the benefit of the doubt. She didn't blame Noah for being exhausted by the chase, so she thanked him for not giving up on her as they drove over to the Driscoll's. "I'm glad you trusted me with your mission." He kept his focus on the road. Snow flurries danced in the air, and her fingers twitched to catch them, even as her heart ached to play in the snow like she had seen in movies. "Have you ever built a snowman before?" "A snowman?" His shoulders relaxed, and his gaze slid from the road to her, a twinkle in his eye before he refocused on the fresh snow building up on the road. "It's been a long time since I've built one. If you're still here tomorrow, we can build one." Joy flowed in her heart. "I would love that." But she eyed him. She had told him she had extended her trip. Had he already forgotten? "It's interesting that you've never done the simple things I took for granted growing up." He fixed his grip on the steering wheel, seeming to sink back further into his seat as they approached the main road that had been recently plowed. "Yet I still can't wrap my mind around you jet skiing and surfing in an expansive ocean all by yourself." "We both have things to teach the other." She gripped her hands in her lap. "Maybe someday you can come to the island. I'd love to teach you all the water sports there." His gaze slid from the road again, dark and intense as it poured over her. The rest of the trip they talked about their strategy for the night. Finding Warren and asking for her items. If Warren wasn't forthcoming, Noah had another plan. He suggested they inform the police, but unless Warren proved to be a thief, she didn't want to get him into trouble. A part of her still hated having had to involve the police when her first boyfriend stole from the lodge. She'd do everything she could to avoid that again. Noah's other plan was to go to the garage to find the car, and if her belongings weren't in it, then search Warren's bedroom. As they talked about Warren, Ena remembered Sophia's reaction when Ena told the girls that she and Noah were headed to a party at the Driscoll's home. She twisted her hands tighter together. Do you know why Sophia cringed and shivered when I talked about Warren's family? Maybe because Warren thinks differently than some of us, but we have people like him everywhere. His response was so vague. She scooted sideways in her seat to study his profile. What do you mean by that? I don't want you to see him from my perspective. I'd like you to form your own opinion of him. If Warren was a good person, Noah would have said so right away. Even the girls would have. Do you trust him? No, but you do. Did she, though? She had trusted him before. He lied to me. Further reason not to trust him. After tonight, she could close her chapter with Warren. They would certainly run into him at the party. Almost 2 hours later, Ena leaned against the mahogany railing of a balcony inside the Driscoll's home, having the perfect vantage point to watch the crowd on the main floor. Glittering jewelry sparkled to match a myriad of fizzing champagne flutes as ladies in evening dresses and designer suits mingled with men in formal wear. Guests descended a winding staircase while others stood underneath dangling lights, lost in chatter. The low murmur of their voices and higher pitch of their laughter echoed along the vaulted ceiling and marbled flooring until parts of her ached for the silence of her family's retreat. The only one underdressed, she stood beside Noah, her hand clasped in his, as people bombarded him with questions about his work. Thankfully, he hadn't shown any signs of embarrassment over her outfit. Earlier, while they were choosing their sodas in the kitchen, Dinah Driscoll's friends admired her kitchen, and she had introduced Noah as the man behind the outstanding work. Seeming uncomfortable with the praise, he had kept conversations brief and snatched Ena to the balcony, but that didn't keep people from finding them. Yet he and Ena were on a mission, although finding Warren proved impossible in this spacious house with so many guests. Enjoy the party, Noah told the latest couple he had been speaking with. Then he tucked Ena's hand through his arm and strode past a 10-foot live Christmas tree shimmering with gold and red ribbons, sparkly lights, and glass ornaments toward a window at the end of the hall. What are we going to do? She whispered, realizing they weren't going to find Warren. Noah stopped walking and turned to her, unclasping his hand from hers. I know where his bedroom is. He hushed his voice, keeping it just loud enough for her to hear over the instrumental holiday music. We could scope out there first for your handbag and computer. What do you think? With her heart racing over the violation they'd be getting themselves into, she stared at him, and his determined confidence calmed her. She squeezed his hand. How did you find out where his room is? A friend of my mom's is the housekeeper here. Muffled footsteps sounded on the tile, and an aproned server in black and white walked toward them, carrying a tray of finger food. Noah lifted his hand to stop her. We're good, thank you. They had just had a chicken and mixed vegetable dinner, but apparently they'd be serving appetizers throughout the party. Now he whisked her to a flight of stairs around the corner. The dimmed wall lamps offered enough light to guide them along. Ena's breathing was louder than Noah's as he didn't seem affected by the flight of stairs. The strolls she normally took in the resort gardens were much different from this. Good thing she hadn't brought a handbag. She didn't need her spray or any contents in the purse with Noah. Otherwise, she'd have another thing to carry while running. Are you okay? He asked at the beginning of another hallway. While she leaned against the wall to catch her breath, he gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze that left her even more breathless. "Are you," she breathed out, "nervous?" Lamps similar to those along the stairs lined the hallway wall, shining on his mischievous face. It appeared he had done something like this before, so she asked. "I was a foolish teen." His smile was soft when he lifted his hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. The contact sent a chain reaction in her body, one nerve firing to the next. "This time, I'm fighting for someone special." His sweet words paralyzed her with a strange familiar need, and completely captivated by him. She flickered her gaze to his mouth, mesmerized that he was looking down at her. The longing inside her reflected in his eyes. Suddenly she wanted to be kissed, and with his breathing louder than earlier, they weren't far from kissing. If he could just lean in and lower his chin a bit, he might fulfill her dream. Her dream was short-lived. Footsteps, accompanied by whistling, sounded from the stairs, and Noah jumped, grabbed her hand, and whisked her into the open door across from them. "This way," he whispered, holding her firmly as they sprinted into the semi-dark room. The further they went, the darker it got until he groaned and let go of her hand. "Are you okay?" "My shin," he whispered. "I think it's a chair." Ena bent, reaching in search of his leg to assess the affected area if he were bleeding. "Where did you get hurt?" she asked when she touched the material of either his coat or pants. "I'll be okay." Noah stifled another groan as he found her hand and held it. The whistling grew louder, and he turned her around and ran back toward the entrance. Rays of dim light shone closer to the door, and she stifled a chuckle. Shouldn't we be running to the back of the room? Footsteps came closer, and the whistling grew much louder. He slid his hands around her waist and backed her into the wall where they stood, not too close to the door, but close enough to utilize the hallway light. She shivered, caught in his magnetic pull as he dominated every space in the room, including her heart. "We're breathing too loud." His breath warmed her face. Her senses awakened, charged with anticipation and exhilaration. The moment someone turned the light on, Noah dipped lower, moving one hand from her waist to hold her face. Then his warm lips were brushing hers. His beard pricked her flesh, but she didn't care while her body was trembling. Her lips parted and she kissed him back, her mouth moving in sync against his. "Oh, sorry," the deep male voice sounded before the lights turned off. But either Noah didn't want to be seen, or like her, he had forgotten where they were. He kept kissing her, slow, long, and deliberate, as he moved his hand on her back and up to her neck. Ena saw stars while kissing him with all she could. Never had she melted in a man's arms like she was now. She gripped his collar, digging her fingers into the fabric, needing the support, since she doubted she could stand much longer. When they finally tore apart, the thumping of their hearts offered the only sound while their foreheads touched. "Ena," Noah was the first to speak, his breath ragged. She blinked as if waking up from a dream. Clearing her throat, she surprised herself by simply whispering, "Yes?" Despite the circumstances and unexpected kiss, it felt so natural, as if it was something they had done before. She could feel his smile against her temple. A shiver went down her spine, and she wondered if he felt the chemistry too. Had he intended to kiss her, or had he done it to distract the man who walked into the room? That kiss was real. He finished the words for her, then brushed the hair from her forehead. Her chest rose and fell at the warmth and tenderness of his touch. She was in love with him, and she didn't care if it had only been a week. She had never felt like this with anyone. Besides God, who was a constant in her life, in that moment, nothing mattered except for the man in her arms. "Can we leave?" "Not without your items." Sooner or later, they'd get those items. But once she left Colorado, Noah wouldn't be with her anymore. And she hadn't updated him about what her parents said when they called before he picked her up. Her fingers still locked on his collar, her forehead still pressed to his sweet scent still wrapped around her. She told him about the reprogramming of their resort security systems. That's wonderful news, then. His thumb traced a course along her spine. Why were the updates made? They didn't want to take any chances waiting for me to find the computer. Even if she and Noah weren't concerned about anyone walking in on them anymore, she didn't want to spend the rest of their night in the room. She uncoiled her grip from his shirt and dropped her hands to her side, still wobbly and needing fresh air. Is it okay if we walk on Main Street? Of course. His hand slid from her back, found her wrists, then rubbed her arms. How could she find her voice with him so close? I'm ready to leave whenever you are. His hands stilled, his forehead rubbed against hers, and his breath fogged over her, making her eyelashes flutter. You want to go for a walk tonight? Since her first night in town, when he had driven her to find a motel, the quiet Main Street with the sparkling lights engraved itself in her mind. I can't think of a better day to go. It's snowing. It would be more romantic, like in the movies. That's even better. She could sense his grin before his head left hers, and he claimed her hand, lifted it to his mouth, and kissed it. Even if we don't get caught leaving, our efforts tonight will have gone to waste. It wasn't a waste. Not when she had gotten the kiss of the century. As for getting caught, as long as Noah was with her when they got caught, she couldn't care less. When they walked back, the house was still crowded, so they made an easy exit. Noah wanted to say goodbye to Dinah, but she seemed engaged with other guests. The only person Ena wanted to thank was the stranger who intruded on their excursion upstairs. If it weren't for him, Noah wouldn't have kissed her. On the way to Main Street, Noah played Hallelujah, Light Has Come. I wanted to play this for you on the way over, but we had to plan the party strategy. Oh, Noah. Thank you wasn't even enough. Instead, she reached to touch his shoulder while he drove. I love this song. I know. He kept his gaze on the snowy road, so she settled back to enjoy the song while letting him focus on driving through the foggy cliffside road. Almost 45 minutes later, they strolled down Main Street. Ena breathed in the crisp air while snowflakes danced their way to the ground. Shimmering and sparkling in the streetlights and Christmas lights, Noah, at her side, told her the town history slightly different from what Breyer had shared. While he spoke of how his family moved into Iran, Ena cherished the town even more because several generations ago his great-grandparents moved here from Georgia. No doubt Iran was a special place and home for Noah, and she wouldn't expect him to ever move to the island. A sense of unease threatened to erase her good mood, and she paused to examine the snow, sticking out her tongue and savoring the cool flakes that melted instantly on it, and her face while sticking in her short eyelashes. Noah put out his gloved palms and let the flakes fall in them. The snow somehow brought a deep silence, a comfortable solace they both seemed content having. Laughing, she flung out her arms and spun a slow circle, her booted feet dancing along the soft padding of fresh snow. And something hot joined the melting flakes on her face. Lowering her arms, she hugged them around her chest as tears trickled from her eyes. She had stepped into a romantic movie, the scene perfectly magical with its flurry of snowflakes floating between strings of colorful Christmas lights, while Victorian shops donned snowy shawls and caps in the background. I'll miss this. The words slipped out, words meant for her thoughts. I'll miss you the most. Noah stepped closer and took her gloved hand in his. The red hat she had bought him matched hers. She had had her hat and gloves in her purse, and Noah, as usual, was prepared for the weather and had 2 hats, gloves, and spare coats in his truck. With the air seeping through the tights she had worn under her skirt, she ignored the coolness. She had easily traded her comfort for time with Noah. In response to his comment, she squeezed his hand. "I wanted to stay for Christmas." "Please stay." He stepped in front of her and wrapped strong and protective arms around her. The warmth of his hands pressed into her back, while the solidness of his muscles and the movement of his chest rising and falling comforted her. "Will your parents be okay with that?" "I'm an adult. They'll have to be okay." "I don't want to get on your parents' bad side." He was already aware her parents didn't trust her, another reason she shouldn't have him talking to them. As if aware of her inner battle, he asked, "Does your dad still want to talk to me?" Ena might need to coach her dad through Mom on what to say and not to say to Noah. "He does, but I'm not sure why. I think I'm the one who should be worried, not you." Besides Dad's overprotectiveness, he, like Mom, wasn't mean. Noah had nothing to worry about. She relaxed in his arms, feeling so at peace, so at home that it felt natural to confess. "I love you, Noah." She didn't care that they had only known each other for a short time. She adored and cherished him. He moved her back slightly to stare down at her. His eyes shone in the colorful lights that added a bright brown hue to his hair. "You didn't tell Warren you loved him, did you?" His tone was light, so she swatted at his chest. "I should be offended." He leaned down then and buried her last words beneath a melting kiss that left her breathless again. Chapter 17. Kissing Ena last night hadn't been intentional, but Noah wouldn't have had it any other way. He had had fantasies about her peachy lips since he had thrown himself on her when they had parked outside the Driscoll residence. But he had been terrified to be rejected. He had attempted to kiss Chloe a couple of times, and she had shied away. But until she rejected him, he hadn't understood Chloe never wanted him to kiss her. The somewhat accidental kiss with Ena hadn't felt forced or unexpected. She had been responsive and melted right into his arms. He had barely registered the man's voice. It must have been Warren's dad, but drowning in Ena's response to his kiss had been Noah's priority, not worrying about being caught by the house owner. Still, the kiss had been the best cover for their loud breaths while hiding from whoever had walked into the office. First, he hadn't imagined anyone would be wandering upstairs while the party was in session. Next, if they hadn't paused in the hallway while he entertained the idea of kissing her, they might have made it to Warren's room in time. He wasn't complaining now that he had crossed a boundary of no return. He didn't even want to return to his usual life, a life before Ena, a life without Ena, which meant he may be a goner when he took the phone call from her dad. Standing in his kitchen, leaning against the sea granite counter with the phone pressed to his ear, he listened to Jinji's expectations and concerns for his daughter, but his attention was divided between Jinji on the phone and Ena in the dining room, covering their breakfast with saran wrap to keep it for after the call. When she showed up that morning, eager to build a snowman, Noah had just finished his quiet time with God and couldn't imagine a better way to finalize his devotion than experiencing nature with a cheerful island woman who had never seen it before this trip, a woman who suddenly captured his heart. They built a snowman, then kissed while snowflakes floated around them and melted between their kisses. They had then returned to the house to cook breakfast. That had been when Ena's dad called her on Noah's work phone and summoned him to the phone. "Before I ask my questions," Jinji lilted in his Japanese accent, Did you understand what I told you about my daughter?" Noah stared at the bonsai plant on the island. The miniature tree looked like it had been in his house forever, just like the person who had given it to him. Ena was almost rooted in his life, yet she had come into it so recently. That's why he didn't agree with everything Genji said, but he didn't have to agree to say, "I understand." "Do you agree with what I said?" He rubbed a hand over his hair, the bristly feel of a fresh cut grounding him in the familiar as he sought the right words. Ena may prefer to assume there wasn't anyone bad in this world, but she could still take care of herself. She knew how to interact with anyone. Her faith in God made her feel confident to take each day in stride. So Noah relayed Ena's strengths he had observed in case Genji hadn't noticed them all those years with his daughter. She's kind, smart, brave, confident in her faith. Genji had only pointed out what Ena wasn't capable of. He needed to think about what she had accomplished. She was a genius accountant who had consolidated all Noah's accounts within days and educated him on ways to have a proper business plan. She left things so organized and ready for tax season that he could now file his own taxes. She's also adventurous and clueless about the vile world outside the island. Could he argue with that? His gaze flitted to the dining area. Ena was folding silverware into napkins and setting them on the plates. Dressed in floral orange flowy pants and a yellow top, she seemed ready for the island sunshine, as if she truly didn't know the cold challenges of the real world beyond his door, or at least refused to accept them. But she had worn his snow pants over her flowy pants when they went out to build the snowman, and she had faced the cold with an eagerness to experience life fully. As if sensing his gaze, she turned and smiled shyly before waving at him. His body warmed as he waved back. Memories of their first kiss in the dark room rushed back. Her kiss was tender, sweet, and real, the most heartfelt kiss he had ever had. It was even better when they kissed again on Main Street. It felt almost scandalous, given the nature of his gossipy town. No one but the two of them had been on the street that late. The morning's kiss still lingered on him. If the shower hadn't woken him up, the kiss in the snow had. "You're still there?" He blinked at the voice on the other end of the line. Yes, sir," he blurted, as if he had been caught sleeping in the middle of a sermon and wanted to act like he had been awake the entire time. He gripped the back of his neck, embarrassed to have almost forgotten he was on the phone. "I was asking what your intentions are with my daughter." Wasn't that a question a parent asked anyone their daughter was dating? He was probably talking about finding Ena's belongings. "We're close to finding her items. I heard that she likes you. Talk about speaking straightforwardly." Warmed that Ena might have told her parents about her love for him, Noah let his chest puff up as last night's confession replayed in his mind. "I love you, Noah." The honesty in her words had melted every inch of his body. Even so, he had had to clarify that she wasn't telling everyone the same thing. "Your silence tells me that you like her, too." "It's complicated," he swallowed, contemplating a denial. She was leaving, and they both hadn't thought of their future beyond Christmas. That was if her family was okay with Ena staying another week or so. "We have things to sort out. Either you like her or you don't, but I'd rather you let her be." A slight warning hardened her father's lilting voice. "You seem like a nice person, but my Ena is very trusting, and that's not good for someone like her. She makes snap decisions, so you need to be the responsible one and understand where she belongs, and can continue to be protected and safe on the island. She'll never truly leave here. She loves the resort, and when my wife and I retire, she runs the business." Noah's whole body deflated as the weak words left his mouth. and he stared at his socked feet on the walnut flooring. Tension stiffened his shoulders. A gentle hand slid to his back and then to his waist. Bare feet stepped next to him, free of nail polish. He hadn't heard her walk back into the kitchen. When he raised his gaze, the love filling her eyes sent adrenaline coursing through his body until his blood pumped as if he had just run a marathon. Her bold confession from last night shone in those gleaming eyes. Yet, as much as Noah was falling for her, her father just confirmed he was falling for the wrong woman. Did I make myself clear? Noah's jaw stiffened. Crystal. Ena's soft hands rubbed his back, almost loosening the stiff muscles, just as he thought their conversation was over and he was about to say goodbye. A woman chirruped through the phone. Don't take everything he said seriously. Hello? Noah had to hold the phone away from his ear so the enthusiastic speaker didn't burst his eardrum. That would be my mom, Ena sang out, laughing. She can be loud sometimes, like she needs to make up for all the silence around her. I'm Lori, by the way. Thank you for being nice to Ena. Nice, Ena's favorite word, and Noah spun around to look at her. Despite Genji's dampening words, Noah's lips and heart lifted. Ena is nice to me, too. Anyway, I can tell you're a very good man. I can also tell that, for once, Ena has made a great snap decision. His shoulders loosened. Oh, yes, he liked this woman. Thankfully, she was so much more positive than her husband. She also didn't leave Noah much room to state his feelings, and perhaps that was okay. You're selfless and God-fearing, she continued. That will make your relationship a lot easier than how Genji and I started ours. Where there's love, there's a way. Speaking of rushing things, this would be the moment where things with Ena were happening too fast, since her mom was already giving them her blessing. He hung up, processing her parents' differing opinions. But Ena snatched the phone from him and set it on the counter. She then moved to stand in front of him and slid both arms around his waist. My dad can be too direct sometimes. Noah reached to smooth the furrow in her brow. He didn't offend me in any way. He had just stated facts, daunting facts. What did he say? Noah moved the loose strands from her forehead, tucked them back, and let his fingers trace the soft silk of her hair. He said, you'll make a good CEO for the resort. She squished her face. I'm not sure I want to be CEO. She continued prying, needing specifics, clearly concerned her dad might have hurt his feelings. I need to call him back. She bounced away and grabbed the phone. I still have to let him know about our Christmas plans anyway. He liked that. Your dad is nice, Ena's word again. Noah didn't want her to replay their unknown fate, but he needed to ease her mind over her dad's conversation. He wanted to know if I like you. Rocking a little side to side, she bit her lower lip, her eyes alight as she stood taller. And what did you say? He leaned in and pressed a soft kiss on her lips, and she gasped, melting into him. Her reaction quickened his heart and warmed his body. My answer was brief, but he knows I'll have a hard time living without you. Peering up at him, she hugged her arms tight around him, her eyes sparkling in the morning light, brightened by the frosty snow. Me too, Noah. He could almost see her heart through those warm brown eyes. His breath hitched, and he couldn't remember the last time he felt this true awareness and affection. He stood there, conflicted between his past of a love lost and his future of a love that could be. Then he cupped her chin and lowered his face toward hers. She must be standing on her tiptoes since their faces drew closer. Her eyelids fluttered closed, her lips parting in an invitation he couldn't refuse. And when his lips met hers, every bit of him tingled the same way he had when he had kissed her the last times. Allowing him to slip away as he had during their previous kisses, he closed his eyes and kissed her tenderly, savoring the warmth and softness of her lips, listening as she took a breath and murmured, "Oh, Noah." His hands on her face gently held her upright. For the first time in his life, he felt loved and desired by someone he loved and desired just as much. Slowly, he separated his lips from hers and peered into her face. Her lashes fluttered open, revealing beautifully dazed and dilated brown eyes. She was the sweetest thing to ever happen to him. "Shall we go and eat?" "Do I have to eat?" Her words were a whisper. Noah grinned, feeling like a schoolboy when he held her hand and led her toward the table. She had been too nervous after his allergic reaction. In an attempt to keep her from blaming herself for his allergy, he had agreed to have her tea when she offered. He had also asked about the beefy satay she had almost made for his family dinner. He had been dying to try it ever since she had mentioned it on Tuesday. And when she cooked the beef, the mouth-watering food had him demolish his entire serving in no time. Since then, she hadn't stopped cooking and claimed his kitchen made her want to cook, to which he had promised she could cook any time, and that had started a new and pleasant routine for them to cook and eat breakfast and dinner together. Having a snow day today opened up his day for surprises, and one of them was when Ramon came to plow his road and driveway. He stayed and had lunch with them. He also talked them into watching a rodeo cowboy Christmas parade on TV. By the end of the day, Noah had stopped worrying about why he and Ena couldn't be in a relationship. On Saturday, Noah took Ena ice skating at the rink, then to the theater to see Charles Dickens' A Christmas Carol, the movie Briar had raved to Ena about. After Noah's emergency room visit, the family tree had gone undecorated, so they had gone back for dinner and tree decorating after church on Sunday. Noah was glad to have the next 2 weeks off. Barring any unexpected calls for small projects, he usually took a 2-week Christmas break, while most of his subcontractors and foremen were traveling or celebrating the holidays with their families. Feeling lighthearted and free, he took Ena along to his volunteer and community engagements. She loved interacting with the locals, especially the volunteers they worked with on Monday at the gift-wrapping event for underprivileged families. They also worked alongside other volunteers setting up and decorating the community center for the Christmas party, which they attended on Wednesday. He and Ena entered the gingerbread competition at the party, and even though they didn't win, they both enjoyed the activity. The gift of spending time with Ena was a priceless one Noah didn't take for granted. Her parents had given her their blessing to spend Christmas in Iran as long as she was home for their New Year celebrations. She hadn't asked about going back to the Driscolls, and Noah was selfish enough not to remind her. With the reprogramming of their computer system, he no longer felt an urgency to find Warren. Like Ena always talked about paying him, he intended to pay for the car she had rented, but wasn't using. They were officially a couple, as the town's social media already announced. According to Briar, they were Iran's Christmas couple of the year. When Stephanie cornered them for a photo yesterday, Noah didn't mind, especially when Ena said there was no one she had rather be with on a social media page than him. At this point, he had decided not to worry about what would happen to them after Christmas. He knew he would do anything to be with Ena. He just wasn't sure he could leave his town, though. With that slightly holding him back, he hoped it would come up in the conversation with Ena on their first official date, Thursday evening. With that slightly holding him back, he hoped it would come up in the conversation with Ena on their first official date Thursday evening. At the high-end French restaurant in town, they sat close to the aisle, 3 tables toward the back. Besides helping construct it, Noah had only visited the place once when he had taken his family for dinner just after their grand opening. When he had told Ena about it, she wanted to check it out. Light-hearted music played in the background while they indulged in decadent appetizers. Ena was still talking about the prices on the menu. I wouldn't have expected such high prices for a restaurant in a small town. She dabbed a napkin on her lips before spreading it back over her lap. The croque monsieur is very good, though. She eyed the remaining 2 pastries on the plate. They decided to share the appetizers so they didn't ruin their dinner appetite. The food was tasty and worth the high price tag. The restaurant isn't too old. It's risen quickly to become a favorite for the creme de la creme of Colorado and now attracts people from nearby towns. They still have to cover their overhead costs. With Ena's eyes shining under the soft white lights and drawing him in, he reached for his water glass to distract himself, swirling the ice as he took a sip. The owners, a friendly French couple, moved to Iran less than 5 years ago. I helped remodel the old building they bought to build the restaurant. It's funny, but sitting here, I still see what it was. Closed in with small rooms and a low ceiling, before he opened the space, cut out new windows, and coffered the ceiling. Now white linen draped square tables angled throughout the space, bracketed in by black padded leather chairs that seemed to rivet them in place, while curved booths with round tables created a fluid wave against the walls. LED candles gleamed from each table, bubbly lights added the perfect frothy ambiance, and mirrors captured individual montages of couples sharing an intimate meal like ever-moving living art. All simple, yet elegant. I think people come here because of your magical transformation of this place. Ena puttered merrily, praising his skills more than he deserved. You had better eat some more of these. He needed to not talk about himself, but like him, she seemed eager to discuss their future. I want you to know you're different, she said as she changed the subject. Soft white light illuminated her serious face. She was always beautiful in whatever she wore, but tonight the blue dress, with its modest scooped neckline, fit her in all the right places. Noah swallowed while she dabbed the napkin against her inviting lips, her eyes aglow with his reflection, and as she spoke, he imagined she saw in him a light as no one else ever had. Besides you being a magnet for me, no one has ever looked at me like you do. She slid her hair back over her shoulders, exposing her slender neck and delicate skin. She always spoke so softly, as if afraid to disturb the silent resort. With her lilting voice drawing him closer, he found himself leaning in to listen as she described his character and personality, the things that attracted her, things like kindness, selflessness, and other traits he didn't think he had. Overwhelmed by her praises, he could barely speak when he reached across the table and covered her dainty hand with his. "You're all those things," his voice rasped his throat, "but I like knowing I can see right through you." Her eyes glistened, shining with joyous tears, as if her smile was an indication, and she turned her hand beneath his to return his clasp. "You're very honest, and that's hard to find." Chloe, as perfect as she had never been forthcoming because she had always been afraid to hurt his feelings. "Thank you, Noah." She shifted her thumb, gliding across the back of his hand, her gaze holding his, warming up his insides. "Your nice words mean the world to me." They took each other in before she asked, "How do you think our relationship will change when I leave?" Leave. The word created an aching, hollow sound inside him. Even if she was too good to be true, she had captured his heart once and for all. It will get better with each passing day, if not more, while they were apart. The idea of them being apart for a day or two writhed through him, seeming unbearable, let alone however long it would be. A knot tightened in his stomach, and he slid his hand back to his side. "We'll make it work." He spoke almost too quietly, since he had no idea how they'd make it with an ocean between them. So he repeated her mother's words, "Where there's love, there's a way." Maybe Lori was right. Maybe something would work out. "We'll figure it out." Ena moved the appetizer plate aside, bouncing in her seat a bit. What kind of family would you want if we got married?" "You mean kids?" The word squeaked from him as his heartbeat quickened. He had quit thinking about kids and marriage years ago. "Please don't tell me you want only 2 kids." She clasped her hands like a prayer, and he chuckled. "Why don't you tell me how many kids you hope to have?" he said, aware that matters that big were in God's hand. Ena lifted her open palm. 5. I like odd numbers. We need to have one who balances the others out. His lips quirked up. "I wouldn't mind having however many kids God entrusts in my care. I'd even be open to adoption if God prefers we take that route." She reached for his hand, lacing her fingers through his and squeezed hard. "You are a nice man, Noah Buzz." Her hand felt so small in his, her response so trusting that he felt as if that delicate little hand had reached into his heart and squeezed it. He cleared his throat, needing something to break the spell before he started crying. "You think that now, but you won't be saying so when I refuse to help with diaper changes." Laughing, she pulled her hand away and shook a finger at him. "Oh no, you're not getting out of diaper duty." He laughed. "I imagine I'll try my best, but I also wouldn't want to leave you with that. Or with the sleepless nights Mom and Dad say brought minor challenges to taking care of babies. Like I said, you are a nice man." Overall, Noah felt his cheeks hurting from laughing and grinning. Then his gaze drifted toward the front desk, and his smile slipped away as the man who could sabotage his happiness walked in. "Noah?" Concern lowered Ena's gentle voice, but Noah couldn't tear his gaze away from Warren, afraid the elusive thief would disappear as soon as he finished talking to the greeter. "He's here," he mumbled under his breath. "Who?" Ena shifted in her chair as the greeters walked Warren down the aisle toward them. Dressed in a blue button-down he had tucked into skinny jeans, he towered over the server and would see or walk past them any moment. "Is that Warren?" When Ena asked, Warren jerked, peering to the other side, then to their side, and frowning before his gaze flitted to their table. A shy smile replaced his frown, and his face appeared more flushed than its usual pallor. Noah fisted his hands beneath the table, torn between staying seated or standing so he could wipe that deceptive grin off Warren's face. He managed a curt nod to keep himself under control. He didn't trust himself to speak while his anger threatened to explode. "Hey, Emily." Warren stopped at their table without notifying the greeter. "You look different." "Warren." Her usually soft voice emerged as barely a whisper. "I can't believe you're here." Warren's perusal lingered on Ena, making Noah cringe. "I can see you've made yourself at home in our town." Warren nodded, then moved to Noah's side, probably so he could look at Ena while he convinced her with whatever lies he would conjure. "I'm sorry we kept missing each other. I tried to call the hotel where you stayed." "Really?" Her trusting expression softened. Great. The man could talk his way into or out of anything. But then she started shaking her head, her silky hair slipping over her shoulders and wisping across the front of her dress with the movement. "When you made me wait out in the cold on my first night in town." "I'm sorry about that." Noah's peripheral vision caught Warren jerk as though wincing and then rub between his eyes. "I felt horrible when I learned you had left. I only intended to finish the email I was typing, but somehow I fell asleep at my desk in the middle of writing it. Then I tried to look for you in Colorado Springs, but they said you had checked out. I didn't want to leave the car at the hotel, not knowing if you would be coming back." Noah tried not to snort at the flimsy excuse while her expression opened up, the doubt leaving her eyes a bit more with each lie she tried to call Warren on. Noah bit his tongue to keep from asking why Warren didn't return the car to the rental agency. Ena pressed her lips together, peering at Warren with those dewy, trusting eyes of hers. "You said Iran was just minutes from Colorado Springs, but..." Warren waved a hand and flashed a charming smile. Guess I never thought about how long the drive is. I like driving, so it's not something I pay attention to whenever I go to the springs. It's not like I go there every day." "Right." But every bit of her appeared so sweetly relaxed and accepting. Noah ground his teeth, alternating with sipping his water and biting the inside of his cheek. He had dreaded this encounter, knew Ena had to speak for herself and make her own decisions, especially since her dad doubted she was capable of doing so. She was intelligent, but now her overly trusting personality bothered him as much as it bothered Genji. "If you want, we can go to the house right now and get your things." Noah stiffened in his seat. But Ena waved Warren off. "I'm sure you have an engagement." "Nah, this could be a good excuse to ditch." Warren reached as though to take her hand, but she curled it into her lap. The greeter walked back to their table and informed Warren of his table's location before she returned to her station. While Noah couldn't see Warren's face, he detested each word that flowed out like flavored poison. As Warren said, "I didn't want to be here in the first place." Ena shrugged and shifted her gaze to Noah as if asking for his advice. "I'll come with you," he said. And she smiled. That would be great. He hated to interfere with their dinner date since their food hadn't been served, but they had Warren ready to ditch his date or whoever he was meeting. Warren then moved to Ena's side as if to draw out her chair for her and smirked at Noah. "Unfortunately, I'm driving Ena's rental, and it only fits 2 people. Ena and I will drive my truck. Noah would willingly pay for her car, her computer, and the contents in her purse if it meant she'd never be left alone with Warren again. We'll follow you." Warren looked down at Noah, still smug, before he moved his gaze to Ena. "If you need a bodyguard, the contractor is not your guy." "I don't need a bodyguard." Her peachy lips pressed flat. "Noah is not my bodyguard." "Looks to me like he's appointed himself as your guardian." Just like that, Noah's patience vanished, burned away by a mounting rage. He pushed his chair back and stood, standing straight. Heat seared his eyes as he glared at Warren. 10,000 reasons urged Noah to connect his fist with Warren's mouth, but he kept his hands to his sides. Even Warren would appear noble if Noah lost his cool now. "You tell me, do I need to call the police to accompany her to your house?" Warren lifted both hands, his confidence seeming to fizzle. "I'm not looking for any trouble." Ena pushed back her chair and stood. "Warren, can you give me and Noah a moment first?" "I'll be waiting in the parking lot," Warren said, probably plotting another escape. Noah nodded toward the front of the restaurant. "Can you wait for us at the front desk, please?" Saying please was a struggle. He only added it to fool Ena that he could hold himself together. Most of the time he did hold himself together, but with her a certain level of protectiveness overcame him. Once Warren was out of earshot, Ena crossed to Noah's side and took his right hand in hers, her gaze so soft under the ambient lights. He'd give her the whole world if that were her request, and if it were possible. "My parents don't think I can take care of myself." "Your mom knows you can take care of yourself." He could say that with assurance based on what Ena told him and his brief chat with Lori. "Sometimes she's on my dad's side." Okay. What was he supposed to say, knowing this conversation had everything to do with Warren's comment about bodyguards? "I know you can take care of yourself, too." "Then let me go with Warren. I'll be back so we can finish our dinner." It felt as if she had asked him to quit his job and not help anyone in the community. If he opposed her plan, then she'd think he was treating her like her parents did. With his free hand, he touched the beard on his jaw and squeezed to loosen the tension stiffening it. Their server showed up with their food, so he asked her to pack it for them to go. "We can eat at home after our walk." Ena arched her brow playfully. Drawing out a breath, he lowered his other hand to cover hers and squeezed before untangling their hands. "Call me as soon as you leave the Driscolls." He added several scenarios that required her to call him. "If you change your mind on the drive over, follow your instincts and call me." "I will." She grinned, clasped her hands together, and bounced a bit closer, obviously grateful he was letting her fight her own battles. She kissed his cheek and reached for her gray handbag from her chair. "I can't wait for our walk tonight." Noah could barely process her departure, let alone remember or think about their walk. As she threw her arms around him for an embrace, he hugged her back and told her to be careful. But he felt like doing something more, something to stop her from driving off with Warren. He walked with her toward the reception area, and as they joined Warren, Noah told the greeter he'd be back to pay his bill and collect his dinner. Then he followed Ena to her sleek rental in the parking lot. The snowflakes now dancing in the darkening sky should be a concern, but the flurry shouldn't last long since the forecast hadn't mentioned any snow. However, that didn't guarantee a snowstorm wouldn't leave her stranded in the car with Warren. Noah shivered, almost nauseated by the thought. Dinah and her husband were home, and Warren should hand Ena her belongings as soon as they arrived at the Driscolls. As they drove from the parking lot, Ena waved with her broad smile, and Noah waved back, smiling outwardly, although terrified inwardly. Disturbing thoughts floated in his mind. Was Ena a lamb being led to the slaughter while Noah did nothing but watch in a front row seat? The sky kept darkening, and so did his heart, gripping him with a dismal foreboding. He felt an urgency to call Enrique or Trevor. Noah should have called the police the day Ena told him what Warren had done. But Ena wouldn't like it, so he had better stay put, praying and waiting for her call. A lot could happen in the time Warren and Ena were together in the car. She could decide Warren was the man for her after all. Then Noah would be left hanging once again. Why couldn't things be crystal clear? Instead, his future had never been bleaker, just as uncertain as tonight's forecast. Chapter 18. Ena couldn't erase the agony on Noah's face when she had turned down his offer to come with her. The stern look he had given Warren in response to the bodyguard comment warned her that if Noah and Warren were in each other's company any longer, Noah would punch the man. Although Warren was fit, Noah was clearly stronger with his masculine build gained by hours of hard work. Even Warren had cowered under Noah's response to call the police. The last thing she wanted was to get Noah in trouble after everything he had done for her. If he punched Warren, he could end up in jail. Warren had a point, though. She could take care of herself, and if she couldn't, what good was she to Noah or anyone else? Noah didn't trust Warren, and Warren had lied to her, or at least it had seemed like it until he gave legitimate reasons, and he had tried to find her. But that didn't change the way she felt for Noah. He was still the nicest person she had ever met, and he affected her in ways no man, including Warren, ever had. She missed Noah even more when Warren kept asking about him. "So," Warren slanted a look her way as he slouched back behind the wheel, guiding the purring vehicle along the slick roads with one hand. "Are you and the contractor an item?" Ena didn't like the word item. "We're together, yes." "Since when?" "Almost 10 days. She never would have met Noah if it weren't for Warren." "You got yourself a holiday fling?" "What does that mean?" He swerved around the jutted rock, and she jerked, gasping. The tiny car was too close to the boulders. Confident on the road, Warren didn't appear disturbed, so that was a good thing. It's good to have a little fun while you're on vacation. Noah is not like that. The fling type. And neither was she. I love him. He loved her too, Although he was slow at confessing his feelings, he expressed his love in his actions, putting her first, showing his care just as the girls at the boutique had spoken of. Warren snorted. "He seems quite protective of you." "He's been so good to me. I'd do anything for him. Fight for him and go against anyone who was trying to hurt him. Make him stay back tonight to keep him from striking Warren. Stay in Colorado? She fixed her gaze on the road. Thicker snowflakes now splattered the windshield, and the wipers slapped a quick whoosh whoosh to whisk them away. The drive felt 3 times longer than when she drove with Noah. Although friendly, Warren felt like a stranger, so not wanting to spark more conversation, she requested that she turn on some music. Once she pressed the dial, a wild, upbeat song blasted, and she kept turning the radio dial until she found a Christmas song. When Warren parked in the garage, she put out her hand to claim the key. "I'll go ahead and take that." The car light showed his lifted brow as he eyed her knee exposed beneath her hemline. Then his gaze swept over her head, and he smiled as if they shared a secret before handing her the key. She shifted uneasily. Then he climbed out. "Come on, babe, let's get your things." He shut the car door behind him, and she scrambled from the low vehicle and hurried to follow. They entered Dinah's showpiece kitchen, sleek with its chrome and glass, and bright with Christmas lights, and he gestured for her to sit at the glass-topped table off to the side, then surprised her by sitting across from her. She had hoped he would bring her belongings and send her off right away, but he slouched back in the chair, rocking its cantilever chrome base, and braced his elbows on the glass tabletop. She blinked when he unbuttoned the top button of his blue shirt. A middle-aged woman showed up. "Evening, sir. Can I bring you anything? Something to drink, perhaps, miss?" "No, thank you." Ena clenched her hands in her lap. She didn't want anything to drink. She just wanted her stuff. But Warren was shaking his head. "You have to at least have a glass of wine after being out on a cold night. Claire, bring us a nice Cabernet Sauvignon." "No." Ena held up her hand. "I'll have water, please, if she must have anything." The kind woman returned with Ena's water, then brought the wine and poured a glass for Warren, leaving the gleaming red bottle on the table. Ena edged her water glass further away, sitting stiff and every bit of her uncomfortable. Having been in the same house with Noah last week made her feel strange, wrong even, to sit in the same place across from another man. For several minutes Warren sipped his wine and refilled his glass as he asked about her life on the island. Not feeling like talking, she peered around, hoping to see Dinah or her husband emerge from whatever rooms they were hanging out in. The house was quieter than it had been at the Christmas party. Even the woman who had brought them drinks was nowhere in sight. While Warren slugged his 3rd or 4th glass of wine, she bounced her knee and stared at her untouched water. Her hands fidgeted with her purse strings, and the toes of her flats nudged one of the chrome table legs that fanned out in a spiral. "Can I get my things now?" She needed to leave, and for the first time she felt uneasy around someone. Warren grinned. Unlike the week they had spent together, when she had thought his smile charming, she didn't find it appealing now. He reached for the bottle and tilted it against his glass. "Try to relax. You've been looking for me for days. Now you found me, but you can't wait to run away from me. Noah is waiting for me." They already missed out on their dinner, and she didn't want to miss their walk, especially now that it was snowing. If it was still snowing by the time she left. "Just tell me where my purse and computer are, and I'll let you have your evening." "So," Warren leaned back in the chair, a finger touching his lips. "Noah is your boyfriend, huh?" Noah hadn't defined their relationship, but he cared for her in ways no man had ever done. The chemistry in their kiss made her tummy quiver just from her thinking of it now. "He's my boyfriend, yes." whether Noah knew it or not. Warren chuckled and reached for the glass again, sipping his wine as if he had all the time in the world. "Tell me, Emily." "My name's not Emily." Him being unable to remember her name was a statement to what they were to each other. Strangers. "Emily is close enough." The deep red liquid danced in the glass when he lifted it toward her in a salute. "When are you going back to your hometown?" At least he remembered that she had a hometown to get back to. Soon. She had told him she was supposed to leave 2 days after he borrowed her car. Noah was right to assume Warren had stolen her rental if he wasn't concerned about the time she had extended her trip to look for him. Had he truly gone out of his way to look for her in Colorado Springs? How could he not know the distance between Iran and Colorado Springs? Maybe he truly didn't drive it often, but she was beginning to doubt that. "How often do you go to Colorado Springs?" "I work there. That's where my dad's office is." So he worked for his dad. Ena let out a shuddered breath, bothered that she had fallen prey to his lies twice. When she had called him out on the lies in the restaurant, his response made sense, especially if he didn't make the trip often. But knowing he worked in the Springs, she suspected he had lied and he had already forgotten what he had told her earlier. What had she seen in him? Maybe because there weren't many men on the island for her to compare the good and bad ones? While resting one hand on her purse, she tapped her other fingers on the glass table as she stared up at the light strung across the wall. She tried to count them, and although it was strenuous, losing herself in numbers soothed her and was more tolerable than maintaining a conversation with Warren. "You're sure you don't want any wine?" "I don't drink." She almost spat out the words, unexpected anger threatening to take over. They had gone to dinner during 4 of their 5 days at the conference, and he had drunk wine while she had sipped her water or tea. She had told him she didn't drink when he had asked, but again, another clear difference between him and Noah. Warren finally polished off the rest of the bottle and tilted it to his mouth for the last sip, then clattered it back to the glass table. "Let's go get your things." Ena jumped to stand before he could. She carried her glass to the sink, then grabbed his bottle and his glass and set them on the counter. The last thing she needed was for him to get another bottle from the rack of them stacked on the counter. Running his fingers through his dark and now unruly hair, he started walking, and she followed him to the winding staircase leading to the balcony. The house was so silent. "Where are your parents?" He passed the Christmas tree, his steps unsteady, at the top of the stairs. "How do you know I have parents here?" "Your mom invited me and Noah to the Christmas party. I had things to take care of that day." He stopped when he arrived at the window where she and Noah had stood, plotting how to get into Warren's room. Her heart ached as a raw memory of him saying goodbye came to mind. His smile as he waved at her hadn't quite met his eyes. She sped her feet to catch up with Warren. She needed to get back to Noah. He could still be waiting for her in the restaurant or somewhere in town. She'd call as soon as she got out of Warren's house. At the next set of stairs, Warren's hand touched her lower back. His touch grated her skin, and she gripped the straps of her shoulder handbag and climbed 2 steps at a time to create distance between them. "Looks like you know where you're going." Warren's voice bounced off her back at the top of the stairs. "There's only one hallway I see here." She passed the open door of the office where she had had her first kiss with Noah, stopping at the next half-open door to the right. Warren walked past her. 3 other rooms down was the bedroom door he pushed open. Ena stayed at the door, obeying her conscience to do so. Unease tightened her chest. "Come in." He stood in the center of the room and tipped his chin toward the desk by the window. "Your handbag is over there." Her gaze flitted past the dark bed to the file cabinet, where her familiar red hibiscus and palm leaf leather handbag was. When they had entered the house, she hadn't expected to leave the kitchen. Otherwise, she would have left her shoes by the garage. But even now, as she entertained the idea of crossing the room to snag her handbag, she preferred to keep her shoes on so she could make her departure as swift as possible. "Where's the laptop?" Warren pulled at his shirt, untucking it from his jeans. "It's on the desk." She'd have to believe him, though she couldn't see the items on the dark desk from here. She had come to get her things and close her chapter with Warren. Him being busy, crouched by the nightstand, made it easier to ignore the unease gripping her conscience, so she crossed the carpeted room in 3 long strides. Each step felt heavier and hesitant, as if she was about to trip and fall into a ditch. Thankfully, she didn't fall. Her heart lightened when she walked to the desk and saw the familiar sea turtle stickers on her closed laptop. Another laptop rested next to it, and a tablet. She bent, reaching for her computer, and opened it to make sure it was hers in case Warren liked the same stickers. The screen background of shells was a good sign it was her computer. She waited until the screensaver turned on the slides of the ocean, plumeria plants, and scenic photos from the island. A smile lifted her cheeks. Unfortunately, she had not set a password on her computer, and could only hope Warren, or whoever might have come across it, hadn't tampered with anything before the resort's reprogramming had taken place. "Happy to see your computer?" She jumped, standing upright when the deep voice stalked her from behind. She had been too busy to hear his footsteps approach. He had taken off his shirt and stood a few feet away in a white undershirt. "Everything is fine, yes." With her nerves racked, she couldn't remember what he had asked. She bent and closed the computer. Even if she wanted to ask why he had pulled it out of the bag or where the bag was, she felt the urgency to get out of there. With the laptop in one hand and her new gray handbag at her side, she turned to move. But Warren was in her way. His grin sent shivers down her spine. "You want to stay the night?" She felt a brow squeeze her forehead. "No." She didn't mean for her voice to come out sharp. Unfazed, Warren reached to touch her cheek, and she pushed his hand away gently. "What's wrong with you, Warren?" He frowned, moving closer, his breath reeking of alcohol. "You said I was nice." Her brows pinched together. No doubt she had meant it when she complimented him. She had been naive to assume everyone in this world was nice and wonderful. Now she had to play dumb. "I said that?" Warren took another step closer, putting out both his hands as if expecting an embrace. "I want to show you how nice I can be. I know how to please a woman." Ena moved backward until she backed into the desk. Her hands were trembling, and the laptop thudded when it slipped out of her hands to the desk. Her mind in a whirl conjured up Noah and the defense moves he had taught her when he showed her how to use pepper spray. "Come on, you knew what you were doing when you came into my room." His voice rasped her ear, and he kept inching closer. But she still had enough room to lift her knee. What she didn't have was enough time to process her thoughts when she rammed up her knee and kicked him in the crotch. "Leave me alone!" Her kick wasn't strong enough to knock an ant, but when he groaned and staggered backward, she regretted her actions. "Are you okay?" She stayed in place, afraid to go near him, but not wanting to have hurt him. Her heart in her throat, she whispered, "I'm so sorry." "You little brat!" Warren shouted profanities and threatened to make her pay for hurting him. Her heart thundering, she walked past him to get her hibiscus print purse on the cabinet. She definitely needed to get her ID, even if she didn't get anything else today. Warren reached out and his hand brushed against her dress, close to tripping her. Rage blazed in his eyes, and with her legs shaking so hard she could barely reach the file cabinet. She was keeping her focus on him. When she approached the cabinet, Warren stood. In 1 or 2 long strides he had reached her. His fiercely determined expression had her dig into the gray purse strapped across her chest. Thankfully, the only things she carried in her new handbag were the pepper spray, the car key she had gotten from Warren, and Noah's cell phone in the side pocket. So even with her hand shaking, she easily pulled out the spray. "You think you're so smart?" Warren growled again, so intent on his revenge he didn't see the fist formed as she turned the actuator, then held it firmly with her thumb. Once he was within reach, she directed the spray to his face and deployed it to his eyes and upper body. "Ah!" Warren started spinning in circles, rubbing at his eyes, and then punching fists in the air. Ena ignored the names he called her, since she was literally running for her life, but she didn't have enough time to grab her computer when she made her way out of the door. Noah had promised the spray wouldn't blind Warren permanently. As she ran down the stairs, she prayed and hoped to run into Dinah to explain what she had done to her son and why. Then she wouldn't feel like a criminal. Panting and breathless, she scrambled downstairs and approached the living room, peering around like a thief. With the place well lit with Christmas lights, she paused as she neared the kitchen, where someone clattered with glasses and spoons. She blew out a breath as she composed herself and put the floral purse over her shoulder while straightening the strap of the gray purse on her chest before she stepped into the kitchen. The nice woman who had served them drinks was cleaning up after them, so Ena stepped closer. "Hello?" The woman shut off the water, a soapy wine glass in hand, and turned to Ena. "Hi." She smiled as her gaze swept down Ena's shoulder to her floral purse, then the handbag strapped across her chest. "Thanks again for the drinks." Ena needed to keep the woman from drawing conclusions about why she had 2 handbags. "You work so hard. I can't put myself in your shoes." Despite her racing heart, she stayed as calm as possible as she tried for small talk. The woman's eyes lit up beneath the lights, but Ena meant what she said. The housekeepers at the resort always had the toughest jobs. Somehow the woman shared more information than Ena could handle while she was in a hurry to escape. The woman had to work late that night until the couple of the house returned from a Christmas party. That explained why Dinah and her husband were not roaming around their spacious house. "Are you and Warren?" "No." Ena shook her head the moment the woman had the sympathetic look on her face. "He borrowed my car." She dug a hand in her gray purse to retrieve the key, then lifted it so the woman could see. She smiled warmly, and Ena asked her help to get into the garage and close it once Ena left. She was a God-sent angel to make Ena's exit a success. It was a success until she drove out of the garage and through the courtyard to a foggy view. Snow was falling on her windshield, and even when she turned on the wipers, the headlights and security lights weren't enough to help her see what lay a few yards ahead. When the gate opened automatically, she doubted Ruart knew she was in the car, but it wouldn't be a good time to interact with the guard, while Warren could be plotting to chase her down the mountain in his own car. In sheer panic, she made a left turn to the clearing in between the shrubs and out of sight from the gate. Not only did she not trust herself driving through the jutted rocks in snow, but she also needed to call Noah. She kept the engine running to keep the car warm. That meant the headlights would be on, which wouldn't be the best hiding spot, but would be better than freezing to death. In her rush to depart with Warren, she had left her coat in the back seat of Noah's truck. She dug for her phone from her floral handbag, but the screen was blank. After almost 2 weeks, surely the battery was dead. So she reached for Noah's phone instead. As she called him, she stared at the time on the dashboard. 10:05. How had it gotten so late? The phone rang until it went to voicemail. "You've reached Noah." His gentle voice soothed her, bringing warmth to the icy night. He had probably waited for her to call and given up. Disheartened, she spoke to the voicemail. "Noah, I'm sorry I didn't call you earlier." This would be when she should say goodbye and drive to the airport. But she needed to book her flight first. "I did something bad. I hope Warren is okay." She put the phone in the console and stared at the wipers shoving off the snow falling on the windshield. It may not be a full whiteout, but visibility was a challenge, and she had never driven in snow before. Oh, how she wished she had turned down Warren's invitation to come for her belongings tonight, or at least let Noah come as he had suggested. They'd be strolling and playing in the snow while he held her shaky cold hand in his steady warm one. Checking her phone for his call, but seeing a blank screen, she shivered at some hard truths. Everyone was right. She couldn't take care of herself. Her parents were right. She never should have left the island in the first place. Why would Noah want her? She had told him she loved him, but he couldn't say he loved her too. She rummaged through her floral handbag to assess her belongings. The $560 were gone. Not that money would solve her problems right now, but it irritated her knowing someone had invaded her privacy by going through her handbag. She had withdrawn some money to give tips to housekeeping and valet parking in case she needed it. Whoever had stolen the money didn't steal her credit card, since it was still in the same place she kept it in her wallet. Whether someone had used it to splurge on expenses, she'd have to find out later. For now, she cherished the sunrise shell she retrieved from the side pocket. She didn't need to look at it in the light to know its shape and color were still intact. Based on Hawaiian traditions, she was considered lucky for finding a rare and sacred shell. She hadn't been looking for it when she had stumbled across it the morning she had gone surfing, right before she left the island for the conference. She lifted the shell to her ear. The ambient sound resembled the ocean, and although it was far away, the soothing rhythm reminded her of home. Tears burned her eyes as she longed for the island sunshine. She reached for the phone to call Noah again. Her stomach tightened as fear gripped her like a belt when the phone went to voicemail again. Maybe I should call the police and tell them what I did. She hadn't meant to spray Warren. You said pepper spray doesn't make anyone blind, right? What was the point of calling Noah when he didn't want her either? But again, she couldn't drive while she couldn't see. I need you. Her last words emerged on a whisper. I'm at the clearing. Noah always had things under control. When she glanced at the phone after leaving the message, it didn't light up, and she tried to press a random button, but the phone stayed off. Oh no, it's out of battery too? How much of the last message got through? Closing her eyes, she whispered, I need you, Lord. When all was said and done, God was the one she should always depend on. Chapter 19. After almost 2 hours of not hearing from Ena, Noah couldn't handle it. He had waited for her call in his truck at the restaurant parking lot. He had browsed through his phone and stared at photos of him with her. When he started squinting at the offset of a headache from staring at the screen and overthinking, he had driven aimlessly and parked at the community park. Realizing she wasn't going to call, he had left his phone in the truck and taken a walk. Although usually dark at night, the park was decorated with glittering lights in December, and those lights brought her to mind. She had loved the lights at the Broadmoor. She had loved the lights on Main and the ones Ramon had put up on Noah's property. Noah had intended to bring her here after dinner so she could enjoy these, and he tried not to imagine her odd expression and thrilled voice as they strolled arm in arm around the park. Clouds of puffy flakes drifted down, melting as they hit the pavement. He pictured her radiant smile as she touched random flakes, or her sticking out her tongue for snow to fall on it. Doubt crept into his mind as scenarios whirled. Warren must have persuaded Ena he was the most charming man of the century by now. No doubt he had kept Ena's hand clasped in his as he drove them to his parents' place. Noah felt almost sick when the next thought snuck into his mind. Warren kissing Ena, and Ena letting him because Warren could get away with anything, ditching his date only to end up with another woman. Noah had been paying when a brunette told the greeter she was meeting someone. The greeter had asked who, so Noah learned it was Warren. The greeter then told the woman her date had an emergency engagement that hindered their meeting. The brunette had walked out with slumped shoulders, mirroring how Noah felt when he returned to the truck to wait for Ena's call. One slow step in front of the other, he barely registered the random couples passing him on the park sidewalk. Walking past the lit gazebo where a woman rested her hand on a man's shoulder, Noah pictured himself with Ena under the glittering gazebo. Just great. This walk was supposed to distract him from thinking of the girl who may never be his. That wasn't working. He ran a hand over his hair, his fingers dampening from all the snow that had melted on his head. Even if the snow wasn't sticking here, things could be different in the mountains. He stopped, rocked by a sudden concern about hers and Warren's safety in the little car getting through the mountain road. Should Noah call to make sure she was safe? Or keep waiting for her to call? She had said she would call him, but she didn't. Like he had suspected, she had ditched him the moment Warren showed up. She had fallen for his deception again. The chatter of people he passed hadn't caught his attention until a familiar voice had him stopping in his tracks. He glanced up the path where the couple strolled lazily toward him. Ice skating is not my thing, so... Jellybean? With them bundled in winter coats and hats, he couldn't easily make out the faces in the dim lights, but he'd know his sister's voice anywhere. Noah? Briar stopped walking and put a hand in front of her companion to keep him from taking a step forward. When Noah neared, he thrust his freezing hands in the pockets of his chino pants, then tipped his chin to the man beside her. You gonna introduce me to your friend? I'm Luke. The man lifted his hand to wave. Discerning the man's face with him wearing glasses and a hat wasn't easy. Who are your parents? Luke cleared his throat. Jen and Lincoln Reed. The name sounded familiar, but with his mind so fuzzy and his headache coming stronger, Noah couldn't remember anything. Where do you live? What do you do? His questions couldn't come out fast enough. If Briar was dating a man in town, he needed to save her from schemers like Warren. I'll call you later, Briar spoke to her companion, shoving the man to turn toward where they had come from. The man mumbled a nice to meet you over his back as he sped down the paved path and vanished through the lit evergreens around the curve. Wow! Briar folded her arms over her chest. Noah didn't have to look at her to know her eyebrows were lifted. Was that a job interview or an interrogation? He shrugged. That's what happens when you don't tell me you have a boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend. We're just hanging out. She thrust her hands in her jacket pockets. She must be telling the truth, otherwise Mom and Dad would have heard a rumor of her dating. Noah wouldn't hinder his sister from dating anyone, but looking out for her if he could help was his job. Where's Ena? Briar asked, seeming to need answers too. How did your actual date night go? You know, you're the one on a date tonight. Not wanting to talk about Ena, Noah scuffled his shoes on the wet pavement. What are you doing here? She pulled her hat down to her ears, then walked closer. The lights on the tree next to his side of the path illuminated her face as she tilted her head. You're dodging my question. She gripped his arm. What's wrong? Touched by her tender concern, he let out the hot breath trapped in his lungs. Maybe she could help him understand how women operate. Ena is gone. He resumed walking, and Briar fell in step beside him. You mean she left town? Noah huffed, huddling against the cold air seeping through his sports coat as he relayed the night's events. Surprisingly, Ena had told his sister about Warren and the belongings he had taken. So Noah told Briar his perception of Warren. Briar slid her hand into the crook of his arm and jostled it a bit. You big oaf, you let her drive in a car with a player? The way Briar put it was terrifying. She didn't want me to go with her. Right. You never stay out of my business even when I ask you to. Feeling slightly lighter, he bumped her with his hip. You're my baby sister. Your business is my business. She snorted. The last thing he needed was to go against Ena's wishes. I can only get rejected so many times. Briar stopped walking to stare at him. Ena is in love with you. She told me you showed her the meaning of love. Briar then resumed walking, her tone more serious. Based on her comments, you're the love of her life. Love of her life? Noah swallowed. Relationships couldn't be as easy as Ena made them seem. Yet her heartfelt words echoed in his mind. I love you, Noah. She said she loves me. Only Ena could get away with that, Briar said. I know she meant it. I hope you believe her. She went on to explain Ena's transparency and genuineness, confirming what Noah already knew Ena to be. Although he had been in love with Chloe for years, she never told him she loved him. The one time he had been bold enough to confess his feelings for her, Chloe responded with a regretful face. Oh man, he had probably done the same thing to Ena. But if he had hurt her feelings by not responding, she hadn't shown it. The loop around led them back to the park entrance. I better get home. Briar slid her hand from the crook of his elbow. Wanting to know if he should investigate Luke, he asked, How many times have you hung out with this guy? She slapped his shoulder. You'd better go get your girl. She didn't have to convince him he needed to drive to the Driscolls for Ena, if not to get her back, then to make sure she had made it there safely. After seeing Briar off to her car across the street, he jogged to his truck and reached for his phone in the console. He ground his teeth when he saw 2 missed calls from Ena. He fired the engine and blasted the heat while he called her back, but his assistant's voice recording answered the call. When he listened to the messages Ena left on his phone, her shaky voice sent his heart racing. He called himself all sorts of idiot for not keeping his cell phone handy. He had only been thinking about himself. He had thrown his own pity party while she was in trouble. He needed to call the police. While he drove, he called Enrique, the night duty officer. Enrique answered on the second ring, and Noah didn't waste time saying hello. I need your help. He spoke the same words Ena said in her message. As long as it's more exciting than me sitting on the roadside. I'm headed to the Driscoll residence. Noah turned to Main Street as he relayed why Ena had come into town and the times they had tried to track down Warren. He also summarized the evening's events. Oh, man, Enrique groaned. She should have reported the incident earlier, and she never should have gone to Warren Driscoll's house. It would have been one thing to find the items in his possession, but we can't do that now if she's taken them back. I doubt there's anything I can do unless you have proof he stole her things. If he's hurt Ena... Noah's entire body stiffened. His hands clenched the leather steering wheel as righteous anger surged through him. He'll regret ever meeting her. I'm on my way. Enrique spoke with urgency now, obviously sensing Noah's outrage. If you get there before I do, you'd better not do anything stupid. He had already done something stupid. He had let Ena go with Warren. Nothing could top that. Noah ground his teeth and tried to focus. He was already on the mountain road and visibility was low. Being assured of the police backup, he hung up to focus. Ena's voice messages replayed in his mind. I did something bad. I need you. Pepper spray doesn't make anyone blind. The last message had ended abruptly. Why had Ena sprayed Warren? It wasn't in her nature to spray someone without a reason. Now, where was she? All those questions roamed in his mind as he prayed for God's protection over her. With his eyes straining and the high-beam headlights illuminating his path, he peered at both sides of the road so he didn't miss a stranded car. Snow splattered the windshield, the flurries coming faster now, and it was foggy. He turned on the defroster to clear condensation and melt the frost. With his pulse racing, he punched his phone again, keeping it on speaker so he could call Ena. It went to voicemail. Adrenaline pumped the panic through him faster. 2 reasons her phone was off. Her battery died, or Warren yanked the phone out of her hand while she was calling Noah for help. Oh no, that was why her last message ended abruptly. Noah shuddered. The windshield wipers worked to swish off the snowflakes splotching his view. The further he drove, the deeper the snow covered the road. Thanks to the all-wheel truck and good snow tires, his vehicle maneuvered the winding mountain road well. He drew out a breath, grateful when he arrived at the Driscoll's driveway. His headlights seemed brighter than they had been on the winding road. He kept peering both ways, and hope ignited when he looked to the left. Nestled in shrubs in the clearing was the front of a sleek gray car. Ena. He breathed out a pent-up breath and made a sharp turn. As he drove over the underbrush, his lights shone through the car and revealed Ena's head hunched on the steering wheel. Petrified didn't come close to how he felt as he parked, leaving the truck running, and pushed open the door. He let out a shuddered breath when her car door swung open just before he could collapse in terror. He let out a shuddered breath when her car door swung open just before he could collapse in terror. "Oh, Noah," she spoke breathlessly, chattering, and he swept her up in his arms. He kissed her cheek, then cupped her face between his hands, and stared into her eyes to see if she was okay. But in the shadowy light, he couldn't see her clearly enough, so he kissed her neck and her lips instead. "I'm so glad you're okay." He would protect her from here on. Her arms were cold and she was shivering. He had forgotten she had left without a jacket. She kept acting like she was still on the island. He eased out of his sports coat to drape it over her shoulders. "Let's get you in the warm truck." She hugged the jacket across her chest, nodding or shivering, he wasn't sure. "First, I need to grab my handbags from the rental car." "I'll get them." He walked with her to retrieve her belongings before they headed back to his truck. After depositing her handbags in the truck's cab back seat, he held the front passenger door while she got in. Then he closed her into its warmth. "The heated seats feel so good," she buckled herself as he slid into the driver's seat. "I think I ran out of gas in the little car." "The truck has a full tank." He'd keep it running as long as they needed so she could stay warm. He reached for the blanket from the back seat and draped it over her feet, reaching over the console to tuck it under her legs. "Thank you, Noah." The cab's interior lights revealed her pale face and reddened eyes. Noah held her face between his palms. His usually joyful Ena had been crying. An ache seared his heart. "What happened, sweetheart?" Obviously, she got her items back, if the computer was still in the sleek car. She shuddered, her lips quivering. "I sprayed him, Noah. I also kicked him." Ena wouldn't hurt a fly, unless Warren had put up a fight in giving Ena her items. "I'm sure you had a good reason." She wrapped her arms around herself. He reached his hand to her side and unbuckled her, then drew her into his arms so he could comfort her. Her heart beat against his, and her breath warmed his neck. "I didn't mean to hurt him, but he was coming at me." A burning sensation erupted through his chest. He only stayed still because he didn't want to interfere while she spoke through tears about her offender and how she had fought him off. Noah squeezed her tight, so tight her back popped. "I'm so proud of you." "I didn't want to hurt him." She had fought off a man almost 3 times her weight, and now she worried about hurting him. He had better count his blessings if our paths never cross again. Noah closed his eyes, trying to steady his breathing when everything in him ached. He hadn't been there when Ena needed him. I'm sorry I didn't insist on coming with you. I should have known I couldn't take care of myself. He winced, hating that Warren made his precious girl feel that way. Noah kissed her forehead, then pressed his cheek to the top of her head. Why would you say that? You fought him off, all by yourself. He cradled her head beneath his hand and spread his fingers into her hair, holding her safely in place. Fine and soft as silk, her hair slipped through his hands. That was very bold of you. No doubt it had taken all her willpower to go against her conscience and spray Warren. Ena kept her head tilted against Noah's shoulder, and a moment passed while she let out a few shuddered breaths, and the wipers continued to wipe snow off the windshield. He then moved his hand to rub her tense back. Soon her tight muscles loosened, and she began to relax against him. Then she sat up and peered at him with sorrow-seeped eyes. I made decisions without thinking them through. Her lips thinned. I don't want to push you into liking me. Whoa, whoa! Noah drew her back closer to him and kissed the top of her hair, savoring the smell of rain and flowers. When you came into my life, I was closed off and so far from throwing myself into a relationship. I didn't make it easy. You made it very easy. He traced his fingers along her soft cheek as he thought of a better way to explain why she was his Christmas gift. You are too good to be true, and I had expected God to make it harder for me to fall in love again. A ghost of a smile curled around her lips as he continued to tell her how she had turned his heart around in such a short span. I don't just like you, I'm in love with you. A smile so tender and sweet lifted her cheeks. You are too good to be true, too, she whispered. With it crystal clear he had had a divine intervention, he felt it safe to say, I love you, Ena. She curled her hands around his neck and softly kissed his lips. His heart drummed against his ribs as he kissed her back. Thank you for loving me, she spoke over his lips before resting her forehead on his. Thank you, God, for letting our feelings for each other be mutual. If it's okay, I'd like to spend New Year's Eve and day with you and your family. Her soft palm pressed against his cheek, and her eyes sparkled. You mean coming with me to the island? Noah nodded and saw his grin reflected through her eyes when she sat up to stare at him, as if to see if he meant it. So he repeated the words. Her tear-bright eyes shone with what had to be joyful tears. That instant he knew he'd give up anything to be with her. He wasn't one to make snap decisions, but this felt right. I'm willing to start a new life on the island to be with you. She gasped, her hands flying to her heart. You would do that for me? She had a company to run. I'm sure the community on your island needs builders and contractors. But what would you do with your business here? She was shaking her head, seeming more concerned than he was. It might take a few months while I work out the details, but I'm not worried about it right now. He had crossed that bridge when he said goodbye to his family and community, but Ena was worth starting over for. She reached for the flowery handbag from the back seat, then pulled out something she handed to him. I want you to have this. Noah closed his fingers over the shell she placed in his palm. Just so you know, you're holding something sacred. Love and tenderness were all he could comprehend while she talked about the rarest shell she had found at sunrise after an early surfing excursion. To the Hawaiian people, sunrise shells represent peace, joy, and happiness, all of which I treasure, but I understand these qualities come from God. I also know you are more precious and rare than the sunrise shell. His chest squeezed as he covered the shell with his other hand. His mouth opened so he could say she was all those things and more, but he struggled to speak past the forming lump in his throat. He didn't deserve her precious shell, but refusing it would be hurtful to her. After a moment's silence, he cleared his throat. "This is the most thoughtful gift anyone ever gave me." Car tires sounded in the distance, so Enrique had found them. "Don't be mad at me," Noah kissed her cheek. "I called the police." She frowned, and they turned their necks to look through the rear window as lights flashed and a car whizzed by. "I know I'm in trouble for—" "Warren is in trouble for bullying you." Bullying was one way to stay, stealing her items and then harassing her. Noah told her to fasten her seat belt as he set the precious shell on the dashboard before putting the gear into drive. He spun the truck around and through shrubs. He needed to catch up with Enrique. "We'll get the rental car later." "Why are we following the police?" Ena squeaked out the question, so he assured her she wasn't in trouble. Although Enrique didn't play favorites where the law was concerned, Noah would go behind bars in her place if it came down to that. By the time they reached the gate, the white SUV was already parked in the courtyard behind the wide-open gate. Noah drove through and parked beside the familiar police cruiser. He didn't need to see through the snow dusting the vehicle to know its side had a blue logo above the blue words, "Iran Police." "I see the officer over there." Ena pointed toward the guard's office, where two men stood talking. The snowflakes seemed lighter than earlier. Through the flurries, Noah could see Enrique standing with his legs apart and a hand on his belt where he kept his gun. "Would you like to come out with me?" Noah asked her. She unbuckled herself and eased out of his coat, handing it to him. "You'll need this." She then pulled the blanket and wrapped it around herself. "And yes, I'll come with you." When he took Ena's hand as she exited the truck, the men started walking toward them. "Noah," Enrique called, more relaxed than Noah expected. "I see that your friend is okay." "I'm okay." Ena then acknowledged Ruart, who now stood a few feet away. Enrique walked toward her. She had wrapped both her hands in the blanket, so that could be why he bowed instead of kissing her hands. "I'm glad you're fine, milady." With Enrique bowing and light-hearted, he probably was closing this case. Not wanting Ruart to hear their conversation, Noah asked if they could move to the other side of his truck. Enrique excused Ruart to return to his office before he followed Noah and Ena. "What's the plan?" Noah draped his arm over Ena's shoulders. He was far from okay unless justice was served. "Ena is safe. Case is closed." Enrique spread his hands. "Unless you have proof Warren stole her things." "He touched Ena." Unexpected anger burst free. Noah slid his arm away from Ena so she couldn't feel the tension stiffening him. Now that he was in the gate and knew Warren's room, he could get to the house and slug the jerk. "You have a complicated case here." Enrique rubbed the scruff on his jaw as he stared at Ena. "What exactly happened?" "I drove here with Warren to get my things." She then retold the story Noah already told Enrique, the events of her encounter with Warren. She cried when she relayed the details of her time in Warren's bedroom. Moving his hand to her back to steady her trembling body, Noah ached all over again. "Now that you got your items, there's no trace Warren had taken them from you." Enrique's brows drew tight beneath the yard lamps and lights. "He still has my computer and bag." "Do you know where it is?" Enrique cut her off, causing Noah's chest to rise and fall as he let out a slow breath. Ena told Enrique where she had left her computer and where she had seen the bag with her computer charger and small photo album with photos of her and her family. Such personal items could prove it belonged to her. "You guys can now leave." Enrique waved them off, satisfied he had a semblance of proof. Then he started toward the sidewalk. He had probably been granted access by Ruart since he was an officer. Noah took Ena's hand. "We're coming too." He might need to throw in a punch or two at Warren. Enrique turned and crossed his arms. "If you need justice served, You're going to let me do my job." "Let's let the police handle this." Ena rested her head on Noah's shoulder. "I'm ready to go home." Whether she meant her home on the island or at his guest house, the word stole Noah's plots to avenge her. So he informed Enrique of the rental car outside the gate and his intention to get it towed tomorrow. Enrique suggested they leave the car there in case he needed to run fingerprints to further validate her story. Knowing Enrique would handle Warren better than Noah would have, relieved Noah of his burden regarding the jerk. Then they drove away, their battle over. Noah reached for her hand on the console between them, thinking of one word she had said, home. He wasn't crystal clear on what she meant, or even where home was for him anymore. But he knew with undeniable clarity home was anywhere he was in Ena's presence. The past didn't matter. Neither did how they got to this day. He didn't need revenge for the events that brought her into his life. Ena was a blessed Christmas present, direct from God, and her coming into his life the way she had proved all things work together for good to those who love God. While others were praying for all sorts of miracles, he and Ena had their Christmas miracle, one that gifted them with the wonder of love. Epilogue. 3 months later. Standing on the front porch of her childhood home, Ena squeezed her dad tight, her chest squeezing tighter than the hug. Tears streamed from her eyes, and the telltale warning of a headache pinched her temples after she had gone through the same farewell with Mom. "Hey!" Dad rubbed her back with his comforting hands and spoke in Japanese. "I thought we're coming to visit you in 2 months." She nodded against his chest, unable to speak through the lump in her throat. His shirt smelled of soap and sea, a familiar scent she would miss dearly. He pulled her out of the hug and wiped the tears from her eyes with calloused knuckles. "If I had any doubts about Noah, you wouldn't be leaving this island, especially when it means losing the best accountant and CEO. Ena couldn't help but smile as memories of their family meeting after New Year's came to mind. A family meeting Noah was summoned to after he had proposed to Ena during the New Year's ball drop and beach fireworks. Dad had been intent on keeping her from leaving the island. When Noah said he had moved to the island, Mom had cried, as overwhelmed as Ena was by his sacrifice to be with her. Knowing Akira was passionate about the resort, Ena pleaded with her parents to let her start her new life in Colorado. Her brother could easily run this place without her, and Mom agreed, although no doubt Mom had another meeting with Dad to convince him Ena was ready to do her own thing. The only condition they gave was that they wanted the wedding on the island. "Thank you, Dad," she sighed, aching over leaving, yet excited to begin anew with the world's most handsome man. Dad tipped his chin down to the bamboo sidewalk and the canopy of lush shrubs. Birds chirped in harmony as some flitted around the shrubs as if saying goodbye to her. Mom was in a heated conversation with Noah. He nodded. No doubt she had parting words of her own. Mom then pulled Noah into an embrace before taking his hand, and they resumed their stroll. In his shorts and Hawaiian shirt, Noah looked ready for their honeymoon on the Big Island. Ena hadn't expected it to be so hard to say goodbye to her family, but she couldn't wait to start her life with the most handsome man in the world. He had been her anchor as she dealt with Warren. Although Warren denied stealing her belongings or harassing her, he had had other charges pressed against him shortly after her incident. A woman he had assaulted at another party, based on what Noah told Ena. Trevor, the Iran detective who was Enrique's partner and Sophia's husband, had been investigating Warren for years, since Sophia had almost been a victim of Warren's assaults. Either way, Ena had learned that even if there were many good people in the world, It didn't hurt to be cautious, since there were a few bad eggs, like Noah called them. "Akira is probably waiting," Ena said. "I'm surprised he took the whole day off just to take you to the airport." She knew why, especially when she and Dad joined Noah and his family in front of the detached garage where Akira had parked his SUV. Akira emerged from the boardwalk by the ocean, Briar at his side. He tossed his head back, laughing at whatever she had said. It was the most relaxed Ena had seen her brother in years. "After this week, I fear your brother may not want to be CEO after all," Dad said as they neared the circle with Ena's mom and Noah and his parents. "You worry too much," Ena waved a hand. After all, Akira had no time for romance, despite his obvious enjoyment of Briar's company this week. When Noah turned their way, his smile shone in the mid-morning sun, and he walked out of the circle and toward Ena. Her heart quickened, and she hurried to join him. "And just like that, my daughter is gone." Dad's words bounced off her back when Noah wrapped her in his arms and kissed her cheek, and her blood flooded with warm anticipation. "I can't wait for our honeymoon," she whispered, and the soft look he gave her took her breath away. "I can't wait." He linked their hands as they joined her parents to say their final goodbyes. They had been married for 2 days and surrounded by their families. She couldn't wait to have Noah to herself. She had no doubt every day would be a honeymoon phase with him. The end. This has been Crystal Clear, a contemporary small-town interracial Christmas romance, Romance in the Rockies, Book 5. Written by Rose Fresquez. Narrated by Carmen Shantz. Copyright 2022 by Rose Fresquez. Production copyright by Rose Fresquez.